This is our MC. Bro's so weak he can't even do one push-up, but thanks to Truck-kun, my guy gets reincarnated as straight-up Godzilla. And yeah, he can even switch into human form too. Now with one goal, to become the king of monsters, he teams up with this fatty ape who's low-key a baddie, then this ugly bird who's also low-key a baddie, and even teams up with this guy. Just look at him. Bro literally turns into Zoro in this manhwa. With this wild squad, he sets off on a journey to become the king of monsters. But how did all of this even start? For that, we gotta go back to the beginning. The story begins at a high school, where our main character is taking a fitness test, but because of a serious illness in his childhood, his body had become very fragile. He couldn't do even basic physical exercises, like hanging from the bar for more than 8 seconds, doing a single push-up or sit-ups. His classmates often made fun of him, calling him a failure in gym class. Even the gym teacher couldn't help but sigh when he saw how badly Lin Shen performed. One day, Lin Shen received a package from the school's security guard, which his parents had sent. His illness had drained their savings and put them deep in debt, so his parents had to work far from home to try and pay it off. Inside the package was his favorite Godzilla action figure, along with an encouraging letter from his dad. His dad hoped he could be as strong and brave as Godzilla. Reading the letter, Lin Shen felt emotional. He wished he could be strong too, but it was so difficult. Just then, his classmates grabbed the Godzilla figure, mocking him for playing with childish toys and calling him unmanly. When Lin Shen tried to get it back, one of the kids threw the figure onto the road with a smug look. Lin Shen rushed to retrieve it, but just as he was about to pick it up, a speeding truck came straight at him. He was hit hard and fell to the ground, unconscious. When he woke up, Lin Shen found himself in the ocean, surrounded by sea creatures. He looked at his hand and then noticed a tail. He was completely confused. Was this the afterlife? Just then, a bright light appeared in front of him, and a voice spoke, announcing that he had regained consciousness, and the monster sign evolution system had activated. The voice explained that Kun was the system, and Lin Shen was the ancient overlord from the classic of mountains and seas. The system displayed his new form. He was now a juvenile thunder dragon with a tyrant rank bloodline. He weighed 125 tons and stood 7.9 meters tall, with skills in charging, biting, and swinging his dragon tail. Lin Shen shook his tail and moved his claws to make sure this wasn't a dream, then signed into the system. The system congratulated him on his first successful sign-in, and told him that by devouring food, he could earn evolution points. The first reward was the skill devour, and the system told him to keep eating so he wouldn't starve. Suddenly, his stomach growled. Feeling like he might starve, he noticed a light ahead. Many deep-sea creatures had glowing bodies, so he swam closer, hoping to find something to eat. As he got closer, he saw a deep-sea fish with sharp teeth, looking pretty terrifying. They stared at each other for a moment before the fish quickly swam away. The system mocked Lin Shen, saying that the fish was tiny and he had no reason to be afraid. Lin Shen smirked, then chased the fish and used his tail to hit it. The fish was quickly finished off. Lin Shen was shocked by his own strength, but the system reminded him that he was now much bigger and stronger. Looking at the ugly fish, Lin Shen didn't really want to eat it, but his hunger was stronger. He swallowed the fish whole. It was ugly, but surprisingly, it tasted pretty good. The system confirmed that he had successfully devoured the fish and earned evolution points. It also told him that he had unlocked a new ability, illumination, meaning his dorsal fin could now glow faintly. The system wasn't lying. Lin Shen really did gain a special ability in evolution points. His new illumination skill activated, and a bright light began glowing from the tip of his tail all the way up to his head. It was a pretty useful ability because it could attract creatures. So, Lin Shen, now an eager baby monster, went on a devouring spree. The system kept sending notifications, and his evolution points skyrocketed, +8, +5, +15, +50. After devouring a deep-sea bear-alive fish, he got a new skill, night vision, similar to an owl's. He felt like he was eating more seafood than he ever had in his entire previous life. With 1,000 evolution points, he was ready to start evolving. He spent 300 points on reinforcing his scales, 200 on enhancing his claws, and 500 to increase his size. Now, he was almost a meter taller, looking much stronger. Becoming a 100-meter monster didn't feel like a distant dream anymore. Curious, Lin Shen asked the system if he was still on Earth. The system didn't answer directly, only telling him to explore. Annoyed, he grumbled, saying the system was being evasive and playing it like some exploration game. He figured that, since his location was the Mariana Trench, he was still on Earth, but for now, he knew he was too weak to make a big move. He needed to grow stronger in secret until he could reach the 100-meter mark. Then he'd show the world who was boss. His goals were set. He wanted to send the land of cherry blossoms into the sea and flatten the beautiful country. Lin Shen was feeling pretty ambitious, so he started another round of devouring. As long as he didn't die, he was going to keep eating. Just as he was about to finish another meal, something unexpected happened. A fish's eye opened slowly below him, and suddenly, a tentacle shot out and grabbed him. It was the giant squid, Architeuthis, one of the deep-sea overlords. Compared to it, Lin Shen was tiny, like an ant. Just when he thought he was done for, a huge shadow appeared above them. A sperm whale, another ocean overlord, swam over, and the squid let go of Lin Shen to face the whale instead. The squid used its 10 tentacles to hold the sperm whale down, and the two giants began fighting fiercely. As he watched, Lin Shen realized how small and weak he still was compared to these true ocean rulers. It hit him hard, and memories of being bullied in his past life came rushing back. He swore he would never back down again. He would become stronger and never let anyone bully him again. Determined, he charged at the squid and took a bite out of its flesh. The taste reminded him of raw cuttlefish. As he chewed, the system notified him he'd successfully devoured part of the squid, earning him plus 21 evolution points. That was a pretty big win for Lin Shen. He kept tearing at the squid's tentacles, feeling the evolution points pile up. The squid was in so much pain its eyes were rolling. Lin Shen couldn't help but feel a little smug, but soon, the squid let go of the whale and glared at him, anger in its eyes. Before Lin Shen knew it, the squid grabbed him again with its tentacles. He was frustrated now. Was it picking on him just because he was smaller? That really made him mad. He bit down hard on the squid's tentacle, launching another attack, yelling that he wasn't afraid of it anymore. He kept chewing on the squid's tentacles, determined to show it who was in charge. The squid started bubbling, clearly frustrated and preparing to fight back. Lin Shen was ready for whatever came next. The sperm whale gave Lin Shen a sly grin, and without warning, it bit down on the squid's head. Together, they worked as a team, Lin Shen attacking from below, while the whale attacked from above, leaving the squid no chance to fight back. In just a few moments, the giant squid was completely devoured. Afterward, the two monsters just floated lazily in the water, content and full, letting out satisfied belches. Lin Shen was surprised by the huge reward. He'd earned 3,000 evolution points for his part of the meal. Although Lin Shen only ate half of the squid, the points were a big boost. Then, the sperm whale gave him another look, this time with a playful expression. Lin Shen, annoyed, thought the whale might want to pick a fight. He angrily challenged it, asking if the whale thought it was better than him. But when the whale seemed to hesitate, remembering the spikes on Lin Shen's back, Lin Shen's anger only grew. He demanded a fight, but the whale just turned away with a disdainful look and swam off. Lin Shen shook his head, muttering that he'd let the whale go this time because it had helped him earlier. But now, he was ready to level up. He spent 500 evolution points on reinforcing his scales, another 500 on his claws, and 500 more on his fangs. Finally, he spent 1,500 points to grow bigger. After the upgrades, his physique was stronger than ever. He weighed 179 tons and stood 10 meters tall. His abilities now included the S+ rank Devour, the C-grade Illumination, and the E-grade Night Vision. Feeling a bit proud of himself, Lin Shen joked to himself about wanting a monster credit card to spend his points faster. He looked around for more giant squids, hoping to find one to get even bigger. If he could get another 50 evolution points, he could reach a 50-meter size, and then nothing, whether it was a giant squid or sperm whale, would stand in his way. The system then notified him that he'd earned a special reward, a monster compass. The system excitedly told him he had unlocked a skill that would allow him to detect the presence of monsters. With this new skill, he wouldn't have to worry about getting ambushed by any giant squids. He decided to turn off the light coming from his dorsal fin to stay hidden. Lin Shen swam toward the deep sea, where he spent the next few days waiting for the giant squid to stop hiding. He figured it would eventually come out, but for now, he decided to explore the shallow waters to find some other prey. A week later, his luck ran out. His stomach was growling from hunger, and the shallow waters had barely any large fish. Even the great white sharks couldn't satisfy him. Frustrated, Lin Shen decided to sign in to see if he could earn some evolution points. His location changed to the Abyss Island Sea area, and the system rewarded him with an S-tier skill, Burst Breath. This skill let him gather all the energy inside his body and unleash a devastating beam of light from his mouth. Lin Shen was thrilled. He knew this was going to be a game changer. Just then, the monster compass detected a bunch of monsters on a nearby island. It seemed uninhabited, so he made his way there, eager to find out what kind of creatures lived on the island. To his surprise, the island was home to some of the biggest flying insects ever, the Meganura, along with the ancient centipedes. Lin Shen was overjoyed. This place felt like his own personal supermarket for evolution points, but his joy was short-lived. As he was preparing for a survival challenge on the island, a group of pterosaurs flew overhead, and one of them decided to attack him. Lin Shen wasn't having it. He knew he was being underestimated, so he quickly turned, bit into the pterosaur's wing, and yanked it down. It tasted surprisingly good, like crispy chicken. Lin Shen grinned, ready for whatever else the island had in store for him. After devouring the pterosaur, Lin Shen was feeling a bit tired of seafood. He was ready for something different, so he decided to try out his new burst breath skill. As he prepared to unleash it, his dorsal fin lit up. The pterosaurs, noticing his stance, quickly backed away in fear. Lin Shen fired the burst, but when he saw the small flame that came out of his mouth, he was stunned. It was more like a tiny spark than the powerful attack he expected. The pterosaurs, feeling insulted, got ready to attack him instead. Lin Shen nervously backed backed off, asking what the deal was with his burst breath. The system, sounding a bit annoyed, explained that he wasn't focusing enough to use the skill properly. It told him to focus his energy and channel it through his body before releasing it through his mouth. Lin Shen was confused, asking if this was some kind of cultivation technique, like the ones from the novels he'd read. He begged the system to teach him properly so he wouldn't get attacked by these chicken nuggets. The system insisted it had already given him the method, telling him to concentrate and gather all his strength into one point. Just as Lin Shen was trying to follow these instructions, the pterosaurs attacked. They were pecking at him relentlessly, and he was feeling like a total failure. In that moment, memories of being bullied in his past life flooded back to him. He'd been surrounded and beaten before, but he'd managed to break free by focusing all his strength on one person. Now he knew what to do. He told himself to forget the pain and focus on gathering all his energy into his mouth. He aimed, took a deep breath, and released the burst breath. The strike hit the pterosaurs directly, and the shockwave was so powerful it even shook the nearby hill. Smoke billowed from Lin Shen's mouth as he looked on in awe, realizing that the attack had worked. He couldn't believe how much power he'd just unleashed, but it came at a cost. Using all that energy left him feeling completely drained, as if every bit of strength had been squeezed out of him. His stomach growled. He needed food, and fast. When he looked at the pterosaurs lying around, he saw they were all burned to a crisp. Feeling a little guilty, he knew he had to eat them to replenish his energy. After devouring the charred pterosaurs, Lin Shen felt his mouth go dry from all the charcoal. He looked around for a water source and soon spotted a lake below the hill that had just been hit by his attack, but something didn't seem right. There was no sign of animals near the lake, and it was unusually quiet. Lin Shen's instincts told him there might be something dangerous lurking there. Suddenly, the small island in the middle of the lake began to move. Lin Shen was shocked when a huge ox-like creature emerged from the water. It was the mountain giant ox, known for living in lakes and rivers, and capable of staying submerged for days. Its hard, bony back camouflaged it perfectly, making it look like part of the island itself. Before Lin Shen could react, a crocodile lunged at the ox's hind leg, followed by several more crocodiles emerging from the water. These weren't just any crocodiles, they were king crocodiles, massive creatures from the Cretaceous period. They surrounded the mountain giant ox, starting an intense conflict with it. Lin Shen could only watch as the ancient beasts clashed. The water turned chaotic as the mountain giant ox let out desperate cries. Soon, everything quieted down, and all that remained were the stark white bones of the ox. The king crocodiles, having noticed Lin Shen on the shore, now turned their attention to him. It was clear why no animals dared to drink here. This group of monsters controlled the area, and from the looks of it, they wanted to challenge Lin Shen. He decided it was time to show them who was boss. Just as one of the king crocodiles lunged at him, something unexpected happened. A massive hand appeared from the hillside, grabbed the crocodile's tail, and yanked it away, leaving only bloodstains on the mountain. Lin Shen froze, his heart racing. What kind of monster is that? He thought, feeling a chill run down his spine. A loud roar followed, and then a giant figure burst out, stomping on the king crocodile's head. It was an ancient ape, and it wasted no time in crushing the crocs in the water beneath it. Then, it grabbed one of them, devoured it, and turned to Lin Shen with a fierce look. The ape roared again, making its intentions clear. Lin Shen, a little taken aback, waved his hand and tried to show he wasn't a threat, smiling nervously. But in the animal kingdom, that wasn't the right move. Gorillas, he quickly realized, only smile when they're scared or nervous. It's their way of showing aggression, or in this case, challenging another gorilla. The ancient ape misunderstood Lin Shen's gesture, thinking he was mocking it. Enraged, it slammed its chest and charged toward him, ready to teach him a lesson. Lin Shen didn't have time to process what had happened. The ape came at him with full force, throwing punches that he barely managed to dodge. While the ape was strong, Lin Shen noticed it was a bit predictable. Every time it attacked, it left itself wide open. He saw an opportunity and moved fast, dodging its punch and biting down on its arm, throwing the ape off balance. He followed up with a tail whip, knocking the ape's legs out from under it. Lin Shen prepared for a strong uppercut, but then he realized something important. His arms were too short. He couldn't reach the ape's head, and before he could adjust, the ancient ape lunged at him, sending him flying through the air. He crashed hard into the ground, feeling the sting of the impact. He was in trouble. This creature was much stronger and faster than he was. As the ape leapt at him again, Lin Shen knew he needed to think of something quick. The only chance he had was to use his burst breath, but that would take time to charge, and if he missed, he would be in serious trouble. Desperate, Lin Shen bit down on the ape's arm, holding on tightly, even as it slapped at him in frustration. After a while, his strength started to fade, and the ape managed to pry his mouth open. Suddenly, something strange happened. Blue light surged from Lin Shen's mouth, and he felt a jolt, like electricity flowing through him. The ancient ape immediately jumped back, sensing the danger, but it wasn't quick enough. Lin Shen had anticipated its move and used his tail to wrap it up, stopping it from escaping. He yelled, "You're not going anywhere!" and unleashed the full power of his burst breath. The force of the blast sent the ape flying, but despite the massive impact, the ape was still standing. Lin Shen was impressed by the ape's toughness, though frustrated that his burst breath breath hadn't finished it off. This thing's built like a tank. After the ancient ape fled, Lin Shen felt a wave of exhaustion hit him. He had used burst breath earlier, and it had drained him. But with the king crocodile still nearby, he couldn't show weakness. He couldn't let them sense his vulnerability. He didn't want to end up like the mountain giant ox. So, Lin Shen quickly picked up the crocodile carcasses around him and started devouring them. He was taking what was left over, but with such confidence that it felt like a show of power. Who else could do this, he thought. The system congratulated him on his first devouring of a king crocodile and rewarded him with scales strengthening, which boosted his defense. Now feeling a little stronger, Lin Shen felt ready to take on more challenges. As he walked toward the remaining crocodiles, they quickly scattered in fear. It didn't take long for him to realize that he was truly in control of Abyss Island now. A week later, after improving his burst breath, Lin Shen felt like he had leveled up. He wanted to sign in and see what new rewards he could get. His location, Abyss Island. The sign-in reward was an A-class skill, Radioactive Heat Ray. This new skill, a version of his burst breath, was even more powerful, created from the reaction of gases inside a Thunder T-Rex. It would release a superheated mist from his mouth, a devastating beam that was even stronger than before. Lin Shen couldn't believe his luck. He had gained so many skills in such a short time. First burst breath, then an upgraded monster compass, thorn armor, and now the radioactive heat ray. He joked that even Knife 9999 wouldn't be able to compete with his skill rewards. As he was celebrating, a small prehistoric giant rat ran over. Lin Shen had named it Little Tangerine. The rat had a great sense of smell and always appeared when there was grilled meat to be had. Lin Shen liked to share a piece with it because it reminded him of his humble beginnings, back when he was weaker. Now Lin Shen was no longer a small creature. He had grown to 51 meters tall and weighed over 13,000 tons. With all the skills he had, he felt confident that he could take on the ancient ape again, maybe even recruit it as an ally. He decided to evolve further, pouring all his evolution points into his body build. A flash of light surrounded him, and he eagerly waited to see how much he would grow. But when the light faded, he saw only a half-meter increase. Frustrated, he realized that the higher his level, the more evolution points it would take for each growth spurt. He thought, at this rate, it'll take years to become a 100-meter monster. But for now, he decided not to dwell on that. His goal was to track down the ancient ape and make it his ally. After searching around, he found a piece of hair from the ancient ape left over from their last battle. Lin Shen used this to have Little Tangerine sniff it out, promising the rat a year's worth of roasted beef if it helped him. With the rat's guidance, Lin Shen headed toward the ape's den. As Lin Shen walked away, the island's primitive inhabitants held a strange farewell ceremony for him. They cheered, banging gongs and drums, clearly happy to see the god of the plague leave. They were relieved, thinking he'd eaten up all their families and probably wouldn't come back. Lin Shen just chuckled and thought to himself, I'm not here to destroy. I'm just here to recruit a buddy. Little Tangerine led Lin Shen to a desolate part of the island, where a creepy, ominous aura filled the air. Lin Shen raised an eyebrow. Are you sure it's here? He asked the rat. This doesn't look like the kind of place the ancient ape would live. He also noticed that his monster compass wasn't picking up any energy from the ancient ape. Something felt off. Lin Shen walked with Little Tangerine toward the cave, trying to comfort the little rat, which was clearly nervous. It was trembling, and Lin Shen couldn't help but wonder what kind of monster could be hiding in there. Don't worry, I've got you, he reassured it. What's there to be afraid of? But as they entered the cave, a foul stench hit him, and his monster compass still wasn't detecting anything. It was strange, no sign of any creatures. A bit deeper into the cave, Lin Shen heard a roar echoing from inside, but it didn't sound like the ancient ape. Curious, he decided to sneak a bit closer and take a look. The cave had cobwebs hanging from the ceiling, and there were strange monster eggs scattered on the floor. It looked like a spider's den, but something else caught his eye. A beautiful woman trapped in the cave. The system suddenly chimed in with some unexpected information. The ape possesses the bloodline of the ancient fierce beast from the classic of mountains and rivers. After eating something unusual, it transformed into a human form. Lin Shen was stunned. Wait, is this the ancient ape? How did it turn into a human, and a woman at that? The woman seemed just as surprised to see him. Lin Shen crouched down, confused, and asked, You used to be about the same size as me. How did you get so small? The woman stuttered, clearly taken aback. It's you! What are you doing here? Lin Shen chuckled and jokingly said, Did the ancient ape refine itself into a little goblin? But before they could say more, the woman suddenly yelled, Watch out! Look around! Lin Shen looked up just in time to see a bunch of ugly creatures crawling down from the cave ceiling. One of them, with a giant mouth, lunged straight at him. Without hesitation, he grabbed it with one hand. The system helpfully identified it as a dead rotten reptile, a huge monster from the classic of mountains and rivers. These creatures were the overlords of the underground world on Abyss Island, and the ancient ape's biggest enemies. The dead rotten reptile tried to bite Lin Shen's arm, but he squeezed it tightly until it burst. You dare bite me? He muttered, disgusted as his palm was covered in foul liquid. The other creatures, enraged, surrounded him, and lunged at him with their sharp fangs. Lin Shen stomped on the ground and yelled, "Get away, you disgusting reptiles!" But there were too many of them. Some even climbed onto his back, biting into his spikes. Lin Shen wasn't worried though. His defense was top-notch. As they gnawed on him, he could feel their teeth shattering against his scales. "What do you think you're doing, huh?" he thought. "Let me show you what happens when you mess with me." He activated thorn armor, and instantly the creatures on his back were turned into a spiky mess. The woman watched in awe as Lin Shen took care of the monsters with ease. But as she looked closer, she grimaced at the disgusting liquid all over his back. Lin Shen could see that his image in her eyes had taken a bit of a hit, but before he could dwell on it, the dead, rotten reptiles shifted their attention to her. They lunged at her, ready to drag her away. Lin Shen wasn't having any of it. He stomped forward and crushed them into the ground. "With me here, who dares to hurt her?" he said, his voice full of confidence. The creatures hesitated, clearly intimidated, but one of them made a move to escape, thinking it could flee. Lin Shen wasn't having that either. "Did I say you could leave?" he shouted, then unleashed a radioactive heat ray at the retreating creatures. The blast hit them squarely, turning them into ash in seconds. With the smell of cooked meat filling the air, Lin Shen gave the little ape girl a reassuring heart sign with his fingers, letting her know that he would protect her. He then carefully used his claws to cut the ropes binding her arms, and she quickly freed herself. Once she was free, he cleared his throat and asked how she'd transformed into a human. The ape girl hesitated, then backed away a little, searching for something. She grabbed a large bone and smashed it against a rock. Lin Shen immediately thought she was getting ready to fight, so he quickly reassured her, "Don't worry, I'm not gonna hurt you. I don't bully women." But instead of a weapon, she broke the rock open and pulled out a leftover fruit core. She stuttered as she explained that eating the fruit was what turned her into a human. Lin Shen was shocked. "You turned into a human from eating that? Is this some kind of legendary devil fruit or a transforming pill?" He couldn't believe it. To get on her good side, he decided to impress her by cooking something. "Watch what I can do for you," he said, gathering some firewood into a small pile, then using his burnt breath to light it up. Even though he was cooking a dead, rotten reptile, which was disgusting to him, Lin Shen did it for the sake of impressing the girl and earning evolution points. As the meat roasted, the ape girl started to drool, and Lin Shen handed her and little Tangerine a skewer of the roasted meat. They both dug in eagerly. "How's it taste? Pretty good, right?" "This is called a skewer," Lin Shen asked with a grin. While they ate, he asked the ape girl if she could change back into her original form. "If you turned back into the ancient ape earlier, you wouldn't have had to deal with those reptiles." The ape girl shook her head. "I can't change back," she said. Lin Shen was baffled. It seemed like she was taking it pretty easy, even though she was in a dangerous situation. He thought to himself that if she hadn't met him, she'd probably have been eaten by now. Curious, Lin Shen asked the system if there was any way to help her revert to her original form. The system confidently responded, "Of course I can. I just need to analyze the fruit and modify it so she can return to her original form. And even better, after the modification, she could switch freely between human and ape form." Excited by the possibilities, Lin Shen couldn't help but wonder if he too could switch between human and monster forms. He imagined reuniting with his family in the human world. Eager to help the girl, he asked her where she had found the fruit. The ape girl stuttered, "Cliff, pile of bones." Lin Shen thought about it for a moment, then shoved the skewer into his mouth. As he devoured it, the system rewarded him with evolution points. "Nice! 20,000 evolution points. This is great," he thought, smiling. Even though he was in a different world and couldn't meet his family, he figured that if he became human, he could team up with the ape girl and live a happy life together on the island. 2 hours later, guided by the ape girl, Lin Shen arrived at the cliff she mentioned. The area was littered with human skeletons, which was pretty creepy. He wondered what had happened there. But then the ape girl pointed, "The fruit is there!" He followed her finger and saw a tree glowing with golden light, heavy with fruit. "That's gotta be it," Lin Shen thought. He stretched his limbs and got ready to climb up and grab some fruit. But just as he was climbing, a pterosaur flew overhead, making him nervous. "Uh-oh, is it going to attack me? I'm kinda stuck halfway up here, so if it comes for me, that could be a problem," he thought, looking up at the giant creature soaring above, mouth wide open. He thought it was coming for him, but to his surprise, it snatched a fruit from the tree and swallowed it whole. After eating the fruit, it shone with golden light and transformed into a human form before tumbling to the ground. Looking around, Lin Shen realized the bones scattered on the cliff likely belonged to monsters that had eaten the fruit and fallen to their doom. This place definitely gave off bad vibes. He needed to grab the fruit and leave quickly. Right then, a massive bird appeared on the cliff top. Its crimson eyes locked onto Lin Shen, and the system alerted him that it was a deathlark, a powerful creature with the bloodline of an ancient beast called Yu Qiang. The deathlark's arrival felt ominous, almost like it was guarding the fruit tree. It kept staring at Lin Shen, and he couldn't tell if it was mocking him or just observing. Though it wasn't attacking, Lin Shen didn't want to make any rash moves. He figured he should continue climbing and try to grab the fruits without causing a scene. When he reached the tree, he tried talking to the bird, saying, "Hey there, big brother bird. A friend told me these fruits are really tasty, so I just wanted to try some." He assumed the bird had given its consent, so he picked 2 fruits and said, "Thanks, big brother bird. I won't take up any more of your time. I'll be leaving now." However, the bird didn't seem happy about that. It looked angry that Lin Shen wasn't wasn't eating the fruit on the spot, like it had expected him to transform and fall to his death. Suddenly, it spread its wings wide, dozens of meters in length, and let out a harsh, unpleasant cry. Lin Shen quickly realized the bird was about to attack. As it dived at him, he jumped to the side, narrowly dodging the attack. What's with this bird? It was fine just a second ago. Does it really care that much about 2 fruits? He thought. Lin Shen decided it was best to store the fruit safely in the system, so he asked Little Kun to do that for him. However, Little Kun pointed out that analyzing the fruit would cost 100,000 evolution points, and Lin Shen didn't have enough at the moment. He was short by about 7,000 points. Frustrated, Lin Shen muttered to himself about how he wished the system hadn't mentioned analyzing the fruit if it wasn't even possible, but he didn't have time to dwell on that as the Deathlark was coming for him again. The bird stretched out its sharp claws and scratched at him. Even his tough skin couldn't prevent the pain, and he knew he had to defend himself. As the bird prepared to attack again, Lin Shen swung his tail and sent it flying back. Quickly, he charged up his radioactive heat ray, shouting, "I'll turn you into roasted bird." The attack hit the Deathlark, but to his surprise, it had a recoil effect that sent the shot off course. Still, it was enough to set the bird's feathers on fire, and it plummeted toward the ground. Lin Shen knew it wouldn't be enough to finish the bird off, though. He needed to wait for the right moment to use a more powerful burst breath. After a short while, the bird recovered from the flames and flew back up into the sky. Lin Shen, seeing an opportunity, jumped onto the bird's back. He quickly stabilized himself and, with a grin, bit into the bird's neck, saying, "Ha, I'm now the knight of this big bird." The bird went wild, its speed picking up dramatically as it tried to shake him off. It spun in the air, leaping and diving, but Lin Shen held on tightly, realizing it couldn't throw him off. The Deathlark soared higher and higher into the sky, breaking through the clouds. Lin Shen could feel the speed building, and soon they reached such a height that they caused a sonic boom. As they flew, Lin Shen couldn't help but admire the view. He'd never flown in a plane before, but now, riding on the back of a powerful monster, he got to experience the thrill of soaring through the clouds. He thought to himself, being a monster has its perks. As Lin Shen was reflecting on everything that had just happened, the Deathlark suddenly sped up and turned around, heading straight for the cliff below. Panicking, Lin Shen thought he might be done for. He was about to be finished by a crazy bird, but just as he was about to give up hope, he noticed a lake nearby. He quickly came up with an idea. If he could use the recoil from his burst breath to launch himself into the lake, maybe, just maybe, his tough body would help him survive. Determined, he gathered energy for the attack. With a loud roar, the burst breath hit the Deathlark, sending it crashing toward the cliff while Lin Shen was launched into the air. As he was about to land in the water, he felt the ape girl cling to him tightly, tears in her eyes. Together, they hit the water with a huge splash. The Deathlark, on the other hand, crashed into the cliff, its head hitting the transformation fruit tree, causing the fruits to scatter all around. It slammed into a pile of bones with a heavy thud. After surfacing, Lin Shen let out a victorious laugh. He turned to the ape girl and said, "We did it! We're having chicken tonight." But just then, something unexpected happened. A transformation fruit fell right into Lin Shen's mouth. What was that, he thought, looking at the floating pieces of the tree in the water. He realized it was the transformation fruit. Suddenly, a flash of golden light surrounded him. He didn't want to shrink down into a human. He wanted to stay in his monster form. When the light faded, Lin Shen checked his body. "Wow, I look great," he thought. His muscles were huge, and he felt like a true hunk. But there was one odd thing. He still had a tiny pigtail after the transformation. What's up with that, he wondered. Feeling the situation was still dangerous, Lin Shen stayed underwater, watching the Deathlark carefully. If it was really dead, he planned to feast on it to gather evolution points and analyze the fruit to change back into his original form. But as he watched, the Deathlark started to move. How is it still alive? Lin Shen thought, spitting out some water in disbelief. The Deathlark slowly got up, holding the body of a transformed pterosaur in its mouth. Above the corpse, a green crystal floated. Lin Shen was curious about the crystal but watched as the Deathlark tossed the pterosaur aside and bit into the green crystal. To his shock, the bird's injuries started to heal right before his eyes. Lin Shen couldn't believe it. The Deathlark stood up, flapped its wings, and staggered off into the distance, unaware of Lin Shen's presence. Luckily, it didn't spot him, or he might not have survived. Even though he was safe, Lin Shen felt downhearted as he watched his evolution points slip away. He needed to find a way to gather more points quickly. "I need to hunt down some small animals or even devour some monster bodies," he thought. "I should have taken a bite out of that Deathlark earlier when I had the chance." Just then, the ape girl shouted, "Hurry! Hurry! There's danger behind!" Lin Shen turned around and saw a king crocodile with blood-red eyes charging at him. He quickly jumped to the side to avoid its attack. "What kind of sneak attack is this? You're so big and you still have to play dirty," he muttered. But then, he noticed several more king crocodiles nearby, all heading straight for him. Are they serious? Do they just want to keep messing with me? Lin Shen thought. I don't want to die. I want to stay a monster. In a burst of panic-fueled strength, Lin Shen managed to pull ahead, leaving the king crocodiles behind. He was amazed at how much power he'd just tapped into. Is this what happens when you're pushed to your limit? He wondered, feeling a rush of adrenaline. But just as he he was feeling proud, another king crocodile appeared in front of him, blocking his path. Without thinking, Lin Shen decided to make a desperate move. He charged at the crocodile, grabbed its massive mouth, and held it shut. Crocodiles are known for their powerful bite, but their jaw-opening muscles are weak, so Lin Shen found it surprisingly easy to keep the creature's mouth closed. However, just as he thought he might be safe for a moment, he realized the situation was getting worse. The king crocodile's eyes turned red, and Lin Shen was stuck. If he let go, the crocodile would swallow him, but if he didn't, the other king crocodiles would get him. In that moment of panic, he heard the ape girl's voice calling out, "Grab the vine!" Just as Lin Shen thought he was safe, the king crocodile lunged at him again, its massive mouth wide open. He barely dodged, managing to escape just in time. The ape girl grabbed him and pulled him to safety on the shore. It wasn't the smoothest landing, but at least he wasn't dinner for a giant crocodile. He sighed in relief, thinking they were finally safe, but then the ape girl launched into her usual attack on the crocodile. Suddenly, another king crocodile leaped out of the lake, charging straight for them. Lin Shen and the ape girl quickly jumped back to avoid the attack, and the crocodile ended up biting into a tree. "I didn't think these guys could ambush like that," Lin Shen muttered, surprised by their strategy. The ape girl, however, wasn't giving up. She shouted at the crocodile, mocking it, calling it out for trying to look fierce. Lin Shen, seeing how serious the situation was, grabbed her and pulled her into a run. "You're wasting time," he told her. "Let's just go." It seemed like the crocodile didn't take kindly to her taunts, or maybe it was just hungry after their earlier conflicts. Either way, it chased them relentlessly. In the midst of this, the system chimed in, teasing Lin Shen about his troubles. "Looks like you're having a rough time, huh?" Fuming, Lin Shen snapped back, telling it to be quiet, then turned to little Kun, hoping for a way out. He asked if he could put it on credit and analyze the transformation fruit, but the system, ever the stickler for rules, said no. It was a matter of principles, no evolution points, no analysis. Lin Shen dropped any sense of pride and pleaded with little Kun, asking for an exception. But of course, little Kun wasn't budging. "Take it or leave it," it replied. Lin Shen was running out of time, and he might get eaten before he could make any progress. That's when the system cracked a joke and said he could get a skin for checking in. A flash of blue light passed over him, and a cool new skin appeared on his body. Great, but not the time, he thought. The ape girl, still on her game, suddenly sped up and jumped onto a large tree. Smart move, Lin Shen thought. She was figuring things out and using her skills. "Get up here! Danger's behind!" she shouted at him. Despite being terrible at sports in his past life, Lin Shen had no choice but to give it his all now. With a burst of effort, Lin Shen jumped high enough to avoid the crocodile's attack and scrambled up the tree. "Wow, this is awesome," he thought, realizing just how strong he was now. In his old life, he couldn't even do a pull-up, but now, climbing a tree was easy. He shouted in excitement, "This is great," but just then, the king crocodile slammed into the tree with a deafening crash. Lin Shen's feet slipped, and before he knew it, he was falling back down toward the waiting crocodile. Luckily, the ape girl pulled him up just in time. "You idiot!" she said with a smirk, rolling her eyes. Lin Shen couldn't help but grin as he thanked her, but in his mind, he was thinking, "I can't believe this girl is mocking me right now." They finally made it to the top of the tree, where Lin Shen lay on the trunk, panting. Below them, the king crocodiles kept slamming into the tree, but they weren't getting anywhere. Feeling safe for the moment, Lin Shen couldn't resist boasting. "You think you can shake this tree? You guys are way overestimating yourselves." The ape girl moved closer, staring at him with wide eyes. Lin Shen thought maybe she was impressed by his toughness, but then she started comparing their heights. She teased him, saying he had gotten so small after his transformation. Lin Shen, now a little annoyed, shot back, "How am I small? You want to fight or something?" At that, the ape girl suddenly got really angry. Just as Lin Shen thought the ape girl was going to get into a fight with him, she unexpectedly pulled him behind her and started shouting up at the trees. A giant snake was hanging there, hissing and glaring down at them. The system chimed in with an alert, giving its usual overly detailed description of the creature. Lin Shen wasn't thrilled with the system's usual helpful information. He shouted at little Kun, sarcastically thanking it for its compass, which only seemed to alert him about how much stronger his enemies were. He turned to the python and tried reasoning with it, asking if there was some misunderstanding, since he hadn't eaten any snakes before. The massive python, however, didn't care. Its tail lashed out toward them, and both Lin Shen and the ape girl had to quickly jump out of the way. Without missing a beat, the ape girl pulled Lin Shen up and they started running, leaping from tree to tree to avoid the snake's attacks. While they were running, Lin Shen asked little Kun if it could give him the transformation fruit back so he could use it on the snake, hoping it would turn into a human and fall prey to the king crocodiles. But of course, the system refused. It explained that analyzing the fruit would cost a huge amount of evolution points. Lin Shen tried to explain that he didn't want the fruit analyzed. He just wanted it back. Little Kun stuck to its guns, saying he'd need to pay 100,000 evolution points just to start the procedure. Lin Shen, frustrated, muttered that if he had that many points, he might as well analyze the fruit directly. He accused Little Kun of trying to get him killed with all its rules, threatening to file a complaint and give it a 0-star review. Just as Lin Shen was getting worked up, the prehistoric python attacked again. It slammed into the ape girl, opening its huge mouth to bite her. Without thinking, Lin Shen jumped in front and pushed her away, only to get swallowed by the massive snake himself. Inside the python's stomach, it was dark and foul-smelling. Lin Shen realized he was inside the creature's digestive system but didn't feel any pain yet, probably thanks to his enhanced physical state. He knew, though, that if he stayed there too long, he wouldn't survive. He started gathering energy, thinking of using his burst breath to burn a hole and escape, but Little Kun quickly warned him that with his human body, he wouldn't be able to handle such intense energy and could explode. Instead, Little Kun suggested he use a burst bite to enhance his biting ability. Lin Shen agreed, realizing that he could devour the snake's insides to gain evolution points. It was gross, but it was his only option. As he started biting into the python's stomach, he couldn't help but think it tasted like eating a pair of stinky socks. Still, he kept going. The system chimed in, congratulating him with the first evolution points for successfully devouring part of the snake. Lin Shen grinned, knowing he was on the right track. He kept biting away, and soon enough, he could feel the snake writhing and thrashing around, clearly in pain. It started to fall from the tree, and Lin Shen laughed to himself. No amount of tossing will stop me, he thought, continuing to tear into the python's insides. But the snake's stomach walls started to contract, trying to force him out. Lin Shen braced his hands and feet against the walls to stop himself from being thrown up. Now you know what it feels like to try and eat me, he said to the python. I'm not going anywhere, buddy. As he devoured more, Little Kun checked in with an update. His evolution points had just passed 100,000, and the system asked if he wanted to analyze the transformation fruit. Lin Shen was thrilled, but the system's analysis speed was painfully slow, and he had to wait for 30 minutes. He wasn't happy about spending so much time in the python's stomach. He angrily complained to Little Kun, asking if there was any way to speed up the process. Little Kun offered him a deal: pay 1,000 evolution points to speed up the progress by 20%. Lin Shen wasn't thrilled but squeezed Little Kun's face in mock frustration, joking that it was obsessed with evolution points. Little Kun replied that evolution points were like gasoline to a car. Without them, the system couldn't function. Lin Shen wasn't buying it. You tricked me into eating all this disgusting stuff, he muttered as he bit down on the python's insides again. The system kept announcing his evolution points as they climbed, and the python thrashed around even more. With each bite, Lin Shen could feel the analysis progress inching forward, and eventually, after some hard work, he reached the final 100% completion. The transformation fruit was fully analyzed and ready for retrieval. After Lin Shen ate the transformation fruit, he noticed it had changed color from red to green. He eagerly dug in, and though the taste was a bit unusual, it wasn't bad, kind of like papaya. He finished the fruit quickly and even let out a satisfied burp. Finally, I can turn back into a monster, he said excitedly. He shouted, "Transform!" expecting a big change, but nothing happened. Confused, he turned to Little Kun and asked why nothing had changed. Little Kun, sitting casually and sipping its little coffee, explained that the transformation fruit actually contained an energy that wasn't of this world. When a monster ate the fruit, it would condense its life essence into a crystal nucleus, which was about the size of a fist. Afterward, the monster would lose its life essence and transform into a human. However, thanks to some modifications Little Kun made, Lin Shen could now use his mental power to sense the crystal nucleus and break it with his mind. This would allow the energy inside to flow into his limbs and bones, turning him back into a monster. Lin Shen was frustrated. So, I'm supposed to break this crystal thing with my mind? Is this some kind of cultivation world now? I break the nucleus and turn into a monster, while others break pills to become stronger? He sarcastically mentioned that he might need to meditate for 7 days and nights with an enlightenment stone. Little Kun assured him that no such trouble was needed. Just close your eyes and feel for it, it said simply. Lin Shen followed the advice, closing his eyes and concentrating. Soon enough, he could feel the crystal nucleus. He couldn't believe he actually found it. The next challenge was figuring out how to break it and direct the energy into his body. Then, it hit him. His old teacher had once taught him how to channel strength when throwing a shot put. Maybe it was something like that, using his mind to focus on the energy and guide it into his body. With his new monster abilities, Lin Shen focused and succeeded. The crystal nucleus shattered, and the energy started flowing through his limbs and bones. He was pumped. This is it, he thought. Just then, the python's stomach outside began to swell, letting out a painful roar. With a huge burst, Lin Shen's transformation into a monster was complete, and the snake's stomach exploded. The prehistoric python fell to the ground in defeat. Lin Shen had finally transformed back. The ape girl cheered in excitement when she saw him, while the king crocodile looked terrified. But Lin Shen wasn't done yet. You reptiles thought you could bully me, huh? Ready to face my wrath now? After a while, Lin Shen had piled up the creatures, getting ready for a roasting feast. He couldn't help but reflect on how close he had come to losing his life when eating the fruit. It had been a risky move, but in the end, it worked out. He wasn't planning on turning back into a human anytime soon. Too scary. While Lin Shen worked on the feast, the ape girl and little Tangerine were busy collecting firewood. Lin Shen used his burst breath to start the fire and thought to himself, it's definitely better being a monster. Sure, his appearance might not be perfect, but as the king of monsters, he felt unbeatable. Just then, the ape girl said something from below, but her voice was too soft for him to hear. She then shouted up, asking how he had transformed back so quickly and why he seemed so much taller than the last time they fought. Lin Shen, still working on his skewers, casually replied, I've always led a disciplined life, not picky about food, you know? That's why I've grown so fast and tall. But my secrets aren't for everyone. The ape girl, speechless at his response, just stared at him, unsure how to reply. The skewers in Lin Shen's hands turned golden brown as they roasted. He handed one to the eager ape girl and little Tangerine, then gobbled up the prehistoric python in one go. Even though eating its insides had been pretty gross, Lin Shen wasn't about to waste food. As he ate, he got a notification from the system. He had finished devouring the python and earned a life fruit as a reward. The life fruit was said to be packed with life energy, strong enough to heal serious injuries or even bring someone back from the brink of death. But when Lin Shen looked at the fruit, he couldn't help but scoff. Little Kun, are you sure this isn't just a bitter gourd? He said. Little Kun, always the know-it-all, explained that while it looked like a bitter gourd, it actually had tons of benefits, like cooling the body and improving eyesight. What's wrong with bitter gourd? Little Kun asked. It's full of protein, fiber, and minerals. Lin Shen rolled his eyes. You're really something, little Kun. A life fruit, and you made it look like my least favorite food? Meanwhile, the ape girl was busy scarfing down her food. That's when Lin Shen remembered she still hadn't healed from the injuries he'd caused during their last fight. So, he handed her the life fruit, saying it was a healing fruit. She took a big bite, but as soon as she swallowed it, her face twisted in disgust. This is so bitter, she complained, tossing the fruit to the ground. But then, a soft green light surrounded her, and her wounds started to heal right before their eyes. Suddenly, all the bitterness was forgotten. She devoured the rest of the fruit and, feeling the energy surge, yelled out, This feels amazing! I'm full of power! Lin Shen couldn't help but sweat a little, concerned about her enthusiasm. Ape girl, you really need to stop shouting and banging around like that. If you didn't have that habit, your wounds would have healed a lot faster. Ape girl stared at him and shrugged. What? When I face a monster, I just yell and the problem is solved. No need to fight, she said. But hey, why did you attack me out of nowhere the first time we met when I was about to leave? Lin Shen paused. That's a good point. You're just protecting your food and territory, right? A couple of shouts and maybe a fight to settle things. Lin Shen quickly shifted gears. Hey, eat up, gather enough evolution points and I can help you transform back into an ancient ape. Then, remembering something, Lin Shen asked her, wait, if even I almost got taken out by that death lark, how did you avoid it after eating the transformation fruit? Why were you captured by the dead rotten reptiles? Ape girl explained that she had climbed up the cliff, grabbed the fruit and popped it in her mouth. Lin Shen pictured her as an ancient ape, eating the fruit and falling down the cliff. But as he was lost in that thought, Ape girl handed him a large bone and asked, what are you thinking about? She went on, I managed to grab hold of the cliff and hang on. Just then, a dead rotten reptile seemed to have been knocked down by something. Out of curiosity, Lin slowly crawled closer to the scene and saw a bunch of dead rotten reptiles fighting with a strange bird. It was a big cave, and although the bird, which was actually a deathlark, seemed strong, it was outnumbered. Before long, the bird was overwhelmed and pinned to the ground, with its feathers being ripped out one by one. It was clear that the deathlark wasn't doing so well against these reptiles. Watching this unfold, Lin Shen thought for a second, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Maybe I should talk to that deathlark? Ape girl continued the story, explaining that the deathlark had fought hard to break free from the dead rotten reptiles, but eventually it had to flee the cave. However, it didn't get far before the reptiles caught her. Lin Shen was surprised to learn that Ape girl had been captured and taken to the cave after falling from the cliff. He asked why the reptiles hadn't just eaten her. Ape girl's face turned serious as she replied that they likely planned to offer her as a sacrifice to their leader. Lin Shen raised an eyebrow. The dead rotten reptiles wanted to make you their queen? Ape girl's expression darkened even more as she explained her past. Abyss Island, where she and her family had lived, used to be a beautiful place, inhabited by a tribe of ancient apes. Everyone looked the same, regardless of age or gender, and they lived peaceful lives. But then, the dead rotten reptiles showed up and ruined everything, throwing the island's ecosystem into chaos. No wonder the cave had such a lifeless, gloomy atmosphere. To restore the island, her parents and some other monsters had tried to find and destroy the dead rotten reptiles' nest, but they never returned. After that, Ape girl decided to join the fight to protect the island and bring her parents back. She believed the dead rotten reptiles had been after her all along because she carried the scent of her parents. Lin Shen, feeling protective, reassured her, "Don't worry, ape girl. You're like family to me now. I won't let these reptiles ruin Abyss Island. We'll take them down together." He realized that, to stand a chance against the king of the dead rotten reptiles, who had already defeated so many monsters, including her parents, he needed to level up fast. If he could evolve into a 100-meter tall monster, then he'd be ready to face that powerful reptile leader. As he was thinking this, Ape Girl was, as usual, getting a bit carried away. She was shouting and pounding her chest, not caring about her image one bit. Lin Shen sighed, shaking his head at her antics. Just then, he heard something strange and spotted two giant cats slowly creeping toward them. The monster compass buzzed, alerting him to the danger. Giant Smilodon, 8 meters long, 24 tons, equipped with sharp teeth, a natural hunter. But Lin Shen had a plan. He used Ape Girl as bait. As the two Smilodons prepared to pounce on her, Lin Shen stomped on their legs, making them trip and fall with a loud snap. The Smilodons immediately recognized who was behind the attack and panicked. Lin Shen couldn't resist taunting them. "You guys only come out when I'm not around, but now that Ape Girl's here, you just can't wait to make a move." With a sharp bite, he finished one of them off, and in no time, the beast turned into a delicious roasted meal. Lin Shen wasn't done yet though. As he worked on grilling the meat, he looked around the cave, which seemed more like Ape Girl's bedroom than anything else. Bones were scattered all over the place. Lin Shen smirked and asked her, "So, why are there so few monsters around here?" Ape Girl gave him a clueless look and said, "There just aren't many monsters around here. I used to eat 8 meals a day, but lately, it's been hard to find anything to eat." That's when it hit him. "Wait a second, you've eaten all the nearby monsters to extinction, haven't you?" Ape Girl just shrugged nonchalantly. "Yeah, now I just hunt in other territories." Lin Shen could only shake his head at her logic. "Your intelligence worries me sometimes, Ape Girl. You really wiped them all out?" Lin Shen immediately scolded Ape Girl for her reckless behavior, telling her that even if she moved to different territories, she had to think about sustainability. If she kept hunting everything in sight, she'd wipe out all the monsters on the island. Right after he finished speaking, Ape Girl suddenly clutched her chest, feeling a sharp pain, and collapsed on the ground. Both Lin Shen and Little Tangerine were shocked and rushed to ask her what was wrong. Ape Girl weakly explained that her heart hurt a lot. Little Kun, who had been observing, stepped in to explain what was going on. Apparently, staying in human form for too long was starting to take a toll on Ape Girl's body. Little Kun explained that the transformation fruit condensed a monster's life essence into a small crystal, and monsters didn't know how to properly control that energy. Over time, the excess energy could cause dangerous reactions, like heart problems or even worse. Ape Girl had already been in her human form for a whole week, and it was taking a serious toll. Little Kun added that it was lucky Ape Girl was a strong monster to begin with and had been holding on, especially after Lin Shen gave her the life fruit. Panicking, Lin Shen asked Little Kun if there was any way to help. Unfortunately, his evolution points were far too low to fix the situation. Little Kun suggested that Lin Shen needed to gather 100,000 evolution points, but that wasn't something Lin Shen could do overnight. So, without wasting any more time, Lin Shen decided to search for a powerful monster that could help him get the points he needed. He quickly opened the monster compass and saw a bright spot on the map, indicating a strong monster nearby. Determined to help Ape Girl, Lin Shen grabbed her and set off in the direction of the monster. He wasn't sure if he could defeat the creature, but for Ape Girl, he was willing to risk it all this time. He told Little Tangerine to find a safe place to hide and dashed toward the monster's location. As he ran, he startled a bunch of creatures, including a polypetidid, which lunged at him. He slapped it away, disgusted, but just as he was about to keep going, the polypetidid jumped right into his mouth. To his surprise, Lin Shen gained 150 evolution points for devouring the creature, and as a bonus, he got a special reward of 2,000 evolution points. Excited by the boost, Lin Shen decided to go all out, switching into frenzied feasting mode. He began devouring everything in his path, even the most unappetizing creatures, just for the points. Along the way, he ate an Arthroplura, an ancient scorpion, and a Meganura, and his evolution points climbed to over 22,000. However, his excitement was short-lived as he felt his nose start to bleed. He wasn't sure why he was encountering so many toads and insects, but they didn't taste great, and he wondered if they were really packed with nutrients. But then, a loud roar erupted from the foot of a nearby mountain, and Lin Shen's excitement spiked again. He followed the sound and found a pack of spiny jackals, large, aggressive creatures that ranged from 10 to 30 meters in length and weighed anywhere from 30 to 90 tons. These jackals were known for their powerful bite and agility, and they had sharp, spiny ridges along their backs. But in front of them stood an even larger monster, a 35 5-meter-long, 105-ton giant sloth. Lin Shen was now facing two potential sources of evolution points, but he knew this would be a tough battle. The odds were stacked against him, but he was more determined than ever to protect Ape Girl and finish what he had started. The giant sloth was furious and roaring at the spiny jackals as it slapped one of them away with its powerful claws, finishing it in one blow. The wolf's body went flying through the air, right into Lin Shen's mouth. As soon as the other spiny jackals saw what happened to their comrade, they started attacking the giant sloth in a frenzy, turning the whole area into a chaotic battle. Lin Shen, meanwhile, was enjoying a snack. He thought the more intense the fight got, the better. It was almost like he didn't have to lift a finger. He could just wait for both sides to weaken each other. Eventually, after a while of fighting, the spiny jackals had lost many of their members, and the giant sloth was clearly tired. Just when Lin Shen thought the fight was winding down, the sloth suddenly gathered its strength and flung all the remaining wolves off of it. Then, to Lin Shen's surprise, it charged straight at him. It seemed like the sloth had noticed him, and there was no way Lin Shen could face it head-on. So, he quickly sidestepped and, while the sloth wasn't paying attention, used his tail to sweep its legs out from under it. The sloth crashed to the ground with a thud. Lin Shen wasted no time, jumping on its back and tearing off a huge chunk of meat. The taste was incredible, but just as he was enjoying his meal, a bold spiny jackal decided to attack him. Lin Shen was so annoyed he bit it right in half with one swift motion. "How dare you interrupt my dinner," he thought. The remaining jackals didn't take kindly to that and began charging at him in anger. Lin Shen let out a deep roar, and the fight was on. He started with tearing apart a spiny jackal, then swept another one off its feet with his tail. He was really getting into the action now. But then, one of the spiny jackals climbed onto his back, preparing to ambush him. Ape Girl, who was still struggling with her weakened body, noticed the attack and tried to warn him. She roared at the wolf, trying to get its attention, even though she could barely move. Lin Shen didn't want to let her get hurt, so he quickly grabbed her and shielded her in his arms. He couldn't believe she was still trying to help him even in her condition. He activated his thorn armor, and just like that, the spiny jackal on his back was instantly turned into ashes. At this point, the remaining spiny jackals realized they weren't going to win. They began howling in fear and retreating. Lin Shen couldn't help but smirk. Are they calling for reinforcements? He thought. That'll just give me more evolution points. Before long, a massive spiny jackal, clearly the leader of the pack, appeared with several smaller ones in tow. Lin Shen was excited. This one had to be worth a lot of evolution points, and he was ready to devour it. But first, he wanted to finish his meal. The pack leader roared, but Lin Shen just ignored it, savoring the giant sloth meat. The pack leader couldn't take it anymore and lunged at Lin Shen, claws out, but Lin Shen was in no mood for interruptions. He opened his mouth wide, startling the spiny jackal, and snapped at its smaller pack members, finishing them off one by one. The leader was now furious, but Lin Shen couldn't care less. He just wanted to eat in peace. Finally, just as Lin Shen stood up, feeling satisfied with his meal and ready for more action, he felt he had gathered enough evolution points. That's when the unfortunate leader of the spiny jackals was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Lin Shen was eagerly waiting as the system began analyzing and modifying the transformation fruit, with the progress bar slowly ticking up. The system estimated it would take about 18 minutes to finish. As he looked down at Ape Girl, curled up weakly on his shoulder, he wondered if she'd be able to hold on for that long. Unfortunately, there were no more monsters around to snack on. Everything had already been devoured. Annoyed, Lin Shen cursed the situation, blaming the monsters that had wasted his time. Then, he remembered the spiny jackal pack leader he had ignored earlier. It seemed like he needed to finish it off to earn some more evolution points. Lin Shen whipped his tail at it, but the wolf dodged and lunged at him with a roar. That was exactly what he wanted. He bit down on the wolf, but it swiped its claws at his eyes, forcing him to fling it away. Despite the pain, Lin Shen tore a large chunk of its flesh, but the wolf kept growling at him. Thinking about what Ape Girl had said earlier, how monsters fight for food and territory, Lin Shen got annoyed. He charged at the wolf, ramming it with his shoulder and sending it flying a few dozen meters. But even then, the wolf refused to back down and bared its teeth at him. Lin Shen, now serious, gathered energy for a big hit. The spiny jackal pack leader was clearly sweating, not expecting Lin Shen to be this strong. Lin Shen unleashed a powerful radioactive heat ray, hitting the wolf dead on. The shockwave from the attack made the ground tremble, and when the dust cleared, the wolf was in terrible shape. Its fur was completely gone, and its body was steaming, with blood dripping from its wounds. Lin Shen couldn't help but joke about his new move, radioactive heat ray hair removal, quick and effective. The wolf howled in pain, and soon a few smaller wolves rushed in to protect their leader. Lin Shen smirked. Are you trying to protect your king? Well, for me, this is just more evolution points to collect. But then, he noticed the wolf was howling again, and something felt off. Wait, why is it howling again? Is there a bigger creature nearby? As he looked around, Lin Shen spotted a massive figure standing on the hillside. It was a wolverine, an ancient beast from the classics of mountains and seas. This creature was huge, 50 meters long and weighing 150 tons. It had a powerful presence, and Lin Shen began to feel a little uneasy. The wolverine carried a huge blade and was slowly walking toward him, and as it approached, all the spiny jackals bowed before it, almost like they were its subjects. Lin Shen was annoyed. Great, just what I need. Another giant creature. And what's with the giant sword? Trying to show off or something? He noticed the wolverine was staring at Ape Girl with an unsettling smile. Oh great, is this guy another creepy old beast eyeing her? Before Lin Shen could fully process it, the wolverine attacked, targeting Ape Girl. Lin Shen quickly sidestepped the attack and mocked it for picking on easy targets. But the wolverine was quick, and before Lin Shen could react, it swiped at his eyes. He was caught off guard, but he quickly realized the wolverine was pretending to attack Ape Girl while actually aiming for him. It attacked again, this time focusing on Ape Girl, but Lin Shen was too busy protecting her to notice in time, and another scratch appeared on his face. That's when he realized the wolverine wasn't just attacking recklessly, it was targeting his weakness, knowing that Lin Shen would be distracted by Ape Girl. Damn, does this creature actually have some brains? Lin Shen thought, starting to worry that he might be in over his head. Lin Shen was getting more and more frustrated as the wolverine kept running around him, occasionally attacking Ape Girl to distract him. He was furious. I'm a human, the ruler of Earth. You think you can outsmart me? Not even close, he yelled, then whipped his tail around, using it to send a skeleton flying toward the wolverine. The wolverine dodged the skeleton, but Lin Shen didn't waste any time. He gathered energy for another heat ray. The wolverine, remembering how badly the spiny jackal had been burned, dodged the attack just in time. Still, it couldn't avoid the heat entirely and got its paw scorched. It bared its teeth, looking more irritated than ever. Lin Shen taunted it. There, now we're even. Suddenly, the wolverine sped up, leaping off a nearby tree to get higher in the air. Lin Shen was confused, unsure of what the creature was planning. To his shock, the wolverine used its mouth to pull out a massive blade from its back. Lin Shen's jaw dropped. Wait, it pulled out a blade? The wolverine raised the blade high, and before Lin Shen could react, it came crashing down on his shoulder. Pain exploded through him as he felt a deep cut. Blood sprayed everywhere. This thing's way too much to handle, Lin Shen thought, panicking. How am I supposed to fight it without weapons? Am I supposed to fight this wolf with my bare hands? Not willing to back down, Lin Shen bolted, running for cover. What kind of world is this? He muttered to himself. How does a wolf know how to use a blade? I thought monsters couldn't be hurt by anything. Lava, bullets, you name it. But right now, there was no time for that. He had to get Ape Girl back to her original, stronger form. The two of them together could take this guy down. Lin Shen gently placed Ape Girl down, telling her to climb up a nearby tree. She nodded, understanding how much weaker she was in her current state. She struggled toward the tree as fast as her shaking body would let her. But before Lin Shen could react, the wolverine leaped at him again, this time slashing at his thigh with its blade. Lin Shen gritted his teeth, grabbed a tree, and ripped it out of the ground, hurling it at the wolverine. Don't think you're the only one who can use tools, he yelled. The wolverine slashed through the tree with its blade, but that gave Lin Shen just enough time to gather energy for his next move. Burst breath, he shouted, launching a massive energy blast right at the wolverine. The creature dodged with a flip, its thick hide absorbing the hit without even flinching. Tough skin, I get it, Lin Shen grumbled. That's a boss-level ability right there. But no matter how tough the wolverine was, it still hadn't dropped that blade, and that weapon was making things a lot harder. Lin Shen knew he had to get rid of it somehow. Deciding to use pure strength, he charged at the wolverine, hoping to knock the blade out of its mouth. But as he rushed forward, the hairless, spiny jackal came back into the fray, biting Lin Shen's leg and stopping him dead in his tracks. Furious, Lin Shen glared at the spiny jackal, but before he could do anything, the wolverine jumped high again, this time targeting him with its blade. Great, a jumping, blade-wielding wolf and a spiny jackal biting me. These guys are working together, Lin Shen shouted. 2 against 1 isn't fair. Just when things seemed to be getting worse, a new problem appeared. A deathlark swooped down from the sky, spotting Ape Girl in the tree. Its eyes lit up, and it dove toward her with its beak open. Lin Shen was about to spring into action, but Ape Girl managed to dodge just in time. The deathlark crashed into the tree instead, missing her by a hair. Lin Shen felt a surge of panic when he heard the commotion. Not good, Ape Girl's in danger, he thought. He spotted the deathlark hunting for her, and Ape Girl was hiding under some bushes, too scared to move. His heart raced. Distracted by the situation, he got caught off guard by the wolverine, taking another hit. Furious, he spun around and forced both the wolverine and spiny jackal back. He thought about the past, how he'd never had anyone close to him before, but Ape Girl had risked her life for him, and now, no matter what it took, he was determined to protect her. Without a second thought, he charged toward her, leaving himself open to attack. The wolverine took advantage, speeding up and thrusting its blade straight into Lin Shen's back, but this was exactly what he wanted. He needed that blade. At the same time, the spiny jackal bit into his leg, leg and now he was covered in wounds, gasping for breath. But he couldn't just run. He had to control the situation. So he used his shell to trap the blade and started gathering energy on his back. The Wolverine was panicking, trying to pull the blade out, but Lin Shen didn't flinch. "I let you hit me on purpose," he muttered. "As long as my heart's protected, it doesn't matter. I'm used to pain." With a shout, he activated his thorn armor, and the Wolverine was struck by the sharp thorns, sending it flying into the ground, howling in pain. "That takes care of the blade wielder," Lin Shen thought. Turning to the spiny jackal, Lin Shen smirked. "Now it's your turn. Hand over your evolution points." The little spiny jackal, terrified, tried to escape, but Lin Shen was faster, biting off its head. Instantly, he got 500 evolution points. Nice, he thought, but he didn't stop there. He kept devouring the spiny jackal, ignoring the Wolverine behind him. The analysis progress bar was climbing steadily. After a few minutes, all that was left of the spiny jackal was one leg. Just then, Little Kun appeared, saying, "The transformation fruit analysis is complete. Do you want to retrieve it?" Lin Shen nodded, and the green transformation fruit appeared in his hand. Just then, the Deathlark pushed through the bushes and spotted Ape Girl. Lin Shen quickly tossed the transformation fruit toward her. "Ape Girl, eat it!" he shouted. She scrambled over and began chewing it as fast as she could. Meanwhile, the Deathlark saw her and dove toward her with its beak open, ready to snatch her up. Lin Shen yelled at her, "Transform! Use the method I taught you, quick!" As the Deathlark charged, Ape Girl reached up and slapped it. The bird looked at her tiny hand, thinking it was no threat. But then, something incredible happened. Her hand transformed into that of an ancient ape's, and with one powerful swing, she slapped the Deathlark right out of the air. Ape Girl stood tall and let out a triumphant roar. She'd finally regained her powerful form. "Did I really transform back?" she said, amazed. Then, she couldn't help but shout with joy, "I did it! I've transformed back!" Then, remembering something Lin Shen had once told her, she thought, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend." So, with that in mind, she decided to talk to the Deathlark. She jumped on the bird's back and said, "Dragon Brother says we can be friends." She even stepped on the Deathlark's weak spot, practically squashing it. Ancient apes communicated in a rough and straightforward way, so she pounded her fists on the Deathlark and demanded, "Speak up. Do you want to be our friend?" At this point, the Deathlark was beyond angry, thinking it had been utterly humiliated. Ancient Ape wasn't backing down. She threatened the Deathlark, saying it better speak up or she'd keep attacking. But the bird wasn't having it. It suddenly flipped over, throwing Ancient Ape off, and then started flapping its wings hard, trying to escape. Seeing the bird act like that, Ancient Ape got even angrier. She beat her chest and roared, looking around for something to use. When she spotted a fallen tree, she quickly had an idea. She picked up the tree trunk like she was going to throw a javelin, and with a quick motion, launched it straight at the Deathlark. The trunk almost hit the bird, but it dodged just in time, cursing loudly. Lin Shen couldn't believe it. The Deathlark just cursed, he thought. After seeing a wolf with a blade and an ape throwing trees, hearing a bird curse didn't seem so strange anymore. "Forget it, I'll let Ancient Ape deal with the cursing bird. I've got bigger problems," he muttered, focusing on the Wolverine in front of him. The Wolverine was just standing there, staring at Ape Girl, clearly shocked by her transformation. Lin Shen couldn't resist teasing it. "So, what do you think? Now I've got a backup, and you've lost your big blade. Still want to fight?" Suddenly, the Wolverine let out a roar, yellow electricity sparking around its body, and it charged at Lin Shen with full force. Uh-oh, did I say something wrong? Lin Shen thought. The Wolverine hadn't shown any sign of slowing down. It was still fast and strong. It jumped at him, aiming for the blade again. But Lin Shen wasn't about to let it take back the blade he had fought so hard for. He quickly responded with a dragon tail swing, sending the Wolverine flying. But something felt off. His body was tired, weak, and he was breathing heavily. There just wasn't enough energy left. His giant form felt drained, and the blade still stuck in his chest was taking its toll. Ancient Ape, hearing the noise of the fight, started to worry and was about to come to his aid. But then the Deathlark switched directions and dove straight at her, claws extended. Ancient Ape swung back at the bird, but it was clear the Deathlark had the upper hand, especially with its aerial advantage and its tricky moves. Lin Shen could see she was struggling, and he shouted to her, "Don't worry about me. Stay focused on your fight. Even though my body is tough, I can't keep going like this with the blade in my chest. We need to take out one of these enemies quickly." While he was thinking, the Wolverine took the chance to jump onto his back again and grab the blade with its mouth. Not good, Lin Shen thought. Just as Ancient Ape noticed his struggle, she ran over to help, but before she could reach him, the Deathlark suddenly swooped down, slashing across Ancient Ape's back with its sharp claws. She stumbled, clearly hurt. Seeing this, Lin Shen's anger flared. He growled, "You really don't learn, do you? Trying to attack my back again?" He started gathering energy, blue electricity crackling along his back. The Wolverine, remembering the pain of the thorn armor, let out a whimper and jumped off, running away as fast as it could. Lin Shen couldn't help but smirk. "Good to know you're scared now," he thought, "but you've been tricked. My real target was never you." With a loud boom, Lin Shen released his strongest move, the burst breath, aimed straight at the Deathlark. The bird, cursing as it was blasted away, shouted, "Why am I always the unlucky one?" as it was sent flying thousands of meters into the distance. After the explosion, Lin Shen was completely drained. He collapsed onto the ground, exhausted. "Ape Girl, it's up to you now," he whispered weakly. The Wolverine, seeing how weak he was, let out another roar and charged at him. But just as it got close, Ancient Ape, filled with rage, jumped high and slammed a huge punch into the Wolverine, sending it flying. Unfortunately, the Wolverine was tough, and the punch barely seemed to faze it. It snarled and stomped the ground before charging at Ancient Ape again, this time sinking its teeth into her thigh. Ancient Ape swung her fist, trying to break free, but the Wolverine was quick and dodged, jumping aside and using a nearby tree to launch itself at Ancient Ape, biting into her other arm. It was using all 4 of its claws to drag her backward, and at that moment, Lin Shen's stomach growled with hunger. Good thing she's holding up, Lin Shen thought. If Ancient Ape wasn't here, this creature might have finished me off. The Wolverine is relentless. It's got so many tricks, attacking the weak points of someone like me and pinning down Ancient Ape's arms and legs. This fight is far from over. Just then, Lin Shen noticed more wolves running toward the woods. He wondered if the Wolverine was trying to buy time for the others to escape. This creature is clever, he thought. Meanwhile, Ancient Ape raised her arm and tried to punch the Wolverine in the head, but it dodged quickly and then charged right toward Lin Shen. It was clear that the Wolverine was trying to drag Ancient Ape away, distracting her to get to Lin Shen. Lin Shen realized it was all part of the Wolverine's plan. As the Wolverine pounced, Ancient Ape grabbed its tail just in time. With a mighty roar, she spun it around and hurled it toward a nearby tree. The impact was huge, and the tree snapped in half. Ancient Ape let out a victorious roar, but the Wolverine was still focused on Lin Shen. It didn't seem to care that it was covered in injuries. Even though Lin Shen had the blade, the Wolverine was relentless. Lin Shen began to understand. The blade was important to the Wolverine, and that's why it was so determined to get it back. Lin Shen, seeing that the fight wasn't going to end anytime soon, decided to try something different. Maybe I can end this without more fighting, he thought. He shouted at them to stop. Everyone, stop fighting. I want to talk. Ancient Ape, still angry and hurt, tried to keep fighting, but Lin Shen stopped her. It hasn't taken our food or territory. There's no reason to keep fighting. Ancient Ape, who was pretty straightforward, quickly agreed. Right, you're right. She understood because of the transformation fruit. And to Lin Shen's surprise, the Wolverine seemed to understand him too. It must have encountered humans before. Could it be that there had been humans on the island before? Lin Shen pointed to the blade on his chest and said to the Wolverine, I can tell that this blade is important to you. I'll return it to you, but once you have it, will you leave us in peace? The Wolverine seemed surprised and a little calmer after hearing this. Lin Shen sat down, signaling Ancient Ape to take out the blade. Reluctantly, she placed her hand on the hilt, but as soon as Ancient Ape pulled the blade out, blood sprayed out, and Lin Shen was in so much pain, he nearly passed out. Ape girl, are you trying to make me bleed to death? He groaned. Then, to his surprise, the Wolverine let out a whining sound. It seemed to be teaching them how to treat wounds. It was using its tongue to cover its own injuries with dirt. Why didn't I think of that? Lin Shen thought. He realized the Wolverine was using soil to help stop the bleeding. It must have learned this from its encounters with humans. Lin Shen quickly explained to Ancient Ape, we need to press clean soil on the wound to stop the bleeding. They both grabbed some fresh soil and pressed it into the wound to slow the bleeding. Lin Shen, still feeling weak, asked Ancient Ape to toss the blade to the Wolverine. The wolf picked it up and walked off toward the woods, leaving them in peace. Lin Shen sighed with relief. Good thing the wolf didn't attack us again. But just then, another figure appeared from behind a tree, eyeing the Wolverine as it left. Since I can't get that Ancient Ape spirit core, I might as well take yours first, the new figure said. Exhausted, Lin Shen collapsed on the ground, panting. His stomach growled. I've been fighting the Deathlark and the Wolverine, and now there's something even stronger lurking around. I'm not ready for this. Ancient Ape, looking worried, asked, Dragon brother, are you okay? Lin Shen, in a weak voice, replied, how could I be okay? Look at my stomach. Ancient Ape thought he was talking about his wound and started scooping up some dirt to cover it. Lin Shen nearly threw up. No, not that dirt, he said. I'm just hungry. We need food, not more mud. Ancient Ape, now understanding, ran off and came back soon with a few spine wolves and ground sloths. Watching her try to cook was a disaster. She wasn't exactly a skilled cook, and the spiny jackal still wasn't quite finished off when Ancient Ape accidentally skewered it in the wrong place. Lin Shen was watching Ancient Ape, who was busy trying to cook their food, when he couldn't help but point out how brutal it was that the spiny jackal wasn't even dead yet. After getting the skewers ready, he started showing Ancient Ape how to cook properly. Don't flip it too soon, he reminded her. Let it roast for a bit longer. If you flip it too fast, it'll burn. But Ancient Ape didn't really listen. She grabbed the wrong end of the skewers, and in her excitement to eat, she accidentally set her arm on fire, dropping the skewers in the process. Lin Shen slapped her hand away, frustrated. I told you not to put your hands in the fire. Why is teaching you so exhausting? The skewers were burnt and covered in mud, but Ancient Ape didn't mind at all. She just dug in, munching away like a true foodie. totally enjoying the food. At that moment, the system gave an alert. Severe injuries detected in the host's body. Evolution points automatically deducted for wound repair. In an instant, all of Lin Shen's injuries disappeared. He hadn't realized that his devouring ability could work like that. He thought back on everything that had happened. He'd been reborn as a monster, had learned the burst breath, defeated the pterosaur, and even faced the tough ancient ape and other enemies. That the Deathlark and Wolverine had really taught him a hard lesson about how much more there was to learn. Ancient ape had told him about her parents, who had fought against the powerful king of the dead rotten reptiles along with many monster masters, and still lost. That creature must be incredibly strong. The challenge is bigger than I thought, Lin Shen realized. I still have so much more to do. He needed to keep sneaking around, developing his skills and collecting evolution points. Ancient ape had grown stronger after eating the life fruit, so maybe he should share more of the system's gifts with her. Having an extra ally was always a good idea. Then Lin Shen remembered the Deathlark, the one he'd hit with his burst breath. He wondered where it had fallen. Ancient ape pointed in the direction, saying, "It fell over there." Lin Shen got excited. "It's probably dead by now. Let's cook it." He figured if it was dead, they could make good use of it. Who knows how many evolution points it might give them, maybe even a new skill. But when they got there, all they found was a giant pit in the ground. There was no sign of the Deathlark. If it wasn't dead, we should have seen it trying to escape, Lin Shen thought, puzzled. Ancient ape, still munching on food, explained that when she'd gone looking for food, the Deathlark was already gone. Just then, Little Kun appeared, looking around and saying, "The energy waves here tell me that a monster just transformed into a human. Could the Deathlark have transformed and left?" Lin Shen was annoyed and pointed at Little Kun, saying, "That explains why the Deathlark disappeared. But didn't transformation require modifying the transformation fruit?" Little Kun quickly denied it, saying, "It's not me. I'm loyal to you. I'd never serve that ugly bird." Lin Shen was skeptical, thinking, loyal to me? More like loyal to getting me into trouble. Little Kun quickly turned away, pretending to ignore him. Ancient ape, confused, asked, "Did Dragon Brother hit his head? Why is he talking to himself?" Meanwhile, Little Kun continued, "Forget about the Deathlark transforming. I'm more concerned about the ability it got from that man who turned into a pterosaur. Remember how it took a crystal from the man and swallowed it to heal itself? The transformation fruit can compress a monster's life essence into a crystal. That's how it works." Lin Shen suspected that the Deathlark might have used a crystal nucleus to heal itself, similar to how he devours monster flesh to recover. He wondered aloud if the Deathlark could also use the crystal to level up. Little Kun wasn't sure, but suggested that Lin Shen could take advantage of an opportunity to study the creature by defeating it. Lin Shen, though, wasn't so keen. After all, the Deathlark had taken 2 of his burst breaths without even flinching. He joked that next time they met, it wouldn't be clear who would finish who. Little Kun then offered a different approach. Instead of a full-on battle, he suggested that Lin Shen could simply scratch the surface of the Deathlark's body. With a sample, Little Kun could analyze it and figure out more. Lin Shen wasn't interested, though. "If you want to go yourself. I don't have time for that," he said, clearly done with the idea. Lin Shen had already decided to head back to his own territory to continue leveling up in peace. Ancient Ape's territory was running low on food, and he wanted to see the looks on the faces of the monsters who had dismissed him when they saw him return with a foodie like Ancient Ape. A week later, life was pretty easy. Ancient Ape brought food back every morning, and Little Tangerine had become a pro at stacking firewood. Lin Shen, however, was still picky. He kept reminding Ancient Ape not to bring back poisonous spiders. Even though their constitution made it safe to eat some of them, they didn't taste great. Ancient Ape took notes in her little notebook, learning the ropes of cooking and barbecuing. Lin Shen didn't have to lift a finger anymore to enjoy tasty food. He even started thinking about teaching Ancient Ape how to make fire by friction. That way, he could just sit back, devour, and level up with minimal effort. Life was becoming pretty sweet. Then, Lin Shen got a notification from the system. He eagerly called out, "System, check in." The response came with excitement. His reward was a new A-rank skill, Dragon Roar. This roar could energize allies and stun enemies, freezing them in place. Lin Shen almost burst into tears of joy. After 20 days of checking in, he finally earned another A-rank skill. Little Kun chimed in to congratulate him, mentioning that Lin Shen had completed a full month of check-ins on Abyss Island. This unlocked a special reward package. Lin Shen was curious and even more excited. A package? What's inside? Is it even better than the A-rank skill? Little Kun smiled mysteriously and explained that the package was something special, not just any normal item or skill from the system. As a reward for his continuous check-ins, Lin Shen would now have access to the system store and map, plus a hefty 300,000 evolution points. Lin Shen couldn't believe it. Wow, a system store and all those evolution points. Time to treat myself, he said, eager to see what Little Kun had to offer. When Little Kun opened his mouth, Lin Shen was shocked to find the store hidden inside. The first item that caught his attention was the thunder fruit from the Pirate Emperor's world. This fruit could turn his body body into lightning, allowing him to move at incredible speed and release high-voltage electricity. It was perfect for dealing with the slow-moving giant monsters. The next item was the Tai Chi Eye from the Fire Shadow world. It granted the ability to see through anything and detect an opponent's weaknesses. It was almost like a cheat code for battle, and Lin Shen couldn't help but feel excited about the possibilities. Lin Shen was scrolling through the system store, looking at all the new skills and items available. The Thunder Fruit was priced at 500 million evolution points, the Tai Chi Eye at 200 million, and the Titanium Mecha at 100 million. He was shocked by the prices. "Little Kun, this is practically robbery," he exclaimed. "How am I supposed to afford any of this with only 300,000 evolution points?" Little Kun defended the prices, explaining that everything in the store came from parallel universes and that it cost him a lot to bring these items here. He suggested that Lin Shen check out some more affordable options, even hinting that the store had some high-tech features like a swipe function. Lin Shen swiped through the store, but everything was priced in the millions. He couldn't help but feel mocked by the prices, but he wasn't giving up. "I'll gather enough evolution points eventually," he thought. "I might even become a massive beast by then and have all the freedom I want." Just when he was about to give up, Little Kun reminded him that there was a filter to find items under 300,000 evolution points. Lin Shen was a little skeptical, but decided to try it. After some searching, he finally found something he could afford: barbecue seasoning for only 1,000 evolution points. He was so relieved. "Better than nothing," he said, excited to try it out. When he purchased it, a weird sound came from Little Kun, and the seasoning was pulled out of his mouth, all slimy. Lin Shen complained, "Gross, can't you keep it clean?" Little Kun explained that it was actually next-gen 3D printing technology, so it was fine. Lin Shen reluctantly sprinkled the seasoning on his food, and instantly the delicious aroma filled the air. "Wow, that's the flavor. If only we had some cold soda to go with it," he thought. It was a small victory, but still satisfying. Afterward, Lin Shen asked Little Kun to open the system map. Little Kun explained that it was just a rough map of Abyss Island, showing only the areas Lin Shen had visited in detail. The rest of the map was covered in fog, but as he explored more, it would gradually clear up. He noticed some gray areas on the map and asked about them. Little Kun explained that those areas were contaminated by the dead, rotten reptiles. Everything in those places, from the sky to the plants, was rotting. Their territory was expanding, and they were a real problem. Lin Shen decided that they needed to deal with them. "We need to stop them before they spread anymore," he said. Little Kun encouraged him to take action, telling him that by defeating the dead, rotten reptiles, he could light up more of the map and gradually claim control over the island. Lin Shen was more focused on something else, though. "Is there any reward for lighting up the map?" he asked. Little Kun replied that by doing so, Lin Shen would essentially become the true master of Abyss Island. But Lin Shen's goal was different. He wasn't after the title of ruler of Abyss Island. He wanted to be the king of monsters, to defeat the king of the dead, rotten reptiles, avenge Ancient Ape's parents, and restore the peace and beauty of the island. Lin Shen looked over at Ancient Ape, who was happily eating, and placed his hand on her forehead. "Let Ancient Ape be the ruler of Abyss Island," he said. "Becoming the king of monsters is my dream." Ancient Ape, still focused on her food, looked confused. "What does that even mean? Is it better than barbecue?" she asked. Lin Shen chuckled at her innocence and shook his head. "These titles mean nothing," he explained. "Nothing beats a full stomach." With that, he handed her a few more skewers of grilled meat. "Let's keep eating, Ancient Ape. The rest can wait." While Lin Shen was chatting with Ancient Ape, a lump of green stuff suddenly dropped into her hand. She thought it was a new seasoning Lin Shen added, so she leaned in to sniff it. But as soon as she smelled it, her face scrunched up in disgust. "Ugh, this smells awful. This is poop!" she exclaimed. Looking up, Ancient Ape saw a group of pterosaurs circling overhead. They were teasing her, asking how the seasoning tasted. Furious, Ancient Ape tossed her skewer aside and leapt at them in anger. The pterosaurs didn't expect her to react so quickly and flew higher to avoid her. But Ancient Ape missed and crashed to the ground, failing to even catch a feather. The pterosaurs couldn't help but laugh at her. She landed with a thud, but wasn't about to let it go. Fuming, she ran towards a huge rock at the cave entrance, clearly intending to smash it. But Lin Shen quickly stopped her. "Hey, no, that's the rock I used to prop my feet. Don't wreck my cave." Realizing she was about to destroy his stuff, Lin Shen decided to handle it himself. This was the perfect chance to try out his new skill. He used his dragon roar, and the pterosaurs in the air immediately dropped into a daze. Lin Shen followed up with a powerful heat ray, knocking the teasing pterosaurs to the ground with ease. "Don't worry, Ancient Ape. You'll be the future queen of Abyss Island," he said with a smirk. "If you can't handle a few pterosaurs, how will you manage the bigger challenges ahead?" While Lin Shen could get stronger just by eating, he thought it would be good to give Ancient Ape some proper training to boost her abilities. So, he decided to set up a special training program for her starting the next day. Ancient Ape perked up when she heard the words special training. But when she asked if it was tastier than roasted meat, Lin Shen had to quickly explain, "It's not about food, it's about getting stronger. I'll help you improve your strength so you can become the queen of Abyss Island." Ancient Ape, still munching on grilled meat, wasn't interested. "I don't care about being the queen. No one has stolen food from me, so why should I fight? Lin Shen sighed, knowing she'd react like this. But he wasn't giving up. He remembered his days of training dogs and knew how to make it work. He waved a skewer of delicious roasted meat in front of her. If you do the special training, I'll reward you with this. At the mention of food, Ancient Ape's eyes lit up, and she happily agreed. I'll do it. Special training is the best. She was practically jumping with excitement, all thoughts of strength training forgotten. The first task of the special training was strength training, 1,000 pull-ups. Lin Shen demonstrated first by jumping up and grabbing the bar, but of course he quickly realized his arms were too short to reach it. Not a problem though. He gritted his teeth, jumped higher, and clamped onto the bar with his mouth. The sight was pretty ridiculous, like a chicken hanging by its neck, but Lin Shen wasn't about to give up now. Ancient Ape looked at Lin Shen, completely puzzled. When he turned to look at her, he realized she wasn't even on the ground anymore. Instead, she had climbed up a tree and stretched down a hand to him. Isn't climbing a tree easy? What's so hard about it? Come on, I'll help you, she said. Lin Shen felt embarrassed. All right, Ancient Ape, you're the real master of climbing. But even if you're super strong, it's not all about strength. Endurance is key in a real fight. Before he could say more, a loud rumble echoed from the forest. A crocodile that had just woken up found itself stomped flat by Ancient Ape in one swift move. The other crocodiles watching nearby cowered in fear, clearly not wanting to end up the same way. Lin Shen, a bit out of breath, tried to catch up with Ancient Ape, but no matter how hard he ran, he couldn't match her speed. Out of breath, he muttered, "Seriously? I've turned into a monster and I still can't outrun a girl?" As Lin Shen caught up, Ancient Ape was more focused on the skewers and seasoning she was holding, happily flashing a peace sign at him. The small animals around them that got caught in the chaos looked upset, holding signs that read, "No reckless running. Don't hit passers-by." The entrance to Lin Shen's cave had turned into a complete mess, with constant sounds of fighting echoing from the area. While Ancient Ape's strength and endurance were impressive, Lin Shen knew that skills and experience were what would really lead them to victory. That's when he decided it was time for their next training session. Lin Shen and Ancient Ape were sparring now. Lin Shen launched a dragon tail whip at her, and the impact sent her flying into two big trees, knocking them over as she hit the ground. For a moment, she lay motionless, and Lin Shen rushed over, worried he'd gone too hard. Just as he was about to check on her, Ancient Ape suddenly threw a punch at him, catching him by surprise and turning his vision a mix of purple and red. Playing dead for a sneak attack? Haven't you heard it's rude to punch someone in the face? Lin Shen grinned, ready to retaliate, and gathered all his energy for a blast of power. But Ancient Ape dodged, sending his energy wave racing off into the distance. It crashed into a small caracal nearby that had been watching them. The forest around them was in total chaos. At that moment, Little Kun spoke up, shaking his head. "You two have turned this place into a disaster zone. The dead, rotten reptiles don't even need to show up anymore. At this rate, you'll destroy the island yourself." Lin Shen couldn't help but agree. The forest was a mess, and if all the prey had fled, he'd have nothing to eat. But, he reasoned, they still needed to train if they wanted to be strong enough to face the king of the dead, rotten reptiles. Little Kun suggested, "It's not impossible to enhance your strength, but have you looked at your size? The ground shakes when you walk. How can you expect to train like that?" Lin Shen had an idea. What if we transform into our human forms for the training? Would that help us get stronger in our monster forms too? Little Kun explained that training in human form could help them increase their capacity to handle the energy from the crystal nucleus. When you transform, your body can handle more energy, and when you turn back into a monster, that energy will make you stronger, he said. Lin Shen was convinced. He turned to Ancient Ape and asked, "All right, Ape Sister, let's try transforming. Follow me, and we'll start meditating to pool our energy in the right way." Little Kun then explained how to make the transformation. To change from a monster to a human, they would need to gather all their energy in their lower body and form a nucleus there. Lin Shen couldn't help but laugh at how this sounded like something straight out of a cultivation novel. Well, if we're going to cultivate, let's do it properly. Come on, Ape Sister, let's sit down and focus on meditating. We need to gather all our energy around the lower body, Lin Shen said, leading the way. After a while, Lin Shen suddenly had to open his eyes. A sudden, urgent need to pee hit him out of nowhere. "Damn it," he muttered. He realized that focusing his energy in his lower body had made him need to relieve himself. After quickly handling that, he felt a lot lighter, but when he looked around for Ancient Ape, she was gone. "Ape Sister, where'd you go? Did you need to pee too?" Lin Shen called out. Then, he heard a faint voice from below. He looked down and was shocked to see Ancient Ape already in human form, happily jumping around. "I'm here," she called out cheerfully. Lin Shen was surprised. "What? How did you transform so fast?" He couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. In his past life, he had been surpassed by a girl, and now it seemed like he was getting left behind again. As Godzilla, instead of leveling up by battling monsters, he was sitting cross-legged, trying to learn how to cultivate his power. He felt frustrated. He was outclassed by Ancient Ape in strength, endurance, and means sparring, things he could accept. But to be outdone in knowledge of monster transformations, that was too much for his pride. As a man, I can't let myself be shown up like this, he thought. So he focused on trying to learn more about how to form a nucleus and transform. He spent the entire day thinking about it, while Ancient Ape's stomach growled in hunger. She didn't complain though, and when it was finally evening, she brought back groceries and reminded him to start the fire for dinner. By then, Lin Shen had completely lost his patience. "Can you stop pacing around in front of me? You're disturbing my meditation," he snapped. Ancient Ape gave him a confused look. "What's going on? Are you about to fire again?" Lin Shen was momentarily speechless. "I didn't plan to. I didn't even know what just happened." That's when he realized something. Both the burst breath and the transformation required focusing energy at a single point. Maybe that was why he'd unintentionally activated the burst breath just now. Thinking quickly, Lin Shen swallowed the energy back down to avoid any more unintended chaos. And surprisingly, this seemed to help him focus. A yellow light surrounded his body, and in the next moment, he had successfully formed a nucleus and transformed back into his human form. Lin Shen was ecstatic. Maybe this burst breath can help me circulate my energy, he thought. He felt like he could finally do some proper training in this form. His body felt lighter, and he was able to test his endurance by running around and his strength by doing pull-ups. He even decided to redefine what it meant to be an 8-second man, meaning he could do 10 pull-ups in 8 seconds. He got so excited that he kept training all through the night. By morning, Lin Shen was feeling great. Training in human form was much more comfortable, and it saved the environment. As he looked over at Ancient Ape and the little Tangerine, both sleeping soundly, he felt a sense of satisfaction. He quietly moved around them, testing out some new moves. Ancient Ape had transformed into human form as well, and she joined him in training. Finally, they could spar without any hesitation. Lin Shen joked, "If you can beat me, I'll reward you with 10 skewers of spicy grilled meat." Hearing about the reward, Ancient Ape instantly perked up. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. She raised her arm and slammed it down on Lin Shen before he even had a chance to say go. With a loud boom, Lin Shen found himself on the ground, face first. Ancient Ape cheered, "10 skewers are mine!" Lin Shen was too stunned to speak. "I didn't even say start yet," he muttered. But before he could do anything, she launched another fierce attack on him. It seemed like nothing got Ancient Ape more motivated than the promise of food. After a week of intense training, Ancient Ape's strength had grown by leaps and bounds, leaving Lin Shen far behind. Luckily, his daily meals had earned him over 600,000 evolution points. He decided to keep 100,000 points for later, and use the rest for his evolution. Lin Shen called for Little Kun, and after thinking it over, he decided to invest all 500,000 evolution points into increasing his size. As the points were absorbed, a bright white light enveloped him, and bit by bit, his body began to grow. Ancient Ape stared in amazement as Lin Shen grew taller right before her eyes. Then the system chimes in with a notification. It told Lin Shen that because he had finally hit puberty, his ancient Kui Titan bloodline had officially awakened. Because of this, he shot up in height almost instantly, looking much bigger and stronger than before. Ancient Ape was totally confused, pointing at him and asking how he managed to grow so tall in just a few seconds. Lin Shen put on a proud face and joked that it was obviously because he was still growing, and that his healthy diet and strict workout schedule were paying off. While the poor ape was still trying to figure that out, Lin Shen pulled up the map of Abyss Island. He told her that he had found a nest of rotten reptiles in the misty southern forest, and suggested they go there to test out their week's training, and more importantly, to roast those creatures for a barbecue feast. As soon as Ancient Ape heard that there would be skewers to eat, she got extremely excited and shouted that they needed to go and eradicate every single one of them. Lin Shen immediately facepalmed, realizing that he had definitely mastered the art of motivating a foodie. They arrived at a cave in the southern forest and spotted 3 reptile guards patrolling outside, standing over a pile of bones. Lin Shen wanted to play it smart and told the ape that since there were only a few, they should sneak up quietly. But when he turned his head to check on her, he found she had already disappeared. She was charging straight at the cave, yelling at the top of her lungs. Lin Shen sighed, wondering why she refused to understand the benefits of stealth. The reptile guard saw her coming and roared, trying to ambush her, but she was too strong. She landed a heavy elbow strike on one and then grabbed the other 2 with her large hands, smashing them together and defeating them instantly. Just after she dealt with the guards, a massive swarm of rotten reptiles poured out of the cave. Lin Shen caught up and asked if it was an easy fight, noting that her strength, speed, and reactions had leveled up nicely after their special training. He looked at the approaching horde and decided this was the perfect time to vent his frustration from his recent bad luck. Lin Shen and Ancient Ape began to tear through the minions. Even though the enemies were numerous, their attacks were weak, and Lin Shen felt like he was absolutely crushing them. He told the ape that no matter how many they defeated, he would season them all for her. Her eyes turned into little stars, and she demanded to eat 500 skewers. Lin Shen couldn't help but admire the fearless spirit of the little monsters as wave after wave attacked them. But suddenly, a roar echoed from inside the cave, and the reptiles stopped in their tracks. Under the confused gazes of the heroes, the monsters turned around and ran back into the cave. Lin Shen and the ape were bewildered, wondering why they were retreating right when things were getting interesting. Ancient Ape was furious that her dinner was escaping and looked like she was about to explode. Lin Shen suspected a trick since they didn't know what was inside, but the foodie ape didn't care. She roared and chased after them, shouting for her skewers to come back. Lin Shen was speechless at her impulsiveness, but quickly followed her to make sure she didn't get into trouble. Inside, the cave was dark, smelled of decay, and was completely empty. The monster compass showed no readings, which screamed trap. Lin Shen suggested they retreat and plan carefully, but suddenly, countless green eyes opened on the ceiling. A swarm of reptiles dropped from above, while others rushed out from the shadows, surrounding them. They started spraying corrosive venom everywhere. Although the damage was low, the sheer number of attacks was annoying, like getting bitten by a swarm of mosquitoes. Lin Shen prepared a fire attack to clear the room, but just then, the cave shook violently. A massive shadow slammed into Lin Shen, knocking him hard into the cave wall. It was a giant boss monster, the king's hand. It tried to bite him, but Lin Shen held its massive jaws open with his arms. He noticed a green energy ball charging up in its mouth and barely pushed the creature away in time. The venom hit the ground and hissed, showing how corrosive it was. The system revealed that this 60-meter-long beast was the son of the reptile king. Lin Shen wondered if capturing it would force the king to leave the island. While he was thinking, the giant launched another venom bomb. Lin Shen dodged, noting that the attack was strong enough to punch through the cave walls. He thought he could avoid them since they were slow, but then the creature's head bulged, and it began to glow green. It unleashed a rapid-fire barrage of venom bombs. Lin Shen was shocked by the speed and couldn't dodge them all, taking a direct hit that crashed him to the ground. The boss looked exhausted after the attack, drooling and stopping for a moment. Seeing her friend knocked down, Ancient Ape went berserk. She jumped onto the stalactites on the ceiling, shaking off the crawlers, and swung toward the boss. She dropped down and landed a massive punch right on the big creature's face, actually flipping its enormous body over. But the boss wasn't finished. It dug its legs into the walls to stabilize itself and charged up again. Lin Shen warned her to be careful. The ape ducked the attack easily and mocked the monster, saying its skills were nothing compared to Lin Shen's breath attack. However, the situation took a weird turn. The venom bombs that missed her suddenly curved back around in midair and targeted her from behind. Lin Shen shouted a warning, but it was too late. She was hit in the back, stumbled, and then knocked away by the boss. Lin Shen tried to rush over but was blocked by the small reptiles. He realized they were climbing on him and gnawing away. He activated his thorn armor to clear the crowd and rushed to save the ape, slapping the boss away with his tail just as it was about to attack her again. The boss fired more shots at the ceiling. Lin Shen thought it was missing, but the shots hit the small reptiles on the roof and instantly bounced down toward him and the ape. Lin Shen realized with shock that this was a team skill. The small reptiles acted as walls to bounce the shots. He stepped in front of the ape and took the hits. He realized he had underestimated them. They weren't just dumb creatures. The boss prepared another volley. Lin Shen pushed the ape aside and used his tail to knock away the catcher reptiles. He told the boss to try playing marbles again, now that he was taking out its teammates. The boss roared, and suddenly the minions scattered everywhere, covering the floor and ceiling to create more bounce angles. The boss took a deep breath for a massive attack. Lin Shen used his dragon roar to disrupt it. The attack worked, and the boss slipped, spraying the venom wildly in all directions. But the plan backfired. Now the shots were bouncing randomly everywhere in a chaotic mess. Lin Shen and the ape were barely dodging the unpredictable attacks. Lin Shen realized that if they didn't finish this quickly, they would be exhausted. He noticed the catchers preparing to bounce more shots and used his radioactive heat ray to blast them. He discovered that the burnt reptiles couldn't bounce the shots anymore. He decided to ignore the bombs for a second and focus on scorching the minions to break their combo. While he was distracted, the boss appeared behind him and slashed his leg with its scythe-like legs. Lin Shen fell, and a venom bomb bounced toward his head. Ancient Ape shouted a warning and casually grabbed a reptile corpse, throwing it at the bomb to deflect it. Lin Shen was relieved to see that the bouncing ability was passive. Even the defeated ones could reflect shots. Inspired, Lin Shen grabbed a reptile corpse too, entering table tennis mode. He tried to use the corpse as a racket to hit the venom bombs back. The boss was confused and fired more shots. Lin Shen confidently shouted for it to watch his spike, but he completely missed the ball and took the hit with his body. He frantically waved his racket, complaining that his aim was terrible, and that it looked much easier in videos. A bomb hit him on the head, and he threw the racket away in pain. Ancient Ape swooped in and deflected all the incoming bombs. She asked if he was okay, giving him a thumbs up and laughing that it was her turn to protect him. The boss went crazy, spewing even more venom. Ancient Ape used her upgraded gorilla dual-wield style, moving so fast she left after images as she slapped the attacks away. Lin Shen was starry-eyed, acting like a total fanboy. The boss roared, and the minions changed formation again. The boss fired at the ceiling, and the shots bounced from all directions. Ancient Ape was getting annoyed. She started moving at blinding speed, knocking everything away. Lin Shen realized that simply blocking wasn't enough because the shots kept coming faster. He told her to aim the attacks back at the boss to disrupt it. Ancient Ape managed to hit the venom bombs back toward the creature, but in a shocking twist, the boss used its massive tail to volley the shots right back at them. Lin Shen was stunned that the boss had such a trick up its sleeve. Now both the Ancient Ape and the monster were going all out, locked in an intense high-speed tennis match of survival. Just as the venom monster bounced the attacks back, Lin Shen was already prepared. He instantly activated his ultimate move, the burst breath. The powerful blast knocked down all the incoming venom bombs and shot straight toward the boss. Although the creature tried to jump away, the blast still grazed it. With a loud crash, the massive monster fell heavily to the ground. As the dust settled, the boss looked like a mess. It was missing 2 legs, and 2 of its tails had been blasted right off. Ancient Ape flashed a peace sign, cheering that her dragon brother was mighty. Lin Shen, however, was trembling, sweating profusely, and feeling much leaner than before. Seeing the monster preparing to spit again, he grabbed the ape and ran toward the cave exit, shouting that they had to leave immediately because he had used up his daily limit for burst breath. Seeing them flee, the venom monster became furious. It roared and chased after them. Lin Shen and Ancient Ape sprinted hard and managed to run out of the cave, disappearing from the monster's sight. But just as the giant creature burst out of the cave entrance, Ancient Ape suddenly tripped it, sending it flying face first into the ground. Lin Shen smirked, thinking that his dirty tricks were truly unbeatable. He revealed that running away was just a fake-out to provoke the monster and draw it out of the cave where it had the advantage. He proudly challenged the monster to try bouncing attacks now that there were no walls. Seeing his smug expression, the monster roared at the sky and began to shake its body. Suddenly, countless rotten reptiles appeared behind the heroes, but instead of attacking Lin Shen, they crawled right past him and prostrated themselves at the boss's feet. They climbed onto the monster's severed limbs, and as green fluid oozed out, the limbs miraculously regenerated. Lin Shen was dazzled, wondering if the fluid was some kind of miracle medicine. He quickly tested it on himself, but it had no effect at all. While he was distracted, the boss fully healed and roared, mocking him. It sprayed venom bombs again. Lin Shen remained calm and told Ancient Ape to knock them all into the air. She stepped forward with her double axes and swatted the bombs away easily. She taunted the big guy, saying that outside the cave, his ping-pong game was useless. Seeing its tactics failing, the monster roared again. In a shocking move, it turned toward its own minions and began eating them. Lin Shen was confused, wondering if it was so mad it couldn't tell friend from foe, but the minions didn't run. They rushed to be eaten as if it was their mission. Lin Shen realized the boss was powering up and shouted for the ape to stop it. He told her to jump high and attack the big one while he held off the small ones. Ancient Ape leaped into the air and plunged toward the boss. The monster sidestepped her attack, took a deep breath, and sprayed a fresh volley of venom bombs. She roared and tried to slap them away, but her weapon, the insect racket, suddenly broke. She took the full force of the attack and was sent flying backward. Lin Shen panicked and ran to check on her, but the monster targeted him next. He hit the ground and started rolling around, constantly changing direction. As he rolled, he picked up the small reptiles, getting them stuck to his back. The monster kept firing, but the shots bounced off the live armor on Lin Shen's back. The monster sensed something was wrong and stopped. Lin Shen laughed, revealing that he had been rolling around just to create this thorn armor. However, maintaining the armor was draining his energy. To end the battle quickly, he charged at the boss. The creature started firing like a machine gun, but every shot bounced off Lin Shen's shield of minions. He shouted for the monster to go down and rammed into it with the spikes on his back. The boss was knocked back, its body riddled with holes, and it crashed to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Shen rushed forward, bit onto the monster's forelimb, and tore it off with a powerful tug. At the same time, electricity flickered around his body, gathering into a radioactive heat ray. He blasted the monster at point-blank range. Green fluid sprayed everywhere as the monster's limbs were severed again. The creature roared one last time, and the remaining minions gathered around to be devoured so it could heal. Lin Shen realized the monster wasn't regenerating this time. It was charging up for a final desperate move. He was at his limit and couldn't hold his armor much longer. He charged again, mocking the the monster for trying the same tactic without limbs to support itself. But the monster's mouth flashed with a blinding light. A massive giant venom bomb formed and was spat out with a deafening roar. Lin Shen went berserk seeing the size of the thing. He quickly turned his back, trying to use the minions to bounce it, but the force was too strong, and he was being dragged backward. He shouted for Ancient Ape to help. She rushed over, shouting for him to hold on, but clumsily slammed right into his stomach. Lin Shen groaned, asking if she was trying to finish him off herself, but thankfully, with their combined strength, they managed to push the giant bomb back. Lin Shen shouted that he was returning the gift and released his most powerful burst breath. The blast shattered the giant bomb and pierced right through the monster's head. With a final crash, the venom monster fell, completely defeated. Lin Shen collapsed, totally drained. He couldn't believe a random raid turned into such a tough boss fight, joking that his luck was unparalleled. Ancient Ape laughed and praised him. Just then, Lin Shen noticed the dead gray land beneath his feet was miraculously sprouting green grass and butterflies. Little Kun, the system guide, explained that the reptiles contained corruption that suppressed life. Killing the boss released pure energy that healed the land. Lin Shen asked if this meant they just needed to defeat the kings and the 6 giants to save the island instead of every single monster. Little Kun confirmed this was the plan, save the world and level up at the same time. But first, Lin Shen needed food. Ancient Ape had already prepared the skewers and asked him to start a fire. Lin Shen sighed, saying he was out of energy, and decided to teach her how to make fire by friction. Under his coaching, the impatient ape finally managed to spark a small flame. She happily started grilling, while Lin Shen waited to eat. An hour passed. Lin Shen's stomach was growling, but the food wasn't ready. Another hour went by. Lin Shen complained that he was going to starve. Ancient Ape, furious and sweating, flipped the grill over and roared, asking why the food wouldn't cook. Lin Shen inspected the meat and realized it hadn't changed at all. Little Kun explained that normal fire couldn't cook these creatures because their energy didn't belong to this world. Only Lin Shen's alien burst breath or heat ray could cook and effectively eliminate them. Lin Shen suddenly realized why Ancient Ape's parents never returned. No matter how strong they were, they couldn't truly defeat these monsters, only he could. He decided not to tell the ape this sad truth. Desperate for energy, Lin Shen decided to eat it raw. He took a bite and immediately regretted it. It was disgusting and burned his mouth like toxic waste, but he swallowed it for the evolution points, pretending it was just a super spicy hot pot. Once he had enough energy, he used his burst breath to properly light the fire pit. Ancient Ape watched the meat finally cook and fell into deep thought. She realized that in all their battles, it was always Lin Shen's fire that secured the victory. She felt like she hadn't been much help. Lin Shen noticed she looked down but thought she might just be hangry. Meanwhile, a dark shadow flew over and landed on a nearby mountain. It was the death lark and its winged minions. The lark was shocked to see the venom monster defeated. It turned out the lark used to have a full head of hair, but a fight with venom had left it bald. It had come for revenge but saw that Lin Shen had already done the job. Its minion asked if they should attack the weakened heroes, but the lark decided to let them go and hunt a wolf instead, clearly intimidated by the fact that they took down venom. Back at the camp, Lin Shen received a notification. He had devoured the king's hand and was rewarded with a new skill, Explosive Bomb, a weaker, rapid-fire version of his breath attack that could bounce twice. He also got 2 million evolution points for devouring a mysterious realm creature. Little Kun explained that the corruption energy came from a mysterious realm, a hidden dimension formed during an ancient disaster where prehistoric creatures were preserved. Venom and his kind came from an underground entrance to this realm. Lin Shen got excited, imagining all the loot and points he could get if he entered that realm. Finally, Little Kun opened the system shop. Lin Shen searched and found the life fruit he had given Ancient Ape before. It was expensive, 500,000 points, but he bought it anyway. He noticed Ancient Ape's wounds from the corrosive acid weren't healing, especially the bald spot on her back. He gave her the fruit to heal her, while the thought of baldness made him wonder whatever happened to that death lark bird. After Ancient Ape swallowed the life fruit, a vibrant green light enveloped her body. In seconds, not only did her wounds heal completely, but she also grew noticeably taller. She looked at herself in amazement and immediately asked Lin Shen if he had any more of those magical fruits, telling him to send her a few more. Lin Shen rolled his eyes and retorted that they weren't cabbages he picked up by the roadside. He paid good money for them. Seeing how effective the fruit was, Lin Shen thought it was a solid investment for the future. He even considered using it as a bargaining chip to negotiate with that bald bird they kept running into. Just then, Ancient Ape flashed a mischievous smile. She stood next to him and pointed out that she was finally taller than her dragon brother. Lin Shen smirked and warned her to watch out. He opened his system menu and dumped all his remaining 1.5 million evolution points into his height stat. Instantly, he was surrounded by a blinding golden light. Ancient Ape had to cover her eyes because it was so bright. When she looked up again, she was shocked and confused to see that Lin Shen had suddenly grown massive, towering over her once more. Lin Shen felt smug, thinking that explaining cheats to her would be a waste of time. Excited to test his new power, he announced he was going to try out his new skill. Ancient Ape saw his dorsal fin glowing and jumped back in fright asking what he was doing. Lin Shen gathered energy in his mouth and fired an explosive bomb toward a nearby rotten reptile nest. Ancient Ape was confused, noting it looked different from his usual breath attack. The bomb hit the nest but unexpectedly bounced back. Ancient Ape panicked and hit the deck to dodge. The bomb hit a mountain wall and bounced again, flying high into the sky. Lin Shen was impressed, realizing he could use this to hit multiple targets. Ancient Ape asked if this was the same bouncing ability the venom monster had used. Meanwhile, the deathlark bird was flying nearby with its minions, searching for the Wolverine. Suddenly, it felt a chill down its spine. It turned around just in time to see the bouncing bomb rocketing toward it. In a panic, it grabbed a minion to use as a shield. The bomb missed, and the bird sighed in relief, realizing the venom monster hadn't come back to life. It was just those two troublemakers again. It swore to settle the score next time. 2 days later, Lin Shen and Ancient Ape were training. Lin Shen told her they were going to raid another reptile nest because they were out of food. Ancient Ape's eyes lit up at the mention of fresh ingredients. Suddenly, a pterosaur cry echoed above them. They looked up and saw two mutated pterosaurs fighting each other in the sky. One was pecking fiercely at the other. Lin Shen squinted and realized there was something on the neck of one of the birds. A rider. It was a handsome man with long hair and two swords on his back. He had one sword buried deep in the pterosaur's neck. The man pulled out his second sword, leaped into the air, and slashed at the other bird. Lin Shen was stunned. He couldn't believe his eyes. A human riding a pterosaur and fighting mid-air. Two more pterosaurs joined the fight, attacking the rider. The man jumped off his dying mount, landed on another bird, and stabbed it in the eye. The bird screamed and tried to shake him off, but he leaped onto its back and slashed its wings. The bird plummeted toward the ground, right where Lin Shen and Ancient Ape were standing. Ancient Ape shouted a warning. She instantly powered up into her monster form, uprooted a massive tree, and hurled it like a javelin at the falling bird. The tree smashed into the pterosaur, sending it crashing into the forest. The rider nimbly jumped through the debris and landed in front of them. He muttered that he had finally found them. He looked at Ancient Ape and recognized her, then sniffed the air and confirmed that Lin Shen must be the Thunder Dragon. Lin Shen was totally confused and asked who he was. He wondered if he had accidentally traveled into a cultivation novel. The rider held his sword to his face and coldly said that they had met before. He was the Wolverine who wanted the sword. Lin Shen was shocked. He asked if this was his human form and wondered why every animal on this island seemed to be able to turn into a human these days. The Wolverine declared he wanted a rematch. He claimed he lost last time because he was in wolf form, but now that he was in human form, he wouldn't lose. Lin Shen thought the guy was crazy for challenging a giant dragon while in a tiny human body. He joked that maybe the guy ate an unripe fruit because he still had a wolf head. The Wolverine ignored the insults and leaped at Lin Shen, slashing with his sword. Lin Shen dodged and yelled that he never accepted the duel. The Wolverine got angry and slashed wildly, shouting at him to fight back or die. Lin Shen cursed inwardly, realizing his human skin wasn't as tough as his dragon scales. Ancient Ape saw her friend in danger and roared, smashing her fist at the Wolverine. He dodged easily, using his speed to weave around her attacks. He rushed at Lin Shen again, complaining that the ape fought like a wild beast and knew nothing about martial arts. He only wanted to fight Lin Shen. Ancient Ape, furious that she couldn't catch the little guy, punched the ground in anger, missing Lin Shen's foot by inches. Lin Shen yelled at her to watch where she was swinging. The Wolverine jumped behind Lin Shen and taunted the ape. Lin Shen realized it was a trap, but the hot-headed ape fell for it instantly. She charged at the Wolverine, destroying rocks in her path. Lin Shen sighed at her temper. Suddenly, the Wolverine held a knife to Lin Shen's neck and whispered that he knew Lin Shen was actually a human. Lin Shen played dumb, asking if he meant his current form. He laughed and said he preferred fighting as a monster because it was stronger. He mocked the Wolverine for fighting with a tiny body against giant monsters. The Wolverine sneered, explaining that human bodies were best for martial arts. He leaped up and lunged at Lin Shen's throat. Lin Shen instinctively raised his arm to block. The Wolverine flipped over him, stepping on his arm with a smug look. He pointed out that Lin Shen used his hands like a human would, proving his theory. Just as the Wolverine prepared to strike Lin Shen's eye, a massive shadow flew over them. The Wolverine looked up calmly and said she wouldn't give him a second chance. Suddenly, the deathlark swooped down and grabbed the Wolverine with its talons. Lin Shen was furious that someone dared to snatch people in his territory. He fired an explosive bomb at the bird. The lark panicked, recognizing the attack, and used a minion as a shield again. The bomb bounced off, and the lark was confused why it didn't explode. But a second later, the bomb bounced back and hit her directly. She screamed in pain and dropped the Wolverine. Lin Shen watched the Wolverine fall and thought about how the guy had held back during their fight. He realized the Wolverine could be a valuable ally against the reptiles. He sent Ancient Ape ape to catch the falling warrior while he ran to find the lark. When he arrived at the crash site, the lark was gone, but he heard a rustle in the bushes and found an injured girl hanging from a vine. Lin Shen's eyes popped out. It was the ugly bird in human form, and she was actually pretty. The bird girl yelled at him to shut up, calling him an ugly dragon. She ranted that he had ruined her plans multiple times, saving the ape who stole her fruit, stealing her fruit himself, and now stopping her from catching the wolverine who also stole her fruit. She claimed she would forgive him since he defeated the venom monster, but warned him to leave. Lin Shen chuckled and said he had originally planned to roast her but decided to spare her. He offered a truce to fight the rotten reptiles together. The bird girl scoffed, refusing to team up with an ugly dragon. She claimed she would have killed Venom herself if she hadn't been busy. Lin Shen teased her about getting beaten bald by the monster. She blushed furiously. Lin Shen offered her a fruit to regrow her feathers. Just when he thought she might agree, she laughed and revealed she knew he was just stalling for time so the ape could save the wolverine. She told him to look up. Lin Shen turned and saw two ancient pterosaurs holding the wolverine and, shockingly, ancient ape. They had captured her too. The bird girl sneered and pulled out 3 glowing feathers. She said she never saw him as a threat and unleashed a wind blade attack. The blade sliced through a massive tree and cut Lin Shen. She released a second feather, summoning a powerful tornado. The immense pressure pinned Lin Shen to the ground. She declared that the first feather was punishment for saving the ape, and the second was for helping the wolverine. Countless trees crashed down on top of Lin Shen, trapping him completely under the weight. At that moment, the bird girl pulled out a third glowing feather and smirked at Lin Shen contemptuously. Lin Shen struggled to lift his body, realizing that in his current state, another hit like that would leave him permanently disabled, or worse. But then, unexpectedly, she put the feather away. She looked down at him and said she had planned to punish him for stealing her fruit, but seeing him on his knees was satisfying enough. She asked if he finally realized the gap in their strength. With a burst of golden light, she transformed back into her giant bird form and flew off after her minions. Lin Shen was confused. He knew this ugly bird wasn't the merciful type, so why did she let him go when she could have easily finished him? But seeing Ancient Ape and the Wolverine about to be carried away by the pterosaurs, he didn't have time to overthink it. He mustered all his strength to stand up, gathered energy in his mouth, and fired an explosive bomb at the fleeing bird. The Deathlark turned her head and scoffed, asking if he thought she was stupid enough to be hit by that slow ball of light again. She knew it bounced 3 times before exploding and prepared to kick it away. Lin Shen fired several more bombs, shouting that she might dodge 1, but could she dodge 3? The bird looked at him like he was an idiot, saying his attacks were useless no matter how many he fired. But Lin Shen smirked. His target wasn't her, it was the minions behind her. He declared that while he might have failed physical education, he was a master of geometry. As the bombs bounced for the second time, they ricocheted off the terrain and slammed directly into the pterosaurs carrying the Wolverine and Ancient Ape. Fireworks exploded in the sky as the minions were hit. The Deathlark was dumbfounded, realizing she had been used to distract herself from the real targets. Meanwhile, the pterosaur carrying Ancient Ape was still struggling to stay airborne. Ancient Ape seized the moment, grabbed its wing, flipped over, and landed on top of it, surfing the bird down to a safe landing. Lin Shen rushed over to check on her. She apologized for failing to rescue the Wolverine. Lin Shen reassured her, pointing out that the Wolverine had fallen into the forest and should be fine. He told her to find something to smash the ugly bird with. Ancient Ape picked up the unconscious pterosaur she had landed on and hurled it at the Deathlark. The bird dodged easily. Lin Shen was annoyed that she wasted food he hadn't devoured yet, but followed up with a burst breath. The lark dodged that too, furious that they dared to attack her precious feathers. Suddenly, a pterosaur shot up from the forest below with the Wolverine lying on its belly. He sprang up and lunged at the Deathlark. She dodged backward, but the Wolverine was faster. He sped up and snipped off the few remaining feathers on top of her head. Tears welled up in her eyes as she watched her precious feathers fall, diving to catch them. Lin Shen and Ancient Ape watched in disbelief. The Wolverine landed, his eyes glowing gold, and chuckled. He claimed that as long as he could predict the movement and target the weakness, there was nothing he couldn't cut. Lin Shen realized the Wolverine was the bird's natural nemesis. He lavished praise on the warrior, inviting him to join their team. But the Wolverine was unappreciative, scoffing at Lin Shen's size and saying he would be useless in the jungle. Lin Shen thought the guy held a grudge but shamelessly agreed, admitting that the human form had its uses. He proposed they deal with the bird first, and then he would transform into a human for a proper duel. The Deathlark was annoyed by their plotting, calling Lin Shen ungrateful for attacking her after she spared him. She knew she couldn't beat all 3 of them, so she prepared to flee. Lin Shen stopped her, blackmailing her with her own fallen feathers. He gave her an ultimatum: join them to fight the Reptile King, or leave her magical feathers behind. The bird scoffed, doubting they could stop her from flying away. Lin Shen reminded her that the wolverine was watching from the trees. She tried to take off, but the wolverine instantly appeared above her, slashing down. She ducked but lost her balance and crashed to the ground. She let out a distress call, and her minions dived at the heroes. Ancient Ape swung a tree trunk like a baseball bat, smacking a pterosaur out of the air. The Deathlark took the chance to run on foot, trying to gain enough speed to take off. Lin Shen thought she looked like an ostrich and chased after her, mocking her skinny legs. He accelerated past her, spun around and slammed into her with a dragon kill body slam, sending her flying hundreds of meters. He asked again if she wanted to join them. The wolverine looked confused, asking when he agreed to join this crusade. Lin Shen ignored him and focused on the bird. The Deathlark exploded in anger, saying he was no different from the stupid ape. Just then, the wolverine slashed again, cutting off her tail feathers and shredding them to pieces. The Deathlark screamed in rage. She revealed that each feather contained the life essence of a monster she had saved. It turned out she was turning monsters into humans to save them from the island's corruption, storing their cores in her feathers. Lin Shen's expression darkened. He realized she had been hunting Ancient Ape and the wolverine to save them by force. She declared that the island was facing a disaster and that they had wasted the goodwill of the monsters she carried. Her tail began to spin rapidly, summoning a massive hurricane. The wind was terrifying, uprooting trees and hurling stones. Even Lin Shen, as strong as Godzilla, was blown away. Ancient Ape shouted from a deep pit, telling him to take cover. Lin Shen jumped in, wondering how they could fight a natural disaster. Suddenly, the wind weakened. He looked out and saw the Deathlark chasing the wolverine. He wondered why she was so obsessed with him. Was it love? Just then, a flock of Dimorphodon pterosaurs arrived. These small, fast, sharp-toothed flyers could strip prey to the bone in minutes. The Deathlark signaled them to attack Lin Shen and Ancient Ape. Ancient Ape wanted to fight and eat them, but Lin Shen warned her that their teeth were sharper than blades. He told her to run and help the wolverine while he held them off. He used his dragon roar to stun the flock and whip them with his tail. Ancient Ape broke out and ran toward the wolverine. The pterosaurs recovered and swarmed Lin Shen, biting him relentlessly. Lin Shen got angry and started biting back. He devoured one and gained 900 evolution points, plus a 5,000 point bonus for a new species. The system used the points to instantly heal his wounds. Lin Shen realized he could out-heal the damage as long as he kept eating. He challenged the chickens to a contest of who could eat faster. Meanwhile, the Deathlark, wrapped in her tornado shield, furiously attacked the wolverine. He dodged easily but couldn't break through her wind barrier. Knowing he would eventually lose stamina, he sprinted away, hoping to draw her attention so the others could escape. He regretted not getting to fight Lin Shen properly. Suddenly, Ancient Ape dropped from the sky and shielded the wolverine. He looked at her, annoyed, calling her a big fool and telling her this wasn't her fight. Seeing Ancient Ape arrive, the Deathlark unleashed a violent death tornado without hesitation. The blast hit the ape directly, sending her flying backward hundreds of meters. Wolverine immediately jumped in front of her, telling her to step back because he was the target. He wanted to handle the bird himself. Ancient Ape groaned and thanked him sarcastically, saying that Dragon Brother taught them to share the burden if they were friends. Wolverine snapped back, calling her a silly girl and saying she was just getting in the way, but Ancient Ape refused to leave, declaring that if they were going to lose, they would lose together. She wouldn't abandon him. This moment triggered a memory for Wolverine. He remembered his old master telling him not to follow because he was just a little soldier who would get in the way. Back then, Wolverine had refused to leave his master's side. Seeing the same loyalty in Ancient Ape made him realize these two were actually pretty adorable. While they were having their moment, the Deathlark appeared out of nowhere and grabbed Ancient Ape with her talons. Wolverine went berserk, slashing at the bird's leg, but his attacks did nothing. He put one blade in his mouth, pressed down on the other with his hand for extra force, and unleashed his special move, Dazzle Slash. The powerful attack forced the bird to stagger back, dropping the ape. But as the bird fell back, she whipped up a tornado that hurled massive boulders at Wolverine. He was hit midair and sent flying. Luckily, Ancient Ape caught him before he hit the ground and carried him toward Lin Shen. By this time, Lin Shen had finished off the small pterosaurs using his lifesteal ability. Seeing Ancient Ape return with a wolverine, he gave her a thumbs up, impressed she managed to rescue him. Wolverine, however, wasn't happy. He complained that fighting that monster was suicide because her attacks were like natural disasters. Lin Shen put on his serious face and outlined a plan. He wanted to lure the Deathlark into a narrow enclosed space to trap her. Wolverine was impressed by how cool Lin Shen looked when he was thinking. He volunteered to be the bait since the bird was after the crystal core in his body. Ancient Ape suggested using the venom monster's cave since the bird had lost a fight there before. Lin Shen didn't want Ancient Ape to be the bait, but just then, the Deathlark spotted them and dove down. Ancient Ape shouted that she knew the forest best and volunteered to lead the bird away. Lin Shen realized she was right. she was capable. He agreed but told her to ride Little Tangerine, the saber-toothed tiger, for speed. He called the tiger over and had Wolverine hide inside his mouth for a surprise attack. The plan began. Ancient Ape rode the tiger toward the venom cave. She realized the bird wasn't following her but looking for Wolverine. She told the tiger to wait, climbed a tree and beat her chest, taunting the bird and calling her ugly. Two random saber-toothed tigers nearby watched her antics disdainfully, saying that was exactly how their cousins died, falling for traps and getting eaten. Before they could finish mocking her, the Deathlark swooped down, uprooting trees with her wind. The tigers hugged each other in terror. Ancient Ape jumped down, landed on Little Tangerine, and they bolted into the bushes. The Deathlark assumed Ancient Ape was weak and decided to eat her to replenish energy before catching Wolverine. She tried to call her minions to track them, but when she looked back, she saw Lin Shen eating her pterosaurs. Furious, she summoned a new flock of mutated dodos and archaeopteryxes to chase the ape. Little Tangerine darted through the bushes, but the archaeopteryxes acted like reconnaissance drones, blocking their path while dodos attacked. Lin Shen, communicating remotely, told Ancient Ape to take out the flyers first. She jumped off the tiger, used a vine to snare one bird, and caused the other two to crash into it. She proudly called it the bird-catching net technique. Lin Shen warned her that the Deathlark was right behind her. A gust of wind nearly blew her away, but she held onto a tree. Lin Shen appeared behind the bird, ramming her with his thorn armor, and fired a wolf bomb, which was actually the Wolverine riding an explosive bomb. The bird dodged the initial shot, mocking Lin Shen's aim, but then Wolverine stomped on the bomb mid-air, redirecting it to hit the bird from behind. As the bomb exploded, Wolverine followed up with a slash to the same spot. The double impact sent the bird crashing down. Ancient Ape sighed in relief, but the bird wasn't done. Furious, the Deathlark went berserk and chased them with a horde of dodos. They reached the entrance of the venom cave. The dodos suddenly stopped, terrified to enter the dead monster's lair. Ancient Ape ran inside and realized the bird wasn't following. The Deathlark was yelling at her minions, reminding them Venom was dead. Ancient Ape had a brilliant idea. She mimicked Venom's roar from deep inside the cave. The minions panicked and fled, thinking the boss was still alive. The Deathlark was enraged by her cowardly minions. Just then, Wolverine appeared on a hill and cut a massive boulder loose, rolling it toward her. She braced herself to stop it, but Lin Shen leaped from the top of the hill, combining his rolling gourd and thorn armor moves. He crashed into her with tremendous force, and both of them tumbled deep into the cave. Lin Shen landed hard and realized he had reverted to his human form because the impact was too painful. He looked around and saw the Deathlark had also turned back into her human form, a girl with torn stockings. He taunted her, asking if she was convinced now that she had been beaten back to her original form. The girl rushed over and bit him on the arm. Lin Shen complained that even Wolverine didn't bite like that. He saw scars on her neck and felt a pang of sympathy. He tried to check her injury, but she slapped his hand away. She realized she was in human form with torn clothes and blushed, backing away. Wolverine immediately held his blade to her neck, warning her not to move. Lin Shen teased her, asking if she admitted defeat now that the three of them had taken down a disaster-level monster. The girl remained defiant, claiming she hadn't used her full power because she didn't want to waste her precious feathers on weaklings. Lin Shen pointed out that if she transformed back now, she would be practically bald. This hit a nerve, and she got angry, threatening to swallow them whole. Lin Shen smiled calmly and said that in this narrow cave, he wasn't afraid of her big form. Then, he asked her seriously about the wound on her neck, noting that he and Ancient Ape had similar scars before. The bird girl suddenly became serious. She explained that the rotten reptiles were incredibly resilient. No matter how bad their injuries were, they recovered quickly. The only way she found to permanently defeat them was to consume them whole, but their bodies were full of toxins, which caused her immense pain and left those scars on her neck as a side effect. Ancient Ape smacked her lips and chimed in, saying she used to eat them raw too. She agreed they were disgusting and gave her stomach aches, but ever since meeting Lin Shen, things had changed. His special flames not only killed the reptiles for good, but also roasted them perfectly. With a little seasoning, they were actually delicious. Bird's sister was reluctant to admit it, but she conceded that Lin Shen's flames were the only thing on the island that could truly kill the reptiles, something no other monster could claim. Hearing this, Lin Shen was thrilled. He asked if this meant she would join their team to take down the Reptile King. Bird's sister scoffed, haughtily replying that just because 3 rookies beat her once didn't mean she respected them. She told him to dream on. She needed to observe them more. Then she snapped at Wolverine to get his crappy blade out of her face. Lin Shen laughed, deciding to take her non-refusal as a yes. He declared they were all partners now and should get to know each other. He introduced himself as coming from the deep sea and explained he stayed on the island because of its beauty and Ancient Ape. He asked Wolverine why he used human weapons and fighting styles, and asked Bird's sister about her history with the transformation fruit tree. Wolverine turned away, grumbling that he never agreed to join their crusade, so he wasn't sharing his backstory. Bird's sister mocked him, calling him a coward who wouldn't dare face the king. Wolverine fired back, saying he wasn't like her. He couldn't just discard his subordinates subordinates because he had people to protect. Bird's sister retorted that he shouldn't act like a saint, implying the people he protected were junk. Wolverine got angry, and the tension in the cave skyrocketed. Lin Shen felt helpless watching them glare at each other. He shouted at them to cut it out since they were friends now. He turned to Bird's sister and asked how she found the transformation fruit and learned about condensing life essence. She haughtily refused to tell him. Lin Shen sighed at these two proud weirdos. To show his sincerity, he bought 2 life fruits from the system shop. He tossed one to Bird's sister, saying it would treat her baldness. She immediately clawed at him, screaming that he was the bald one. Ancient Ape jumped in to explain that the fruit not only healed wounds but also boosted strength. She begged Lin Shen for another one, but he told her to let their new friends have them first. Bird's sister examined the fruit, realizing it must be real based on the ape's reaction. Lin Shen handed the second fruit to Wolverine. He asked the warrior why he seemed unaffected by the transformation fruit's energy, unlike Ancient Ape, who almost died from it. Wolverine realized the unstable energy was what he had been feeling, but as a warrior, he just assumed it was another form of training to push his limits. Lin Shen clapped him on the shoulder, praising him, but the next second, the robust Wolverine suddenly collapsed, sitting down heavily. Lin Shen told him not to force it and to eat the life fruit to help his body resist the energy storm inside. He promised to teach Wolverine how to switch freely between human and monster forms. Bird's sister was shocked, saying that was impossible since the transformation was caused by unstable energy. She asked when Lin Shen had eaten the fruit. Lin Shen proudly claimed he was like the legendary healer Shenong, testing herbs for the greater good. Ancient Ape interrupted, muttering that she remembered him eating it by accident because he was greedy. Lin Shen ignored her, sticking to his righteous story. Bird's sister didn't believe him. Lin Shen proposed a deal, give him 1 transformation fruit, and he would prove he could control the energy by teaching Wolverine. Bird's sister was furious, blaming him for damaging the fruit tree last time. She asked where he got the fruit he gave Wolverine. Wolverine interjected, accusing the weird bird of hoarding the fruits for herself. She argued she did it for the island's safety, calling his clan junk again. They started fighting once more. Lin Shen intervened again, playing peacemaker. Bird's sister reluctantly agreed to the deal. She said she could give him a fruit, but he had to prove his claims first. If he could really control the energy, she would consider joining them. She warned them that the place where the fruit was hidden, the Swamp of Bones, was extremely dangerous. Wolverine groaned at the mention of the name. Bird's sister proudly stated that only flying monsters like her could go there safely. Ground crawlers like them would sink. Wolverine retorted that he had chopped her down plenty of times despite her flying ability. Lin Shen, tired of their bickering, asked what the Swamp of Bones actually was. Bird's sister explained it was a monster graveyard filled with blinding fog, deadly traps, and carnivorous plants. Any monster that wandered in was doomed. Wolverine told Lin Shen not to risk it for him, saying he didn't plan on turning back into a giant wolf anyway. But hearing about carnivorous plants, Lin Shen's eyes lit up. That sounded like a massive buffet of evolution points. He insisted on going. Ancient Ape loyally agreed to go wherever he went. Bird's sister thought they were idiots for wanting to go to such a dangerous place, but since they were determined, she offered to let her dodo birds carry them as compensation for the life fruit. Lin Shen declined, striking a pose and saying he and Ancient Ape would transform into monsters and walk there faster. Wolverine stopped him, explaining seriously why it was called the graveyard. Small monsters could cross, but giant ones like Lin Shen and Ancient Ape would sink instantly into the deep mud. He advised them to stay in human form and ride the dodos. Lin Shen realized Wolverine made a good point and thanked Bird's sister for the ride. He then noticed they hadn't eaten the life fruits yet and joked that they weren't poisoned. Wolverine took a bite without hesitation, and Bird's sister followed. They grimaced at the awful taste, but seconds later, a green light enveloped them. Bird's sister felt her body relax, and the scars on her neck began to itch as they healed. Realizing the benefits, they started wolfing down the fruits. Bird's sister looked at Lin Shen with starry eyes, hoping the fruit would regrow her feathers. She asked to trade a transformation fruit for more life fruits. Lin Shen politely declined. She pouted like a child, calling him stingy, and said she would only give him 1 transformation fruit since her stock was limited. Lin Shen laughed, saying 1 was all he needed. Once they left the cave, Bird's sister whistled, and several dodo birds waddled over. She told Lin Shen that these were their new mounts, but he was absolutely forbidden from eating them. Lin Shen promised he wouldn't chew on his transportation, no matter how hungry he got. He and Ancient Ape struck a pose and began to glow with golden light. Bird's sister watched in bewilderment as they effortlessly transformed back into their monster forms. She was shocked at how easily they controlled the transformation fruit's energy, something she struggled with. Lin Shen told his tiger, Little Tangerine, to head back and guard their home. They said goodbye to Bird's sister and marched toward the Swamp of Bones with the dodos following behind. By sunset, they reached a strange, foggy area. Wolverine pointed out that the swamp was just over the next hill. Lin Shen, feeling faint from hunger, suggested they rest and eat since he and the ape could only transform back into humans once a day. Ancient Ape's spirits lifted instantly at the mention of food, and she volunteered to hunt. Lin Shen gathered firewood. Soon they were enjoying enjoying a feast of skewers. Wolverine devoured the meat voraciously, tears streaming down his face as the flavor brought back memories of his master. Lin Shen smiled, knowing the way to a wolf's heart was through his stomach. He then dug up a beggar's chicken he had cooked underground. Wolverine took a bite and cried again, saying he hadn't tasted anything this good in over a decade. Lin Shen tried to pry for information about his past, but Wolverine shut him down, saying he would tell them when the time was right. He tried to convince them again to turn back, warning about the terrifying carnivorous plants in the swamp. Lin Shen got annoyed, calling him overbearing. He argued that Wolverine's human form was only a temporary solution, and that eventually, the energy would kill him. He declared they were friends, and he wouldn't watch a friend die and do nothing. Wolverine fell silent, touched by his naive loyalty. That night, Wolverine took the watch. He sat in a tree thinking about how his master called humans dangerous, yet this guy was as innocent as a wolf pup. Suddenly, he heard roaring and saw green tentacles waving in the distance. The next morning, they entered the swamp. At first, it seemed easy, almost like a jungle walk. Lin Shen commented that it wasn't so bad, but Wolverine warned him not to let his guard down. Ancient Ape spotted a strange-looking tree trunk and approached it out of curiosity. Wolverine shouted for her not to touch it. Suddenly, a leg shot out from the trunk. It was a giant dead tree mantis, a 7-meter-tall ambush predator. It raised its scythes to chop Ancient Ape. The dodo birds panicked. Ancient Ape leaped up to dodge, and the mantis sliced one of the poor dodos in half. When she landed, her feet sank deep into the swamp mud. She struggled to get out, but only sank deeper. Lin Shen shouted for her to stop moving and tried to get a dodo to pull her out. The mantis raised its scythe again. Wolverine rushed in and slashed the mantis, deflecting its attack just enough to miss Lin Shen, who used the distraction to pull Ancient Ape free. The mantis, frustrated, locked onto Wolverine. It chased him down, and another dodo bird fell victim to its blades. Wolverine leaped into the air, shouting for Lin Shen to take the ape and run. He unleashed a golden radiance slash, cutting through the mantis mid-air. Lin Shen caught him on the last remaining dodo bird just before he fell into the mud. Lin Shen lamented the loss of their rides, worrying that the bad-tempered bird sister would demand compensation. Wolverine suggested going back, but Lin Shen refused, saying he wouldn't be a laughingstock for that ugly bird. He came up with a new plan: use bark as surfboards and vines to pull themselves along. As they prepared, another scythe swung at them from behind. Wolverine pulled Lin Shen up just in time, but the last dodo bird was sliced in two. Lin Shen despaired. Their last ride was gone. Two more mantises appeared. Wolverine told them to climb the trees. It was their only safe spot. But as they climbed, the mantises spread their wings and flew up after them. Lin Shen panicked, forgetting that mantises could fly. One attacked Wolverine, who slid down the trunk to dodge and then stabbed it in the neck. The other two targeted Lin Shen. He dodged one slash but saw another coming. Annoyed that they were picking on him because he was small, he leaped onto the mantis's back. He channeled energy into his teeth and used his burst bite, tearing a chunk out of the insect. The mantis shook violently to throw him off. Just then, bubbles surfaced in the swamp below. A long red tongue shot out and wrapped around the mantis Lin Shen was riding. It was a massive swamp toad, 20 meters long. As the toad dragged the mantis down, Lin Shen jumped off. Ancient Ape swung by on a vine and caught his hand, pulling him to safety on a large tree. They lay flat on the branch, watching the toad swallow the mantis whole. Lin Shen whispered for everyone to stay still, thinking the toad only reacted to movement. But the toad suddenly inhaled and spat a massive glob of phlegm like a cannonball. It smashed the branch Wolverine was on, sending him falling. The toad's tongue shot out and wrapped around Wolverine. Desperate, Wolverine bit into a tree trunk, creating a tug-of-war between his jaw and the toad's tongue. Lin Shen and Ancient Ape swung over to help. Lin Shen shouted for Wolverine to throw him his blade so he could cut the tongue. Wolverine mumbled catch and tossed the sword. Lin Shen confidently reached out, and the blade slipped right through his fingers, falling into the swamp. That Wolverine cursed him, calling him a big idiot, and lost his grip on the tree. The toad pulled him down. Lin Shen yelled back that he was the idiot for letting go. He grabbed the severed scythe arm of a dead mantis and swung down. Just before Wolverine was swallowed, Lin Shen sliced the toad's tongue. Wolverine fell free, grabbed a vine, swung onto the toad's head, and plunged his remaining blade into its skull. The toad burst into light and was defeated. Wolverine shouted angrily for his lost sword. Lin Shen apologized profusely like a scolded grandson, promising to get him a new one. At that moment, Ancient Ape pointed in a direction and said the sword was over there. Wolverine immediately dropped to the ground, crawled over, and picked up his blade with tears streaming down his face, caressing it like it was his own child. After that little emotional reunion, Lin Shen had Wolverine and Ancient Ape collect bark and vines. He used the leaves to craft makeshift shoes for everyone to help traverse the swamp. Wolverine praised the shoes but asked curiously about the vines on Lin Shen's back. Lin Shen explained they were makeshift grappling hooks, just in case. Wolverine remarked that humans were incredibly resourceful and that he still had a lot to learn from them. As they ventured deeper into the swamp of bones, a terrifying sound echoed through the fog, a human baby crying. Lin Shen was confused, wondering why a baby would be in such a dangerous place. Wolverine, Wolverine, and Ancient Ape looked bewildered, never having heard such a sound before. Just as they were speculating if there were other humans nearby, the crying suddenly stopped. Lin Shen decided not to dwell on it and led them forward. Suddenly, the small hill behind them moved, 2 crimson eyes opened, and a massive shadow charged toward them. It was a giant salamander, 25 meters long and weighing 27 tons. It lunged with its sharp teeth, but the trio quickly jumped aside. The beast face-planted into the mud but recovered quickly, thrashing through the swamp after them. As the creature gained on them, Ancient Ape started falling behind. Lin Shen shouted for her to throw her vine hook at the branch above. She didn't hesitate, swinging herself up just in the nick of time as the salamander snapped its jaws below her. The monster thrashed furiously in the mud. Just then, Lin Shen shivered. He saw another pair of crimson eyes appear ahead. Another, even bigger monster was blocking their path. Wolverine yelled to retreat, but it was too late. Realizing they were trapped between 2 giant beasts, Lin Shen made a split-second decision. He recalled surviving being swallowed before and shouted that he would hold it off. He jumped down first, declaring he would figure something out from the inside. Wolverine remained unnervingly calm, as if this was just another Tuesday. The 3 of them were swallowed whole by the massive salamander. Inside the stomach, Lin Shen complained about something hitting his back. Ancient Ape wrinkled her nose at the terrible smell. Lin Shen, realizing he had missed out on devouring the mantis and toad earlier, decided not to waste this opportunity. He bit hard into the stomach wall. Ancient Ape immediately threw up, disgusted by the sight. The system alerted Lin Shen that he had successfully devoured part of the giant salamander, granting him 1,500 evolution points and a new skill, Giant Salamander's Cry. This skill allowed him to mimic the baby-like cry of the salamander to attract others. Lin Shen complained to his system guide, Little Coon, about getting such a useless skill. Wolverine pulled out his blade, asking if Lin Shen planned to eat his way out. He was confident he could slice the monster open from the inside. Suddenly, the stomach shook violently, and they heard rumbling. Lin Shen realized the salamander was fighting the other one outside. Soon, the movement stopped. Lin Shen had a bad feeling. If their host lost and got eaten by the bigger one, they would be crushed to death inside the double stomach. He told Wolverine to act fast. Wolverine's body glowed with golden light, and with a single slash, he cut the salamander in half from the inside. They escaped, gasping for fresh air. Wolverine was impressed that Lin Shen's prediction was right. The other beast had already half swallowed their host. Ancient Ape was confused why Lin Shen was still eating the carcass. He grinned, saying the meat was tender and delicious, though he wished he could roast it. Ancient Ape immediately started drooling. They quickly left the area, with Ancient Ape carrying a huge chunk of meat on her back for a snack. They reached the depths of the swamp, where the mud was deeper and red mist obscured their vision. The mist carried a rotten smell that made them dizzy. Lin Shen realized the scent was toxic. He summoned Little Coon and asked for gas masks. Little Coon quoted a robbery price of 10 million evolution points. Lin Shen cursed the system and asked for a cheaper alternative. Little Coon suggested repairing torn clothes for 1,000 points. Lin Shen tore off his clothes and handed pieces to his friends. He explained they needed to wet the cloth to filter the poison. Wolverine asked what to use to wet it. Lin Shen awkwardly explained that animals use urine to mark territory, so, yeah, Wolverine nodded, saying it must be a human method. The 2 guys turned around to relieve themselves on the rags. Ancient Ape turned bright red with embarrassment. Lin Shen, being a gentleman, offered her one of his prepared cloths since it was inconvenient for her. She struggled with the smell but had no choice. Equipped with their scented masks, they moved on. Suddenly, a massive titan beetle hissed and charged at them. It was attracted by the rotting smell of the nearby titan mushroom. Wolverine didn't hesitate. He leaped up and delivered a gold slash, killing the beetle instantly, but more beetles appeared, swarming them. They ran for their lives, leaping over roots. Suddenly, the beetles stopped chasing. Lin Shen looked ahead and saw strange plants. A larger plant suddenly snapped shut, devouring the beetles. It was a mutated Venus flytrap. The remaining beetles, dumb as rocks, kept charging. Lin Shen felt a shock and looked down to see a flytrap closing around him. He pushed Ancient Ape and Wolverine away just as the trap snapped shut, pinning him inside with spikes piercing his leg and shoulder. Ancient Ape tried desperately to pull him out. Wolverine prepared to cut the leaf, but a titan beetle charged in and smashed the plant, accidentally freeing Lin Shen. The impact sent him tumbling backward. He shouted for Ancient Ape to stay back, seeing slick liquid on the ground, but she slipped, and they both fell into a pool of fluid with a splash. Lin Shen surfaced and spat out the liquid. The system warned him they were inside a mutated pitcher plant filled with corrosive acid. The lid slammed shut above them. Lin Shen dove under to find Ancient Ape, who was sinking fast. The acid burned his wounds. He found her trapped in the sticky mucus. Knowing she couldn't breathe underwater, he had no choice. He transformed back into his giant monster form inside the plant. His massive body sank into the muck, but he used his strength to grab Ancient Ape and throw her upward. He shouted for Wolverine to catch her. At that moment, Ancient Ape stared anxiously at Lin Shen, who was stuck deep in the swamp mud inside the plant. Their dodos were gone, and they couldn't just pull him out with brute force. They needed leverage. Wolverine pointed to a massive tree nearby, suggesting its vines were strong enough to hold Lin Shen's weight. Without hesitation, Ancient Ape enveloped herself in golden light, transforming back into her giant monster form. She leaped onto the tree, grabbed a sturdy vine, and threw the other end to Lin Shen. He caught it and slowly pulled himself out of the corrosive muck, thanking his luck that the tree was right there. But as he looked closer at the tree, he noticed something horrifying. The branches were covered in animal skeletons, all tangled in the vines. The system pinged a warning. This was a legendary cannibal tree, the most terrifying predator in the Swamp of Bones. Lin Shen screamed for Ancient Ape to get down immediately. Ancient Ape looked up, confused by his shouting. Before she could react, a vine shot out and wrapped around her, dragging her higher into the tree. Wolverine rushed to help, but another vine whipped out and flung him away like a rag doll. Seeing the tree attack his friends, Lin Shen gathered a radiant heat beam in his mouth. He aimed carefully and blasted the vine holding Ancient Ape, setting it on fire. The vine recoiled in pain and dropped her, but then something jaw-dropping happened. The vine, acting like it had a brain, plunged itself into the swamp below to extinguish the fire. Even crazier, all the other vines dove into the mud to wet themselves, creating a fireproof shield against Lin Shen's attacks. Ancient Ape, furious after landing, charged at the tree and started biting the vines. Lin Shen warned her to be careful, but it was too late. The tree shook its soaked vines and whipped them through the air, gathering them into a massive watery fist. Wolverine watched in astonishment as the tree came to life. The giant vine fist slammed down at Ancient Ape. She dodged and punched back, but her hit did nothing against the massive plant. Another fist appeared behind her and slammed into her side, knocking her down. Lin Shen was enraged seeing his sister hit. He cursed the tree for knowing combination punches and prepared to burn its hands. But suddenly, a vine shot up from the mud and hit him right in the groin. Lin Shen questioned his life choices as the pain radiated through him. He screamed that the tree was cheating. While Lin Shen and Ancient Ape were immobilized by pain and vines, the tree wrapped them up tight. Lin Shen demanded a fair fight, but the tree ignored him. Wolverine burst into golden light, attempting a gold slash to cut them free. The cannibal tree, showing terrifying intelligence, twisted its vines and used Lin Shen's body as a human shield. Wolverine had to slam on the brakes mid-air to avoid slicing his friend in half. His blade barely grazed Lin Shen. Wolverine was stunned. Was this really just a tree? While he was distracted, a giant vine hand formed a flicking gesture and swatted Wolverine away like a fly. Lin Shen tried to use the distraction to fire an explosive breath, but vines wrapped around his mouth, gagging him completely. Soon, Wolverine was captured too. The tree began to tighten its grip, planning to strangle them and drain them dry. Lin Shen felt like he was about to burst. Frustrated, he summoned his system guide, Little Kun, and asked how many evolution points he had. Learning he had 2.1 million, he ordered Little Kun to dump all of them into his height stat. Golden light exploded from his body. As he rapidly expanded, the vines groaned and snapped under the pressure. Lin Shen grew to a colossal 70 meters tall and weighed 700 tons. Ancient Ape and Wolverine watched with their mouths hanging open. Breaking free, Lin Shen fell toward the swamp but adjusted his angle mid-air. He unleashed his most powerful burst breath directly into the tree, blowing a massive hole through its trunk. The recoil sent him crashing into the mud. He wasn't done. He fired another beam, swinging his head to create a light sword that sliced horizontally through the canopy, cutting the vines holding his friends. Ancient Ape and Wolverine fell free. Ancient Ape shouted that she was coming to pull him out of the mud, but Lin Shen stopped her, warning that the monster tree would just catch her again. He yelled at the tree, knowing it could understand him, and threatened to cut it in half if it wanted to keep fighting. Unexpectedly, the tree threw up its vines in surrender and actually spoke. In human language, it shouted, "I give up, no more fighting." The trio was completely shocked. The tree put on a humble act, claiming it never intended to kill them and was just testing their strength because they seemed different. Lin Shen didn't buy it, accusing the tree of being scared now that he was bigger. The tree retorted that he was still stuck in the swamp and needed its help to get out. Lin Shen scoffed. He declared he had plenty of ways to escape. He activated his giant salamander's cry skill, mimicking a baby's cry. The tree panicked, thinking he was crying because he lost, and told him to stop being a baby. Lin Shen ignored it and listened. "Here it comes," he shouted. A massive giant salamander wobbled out of the fog, muttering about finding a weakling to eat. It looked up and froze. Instead of a baby, it saw a gargantuan ancient ape twirling a vine and smiling mischievously. Realizing it had been tricked, the salamander tried to flee. Ancient Ape stomped on its tail with her size 38 foot. She tied it up effortlessly. Lin Shen kept crying, and more salamanders arrived, only to scream in terror at the giant ape, she captured them all. Lin Shen used the salamanders as a team of sled dogs. He fired a small burst of fire behind them to motivate them. Terrified, the beasts pulled with all their might, dragging Lin Shen out of the swamp. Once on shore, Lin Shen shook off the mud. Wolverine marveled at human cleverness. The monster tree was also impressed that he could summon such huge beasts. Lin Shen asked the tree how it could speak and why its vines looked like human hands. The tree pulled a fruit from its branches and asked if he meant this. It was a transformation fruit. Lin Shen realized the tree had absorbed the fruit's flesh, gaining human traits. He asked how a stuck tree got the fruit. The tree proudly pointed to a smaller plant minion, saying it fetched the fruit from a nearby cave. Lin Shen realized that cave was their destination. The tree gave them directions, but warned them to hurry because a group of crabs was moving the fruits out. Lin Shen was puzzled why crabs would want the fruit but didn't waste time. He taught Ancient Ape how to drive the team of salamanders. The monster tree watched them leave, smiling and thinking that these transforming humans might be able to help it someday. Soon, Lin Shen, Ancient Ape, and Wolverine, now riding a chariot of giant salamanders, sped off toward the cave. Before long, a hidden cave appeared in front of them. He told Ape Girl that there really was a cave there, and that it had to be where the Deathlark was hiding the transformation fruits. As they got closer, they saw two crabs moving the fruits. When the crabs noticed them, they scrambled away as fast as they could. He grew frustrated, noticing that the place had already been raided. He asked Ape Girl to watch the large creatures while he went inside to investigate. When he entered, he didn't find a single fruit, only a mutated pterosaur lying on the ground. He realized the thieves hadn't left anything behind for him. He walked over to the fallen pterosaur and got a life fruit from Little Coon to feed it. Wolverine was confused and asked why he would give such a valuable fruit to the creature. He explained that the pterosaur was likely the guard for the fruits, and he needed it to go inform the Deathlark. He knew how cunning the Deathlark was, and didn't want to be blamed for the missing fruits. Meanwhile, Ape Girl was looking around the entrance when the pterosaur suddenly took flight. Giving her a startle, he ran out to join her, and told her there were no fruits left in the cave. He said they had to catch the crabs they saw earlier. They released a few large creatures and quickly followed the trail the crabs left behind. Pick up the pace, he fired a light burst of his breath at the rear of their mounts, forcing them to speed up. Soon they caught up to the fleeing crabs. His system identified them as swamp crabs under command, each about 6 meters long and weighing 5 tons with massive claws. He wondered what it meant for them to be under command and if someone was using them to steal from the Deathlark. He knew the Deathlark was arrogant and likely had many enemies, but he wondered what kind of monster could control these crabs. Regardless, he knew he had to focus on the task. He caught up to one crab and knocked it away with a quick slap of his tail. As he grabbed the transformation fruit, he took a bite out of the crab, thinking such good seafood shouldn't go to waste. After eating it, he gained 2,600 evolution points, plus a 10,000 point bonus for being the first to finish that type of crab. Since he had used up his points fighting the monster tree, he couldn't analyze the fruit yet, so he gave it to Little Coon for safekeeping. Ape Girl asked if they should keep chasing them. He replied that even though the Deathlark was a show-off, it was still on their side, so they should help get the fruits back. They continued the pursuit, and he sent 3 more crabs flying with his tail, Wolverine, Ape Girl, and he worked together to handle them quickly. Suddenly, a thick green fog appeared ahead, and the crabs dove right into it. Sensing danger, he pulled back and stopped. Ape Girl asked why they had stopped so suddenly. He told her the green mist looked suspicious and they needed to watch it first. He realized they were finally on solid ground instead of the swamp, but he didn't notice the haze closing in on them. By the time he realized what was happening, the mist had surrounded them. A swamp crab emerged from the fog, and he wondered why it would come back. The crab ignored a large salamander that was growling at it and slowly approached its head. Suddenly, the crab exploded, taking out the salamander. They were all shocked. He couldn't believe the crab had just ended itself like that. Before he could react, more crabs jumped out of the mist toward him and Ape Girl. He worried they were all going to explode. As he tried to knock them away, they began to glow green and blew up right in front of them. He realized it was a trap and that the crabs had used the fruits as bait to lure them into an ambush. Suddenly, a blade of light struck him from behind. He warned everyone to be careful because they were being attacked. A roar cleared the mist, revealing a massive 50-meter-long creature named Blade. Another roar came from behind them, signaling the arrival of another creature named Bomb. He realized they had fallen into a trap set by the leaders of the dead rotten reptiles. The ground began to shake violently, and a massive 9-headed creature appeared. It was Xianglu, the king of the dead rotten reptiles, standing 150 meters tall. He asked the king why he was there. The monster kept breathing out green smoke, creating a thick fog. He warned Ape Girl and Wolverine to hold their breath in case the gas was poisonous. Suddenly, he found himself in human form in a dark alley. 3 people were approaching him, accusing him of reporting them to a teacher. In the vision, he was being beaten and was begging them to stop. They called him a coward and mocked him while filming the encounter. He woke up screaming and realized that Ape Girl and Wolverine were still trapped in the hallucination. He shouted for them to wake up until they finally snapped out of it. He told them that they were outnumbered by the king and his sons, and that their only chance was to target the sons sons first. Ape Girl began to cry, explaining that she had seen her parents suffering in the vision. He tried to comfort her, telling her they needed to stay calm so they could get revenge later. The king of the dead rotten reptiles spoke up, telling Ape Girl and the dragon that they couldn't just leave after finishing so many of his kind. He spat out 2 white objects that rolled to their feet. They were 2 skulls belonging to Ape Girl's missing parents. She began to tremble and fell to her knees, reaching out to touch them in total shock. The king of the dead rotten reptiles suddenly spat out 2 balls of poison, and he quickly pulled Ape Girl back to safety. However, the poison hit the 2 skulls, shattering them instantly. Seeing this, Ape Girl broke down in tears. She couldn't hold back her grief and anger anymore. She beat her chest and screamed that she was going to finish him. She charged straight at the king. He shouted for her to stop, warning her that she was no match for the giant creature, but she was too overwhelmed to listen and jumped at the king, pounding on one of his heads. Her attacks did no damage, and the king easily tossed her aside with a powerful blow. The king mocked her, asking if that was all she could do, while 2 of his other heads moved in to bite her arms. The king taunted her, saying he would help her reunite with her parents. Seeing her in danger, Wolverine and he rushed forward to save her. However, Blade and Bomb blocked their path. Wolverine told him to stay back and that he would hold them off while he saved Ape Girl. He warned Wolverine not to be reckless, as they were currently outmatched and it would be a losing battle. Wolverine didn't listen, asking if he was just going to watch her perish. Wolverine charged with his sword, but Blade intercepted the attack and flung him away. Using the momentum, spun through the air and headed toward the king. The king didn't take him seriously and snorted, questioning how Wolverine dared to use a blade against him. The king then slammed into Wolverine head first. The impact was devastating. Wolverine was severely injured and knocked unconscious. Without hesitating, the king bit into Wolverine's lower half and called him a weakling. Seeing this, he became furious and demanded the king let Wolverine go. He rushed forward, determined to stop the monster. Blade suddenly appeared beneath him and slashed him, causing him to lose a lot of life force. Despite the pain, he bit back and told the enemy to get out of his way. Electric arcs began to surge across his body as he gathered energy, unleashing a powerful breath attack at the king. The blast hit the king's head, forcing him to release Wolverine. He quickly gathered more energy, firing a second and then a third blast. Those hits targeted the heads, biting Ape Girl, successfully saving her. The continuous attacks left him nearly drained of all his strength, but he forced himself to keep moving to buy time for his friends to retreat. He charged at the king one last time, telling Ape Girl and Wolverine to get out of there while he held the big guy off. He leaped high and bit into one of the king's heads, making the monster howl in pain. However, another one of the king's heads bit into his back, making him break into a cold sweat as more of his life force splattered. His friends cried out in worry. Then, another head began to glow with green light and fired a venomous beam. He was trapped in the king's bite and couldn't dodge. The venom hit him directly, sending him flying backward until he slammed into the ground and slid for several meters. Ape Girl ran to his side, begging him to wake up, but he had completely lost consciousness. The king ordered a large group of reptiles to attack them, but just then, a huge shadow covered the sky. The Deathlark had arrived. She called them losers and demanded to know how the king dared to steal from her. She released glowing feathers and let out a loud cry, creating a massive hurricane around her. She used her strongest move, the Death Hurricane, while a swarm of smaller pterosaurs appeared behind her. She told the others to take the 3 injured friends away while she handled the king. The hurricane tossed rocks and trees at the giant reptile. Even with his powerful bloodline, the king had to back off to avoid the storm. While Blade and Bomb were busy fighting the smaller pterosaurs, several large creatures grabbed the group and flew them to safety. As they flew away, the Deathlark and the king continued their battle. The king called her a loser for returning, but she shot back, saying it was disgraceful for a king to use such dirty tricks. During the fight, the king noticed the group escaping and grew angry. He gathered green energy and fired a venomous breath at them. The beam grazed Ape Girl and hit one of the pterosaurs carrying them. The creature's life force was instantly drained, and it fell from the sky. Ape Girl was terrified, noting that the pterosaur had turned into a withered shell. She worried that, since he had also been hit earlier, the same thing might happen to him. The Deathlark, furious at losing one of her followers, used her hurricane to hurl more rocks at the king. The king used 3 of his heads to block the rocks with venomous breath. Seizing the moment, the Deathlark ordered a full retreat. The king tried to stop her, firing another blast of venom. The Deathlark transformed into her human form midair to dodge the attack narrowly. A pterosaur caught her, and she commanded everyone to fly out of the swamp of bones as fast as possible. The king watched them escape, feeling powerless to stop them. When his subordinates asked what to do next, the king noted that the Thunder Dragon was special because he hadn't perished after being hit by the venom. He explained that the venom had actually extracted the dragon's life essence. He told them to gather the others while he stayed behind to digest this new power. Meanwhile, the group made it out of the swamp. Since the Deathlark's territory was no longer safe, she asked Wolverine where they should go. Wolverine suggested they hide at his place. Suddenly, Ape Girl noticed something strange and asked what was happening to the dragon. The others didn't see it at first, but she pointed out that he was actually getting smaller. They decided to hurry to Wolverine's lair to figure it out. Later, he woke up in Wolverine's home. He was surprised to find that his wounds had miraculously healed. He saw the Deathlark and Ape Girl standing over him, giggling and covering their mouths. He was confused and asked them why they had grown so fast. Then Wolverine walked in, looking much taller and in human form. Ape Girl explained that they hadn't grown. He was the one who had shrunk. He was shocked, unable to believe he had gotten smaller, and immediately called out to Little Kun to find out what happened. After Little Kun appeared, he pulled up a status panel showing that he had shrunk to only 8 meters tall. The system explained that he had been beaten so badly that he basically had to level up again from scratch. He asked Little Kun what that meant, and the guide explained that it was likely caused by the king's venomous breath. Usually, that poison drains the life force of a creature until it passes away. However, since his life force is tied to evolution points, the poison only drained the points he had gained since arriving in this world, instead of ending his life. What worried Little Kun more was that the king had now absorbed all those points, making him even more powerful. He felt hopeless, wondering how he could ever win if his enemy was now invincible. He figured his only choice was to eat as much as possible to grow back into a 100-meter beast before seeking revenge. The Deathlark looked at him like he was a total mystery. She mentioned how special he was, noting that while the king's poison usually finishes any creature, it only made him smaller. She also pointed out that his breath could take out enemies that they couldn't even touch. He took offense to her tone, telling her to be more polite and declaring that he was a thunder dragon destined to be the king of monsters. She mocked his tiny size, which really annoyed him. He told her to just wait and see. He planned to eat until he was a giant, handsome dragon again. He then asked Wolverine where they were. Ape Girl explained they were in Wolverine's cave. Looking around, he noticed a grave with a giant sword and various other weapons. Wolverine explained that the grave belonged to his human master and that the weapons on the ground were all his. He was surprised to hear that Wolverine had lived with humans and asked if his master had taught him how to fight. He wondered how a human could even lift such a massive sword. Wolverine shared his story, explaining that this wasn't the world he used to know. In this place, many humans have supernatural powers like controlling fire, lightning, or even summoning beasts. His master was a powerful psychic who could use telekinesis to control dozens of blades at once, even ones that were several meters long. 20 years ago, his master was chased to the island by enemies and saved Wolverine from a giant saber-toothed cat. Under his master's guidance, Wolverine learned the way of the sword, though he couldn't master the psychic parts. His master had even explored the islands underground to find out why the creatures there grew so large. He asked how a human could carry so many swords, and Wolverine mentioned a space ring that could store items. He was excited to hear about legendary items like that and asked where the ring was, but Wolverine ignored the question and continued his story. Wolverine explained that after 10 years, his master's enemies found him. To keep Wolverine safe, the master went to fight them alone. Wolverine later found him badly injured. The master had won the battle, but at a terrible price. For the last 10 years, Wolverine and his pack had stayed there to protect his master's legacy. The Deathlark scoffed, saying it was foolish to stay in a peace treaty with the king just to guard a pile of junk while the island was being destroyed. Wolverine told her to shut up and not insult his master. She countered that the king wouldn't let him go now that he had broken their agreement. He stepped in to stop the arguing, asking if the cave was a safe hiding spot. When he confirmed the enemies didn't know about it, he declared that the most important thing was to find food and eat. Both the Deathlark and Wolverine yelled at him for caring about eating during such a serious situation. Feeling embarrassed, he explained he needed nourishment to grow. Soon, Wolverine's followers brought plenty of prey to the cave. Ape Girl, who knew his style well, set up a campfire. He used his secret seasonings and barbecue sauce to make a feast. Even Wolverine was drooling, and the Deathlark couldn't stop praising the delicious aroma of fennel and cinnamon. They all sat together for a big meal. Afterward, he relaxed on the grass and decided to check in to the location for a reward. The reward was an A-grade skill called Explosive Bite, baby version. He complained that the name was an insult to his height. Little Kun explained it was a custom skill. As long as he had stamina, he could bite through things like a piranha, a woodpecker, or a mole. He joked that he'd stick to the piranha style since he didn't want to eat wood or dirt. After a few days of resting, he gave Wolverine a transformation fruit he had analyzed. He told Wolverine that eating it would allow him to switch between his wolf and human forms freely. The Deathlark was skeptical until Wolverine let out a howl and successfully transformed back into a giant wolf. She was stunned, wondering how he had managed to make a fruit so powerful. Next, he asked Little Kun to spend 200,000 evolution points on his height, hoping to reach 20 meters. However, he only grew by 2 meters. He was furious, but Little Kun explained that since he was still a high level with all his skills, the cost to grow was still very high. Just as he was complaining, a green light enveloped him, and he shrank right back down to 8 meters. Little Kun realized the king's venom was still active inside him, constantly stealing his life force. Deep underground, the king felt the power returning to him and was confused about how the dragon was regenerating life force so quickly. This allowed the king to track their location. He felt completely defeated, like a withered plant. Ape Girl and the others realized the king had left a mark inside him that locked his height. Ape Girl begged the Deathlark for help. The bird explained that the only way to break the mark was to defeat the king or find an antidote. She mentioned a legendary legendary being named Baze who lived on the peak of a frozen mountain. Baze was said to be nearly a god and knew everything. She explained that if someone reached him through the snowstorms, they could make a wish, but the price would be high, offering something precious like freedom, loved ones, or even their life. He thought it sounded like a scam, but Ape Girl insisted the legends were true and that they should try. Wolverine grew very serious and confirmed that what they were saying was true, adding that his master had also visited Baze when he was still alive. Hearing this, he reluctantly agreed to the plan. With no other options left, he figured it was worth a shot as a last resort. He asked the Deathlark where the mountain was and if they could fly there, or if her subordinates could carry them. She explained that the mountain was trapped in constant high-altitude storms and ordinary birds couldn't handle the flight. She offered to have her team take them halfway up the mountain, but warned that they would have to finish the climb on their own. While they were talking, the ground began to shake violently. He wondered if it was an earthquake. Suddenly, the earth cracked beneath two of the jackals, and they fell into a massive pit. Countless reptiles crawled out of the hole, putting everyone on high alert. He realized the king must be tracking him through the venomous mark inside his body. A fierce roar interrupted his thoughts as Blade emerged from the pit, followed by another leader. Blade grinned at the jackals and emitted a bright light from its back, causing an explosion that finished the reptiles in front of it. Wolverine shouted for everyone to stay calm and gather around him. Leaving behind the fallen, Wolverine led the group toward the cave. Just then, the ground on the other side began to split open. He worried that the king was coming or that more enemies were about to appear. A chubby new leader named Mist emerged. Mist was one of the king's 6 hands, nearly 50 meters long and weighing over 400 tons. Mist sprayed a toxic fog everywhere, and after a roar from Blade and Bomb, the enemy swarmed them. Ape Girl and the others were ready to fight, but a streak of golden light shot out from the cave. It was Wolverine, charging with a massive sword and blades attached to his claws. He mowed down the reptiles like they were nothing. As Wolverine clashed with Blade in a fierce duel, Ape Girl pounded her chest and declared they couldn't let the enemy destroy Wolverine's home. She charged at Mist, but the sneaky monster hid in the fog. While she searched for Mist, it ambushed her from behind. He tried to warn her, but it was too late. Mist slashed her legs, causing her to fall. As the reptiles swarmed her and began to self-destruct, he rushed in and bit one to throw it away. It exploded in his mouth, making his teeth ache painfully. Ignoring the pain, he shouted for the Deathlark to blow the fog away so the enemies couldn't hide. The Deathlark used her wings to clear the air, revealing Bomb's location. He fired a burst of breath, hitting Bomb squarely and freezing it in place. He then used his new baby version bite to attack furiously. He successfully finished the leader, gaining 10,000 evolution points. This upgraded his explosion skill to S grade, giving it a bigger radius and allowing him to control exactly when the explosions happen. Bomb, though badly injured, used a self-destructing move on its own limbs to create distance. Wolverine then shouted for the others to retreat and leave the fight to him. He refused to leave Wolverine behind, but Wolverine insisted, saying they would all perish if the king arrived. During the argument, poison spikes shot out of the ground at the Deathlark. She dodged just in time as a chameleon-like leader named Venom Shadow appeared. He was disgusted by the sneak attack. Wolverine urged them to run while they still could, promising he had a way to escape. Feeling a sense of regret but knowing they were outmatched, he jumped onto Ape Girl's shoulder and told her and the Deathlark it was time to go. Venom Shadow changed colors and chased them through the fog, firing poison spikes. He warned Ape Girl to stay alert as she dodged the projectiles. He realized this was the perfect time to test his upgraded bombs. He unleashed an indiscriminate attack, and even though Venom Shadow was camouflaged, the bombs hit its body and bounced around. The enemy was confused, thinking the attack was too weak to hurt, but he just smiled and snapped his fingers. A massive chain of explosions followed, wiping out a huge number of reptiles. He was impressed by the power of the new skill. Ape Girl quickly carried him away, hoping Wolverine would make it out safely. Back at the fight, Wolverine took advantage of the distraction to pin Blade to the ground and disable it. Wolverine saw that his friends and his pack were retreating. He apologized to his master's grave, saying he would be back soon, and turned to leave. But the ground began to tremble again, and the entire cave began to sink into a massive pit. A large, dark-skinned monster emerged from the wreckage, leaving Wolverine in horror. Wolverine went completely berserk when he saw his master's legacy destroyed. He attacked the massive monster with everything he had, shouting that he would finish the beast for what it had done. Meanwhile, over at Sage's Snow Mountain, the group reached the halfway point under the Deathlark's guidance. The flying creatures could only take them that far, so they had to continue on foot. Ape Girl jumped down from the mount and immediately sank into the snow up to her calves. She warned him to be careful because the snow was incredibly deep, but he brushed it off, thinking a little snow was nothing to worry about. However, the moment he jumped down, he completely vanished beneath the surface. Ape Girl frantically dug through the snow, calling out for him. A moment later, a beam of heat blasted from under the drifts, and he climbed out, irritated that the snow was several meters deep. The Deathlark, now in her human form, landed on Ape Girl's shoulder and called him a fool for ignoring the warning. He asked why she was walking in human form, and she admitted she hated walking and couldn't fly through the blizzard. She was well prepared, though. She had one of the pterosaurs bring over a large bamboo basket. He was confused at first, but she explained it was for a comfortable journey. He teased her about using Ape Girl as a bus, but she just told him to shut up and get in since it was easier for their friend to carry them both. As he climbed in, he felt like he'd suddenly become Ape Girl's baby. She lifted the basket and praised how convenient it was, but suddenly, a loud crack echoed. followed. The bottom of the cheap basket broke, and both he and the bird fell straight through. He complained about the terrible quality of the knockoff basket as he crashed into the snow again. The deathlark blamed him, telling him to eat less because he was surprisingly heavy for his size. He was annoyed, but knew he couldn't use his evolution points to grow. Yet, he had to save them for emergencies. He asked Little Kun to find a better basket in the system shop. Little Kun suggested the baby monsters basket, a name he found insulting, but he was assured it could handle his weight. The deathlark was curious about where the new backpack came from, but he kept his secrets to himself. They climbed into the new gear and Ape Girl set off, full of energy. However, the climb was much harder than they expected. The blizzard grew intense, and while his friends shivered in the basket, Ape Girl struggled through the deep snow. Eventually, they hit a steep cliff with no path. Since climbing was her specialty, Ape Girl rolled up her sleeves and got to work. He envied her thick fur and the freezing cold. As they neared the top, the rocks beneath her feet gave way. They began to fall, and while he and the bird panicked, Ape Girl stayed calm. She adjusted her angle, grabbed a protruding rock, and stabilized them. She promised to get them to the top, and when she finally reached the summit, he promised to make her some special barbecue as a thank you. At the top, they found a massive frozen lake. The deathlark thought the ice looked thick enough to cross, and he agreed they couldn't turn back now. As they walked, he spotted something huge moving under the ice and warned Ape Girl. Suddenly, something began thudding against the frozen surface, trying to break it and dump them into the water. As they ran, the creature beneath them kept pace, striking the ice until it shattered. Ape Girl leaped from one ice floe to the next, but the giant burst through the surface, knocking her into the freezing water. He struggled out of the basket and saw their attacker, a 55-meter-long ancient walrus weighing 80 tons. Its massive fangs were aimed straight at Ape Girl. The walrus slapped her with its tail, sending her spinning. She told him to save the deathlark first, who was currently gurgling and struggling. It turned out the haughty lady couldn't swim at all. While he rescued the bird, the walrus dragged Ape Girl toward the bottom of the lake. He tried to swim back to the surface, but the broken ice had already refrozen. He was too small to break through it with brute force. He tried to use a heat ray to melt a hole, but the water sizzled it out instantly. Ape Girl was still fighting the walrus, but he knew she couldn't hold her breath much longer. He swam back toward the fight, pinning all his hopes on his burst breath. He told her to move aside and swam under the walrus's fin while it was confused by his small size. As the heavy creature tried to turn, he unleashed his burst breath on its back. The force of the blast propelled the walrus upward, smashing through the ice. They all scrambled onto the surface. The walrus, now out of its element, desperately tried to flap its way back into the water. He mocked the creature, saying it was only tough in the water but was just a fish out of water now. Ape Girl rolled up her sleeves, looking at the walrus's muscular body and thinking it would make a fantastic barbecue. The deathlark suddenly snapped and gave him a huge wallop, asking if he'd gone mad. She explained that every monster on Sage's snow mountain was a follower of Bae's, and finishing them was strictly forbidden. As they argued, the walrus poked the ice with its fangs, broke through, and slipped back into the water, vanishing in a flash. Ape Girl and he could only watch helplessly. She muttered that she was only sparing its life for the bird's sake. He felt incredibly upset sitting back in the basket, complaining that they were getting beaten up and weren't even allowed to fight back. The deathlark explained that if they finished any of the followers on this mountain, they could forget about ever meeting Bae's. Ape Girl continued to trek through the blizzard until a magnificent cave appeared. It looked incredibly grand. As they approached, a 60-meter-old ancient snow bear jumped out and blocked the entrance, telling the outsiders to stay back from the sacred land of the Beast Lord. Then, a 70-meter-tall ice Bigfoot stepped out, grumpily asking why a long-haired monkey like Ape Girl had brought humans to this forbidden place. He was shocked to hear the bear and the Bigfoot speaking human language. The deathlark radiated a golden light and told them to look closely, asking if she looked like a human before transforming back into her monster form. However, the Bigfoot dismissively said that being able to take a human shape meant she was related to humans, which was forbidden. The snow bear then pointed at him, asking if he was the little dwarf who had hit the walrus. He shot back that news traveled fast and admitted it was him, but insisted he wasn't a dwarf. He was just a little brother to them. He reminded the Bigfoot that a human psychic had visited a decade ago, but the Bigfoot claimed he wasn't stationed there yet, and told them to leave before things got ugly. Ape Girl began stretching, ready to fight her way in, when a voice from inside the cave told the guards to let them in. The bear and the Bigfoot bowed deeply and stepped aside, though they gave him a look that suggested they'd be watching his every move. Inside, they found Bae's sitting on a crystal pedestal. He was the most mysterious being on the island, known for turning bad luck into good fortune. The deathlark explained how the king's venom had drained his life essence and caused him to shrink, asking for help to purify the toxic energy. Bae's was surprised that they had dared to provoke the king and looked at him with astonishment. Bae's noted that it was hard to believe he was actually a human in a monster's body, and mentioned he sensed a mysterious energy within him that didn't belong to Abyss Island. Bae's asked the deathlark if she was truly determined to help him, and she solemnly confirmed she was. He was confused by their conversation, not understanding what determination had to do with it. Suddenly, a white light enveloped him, and a green mist drifted out of his body. He immediately felt lighter and relieved. He checked with Little Kun, who confirmed the venom was completely gone. Thrilled that he could finally grow again, he used 200,000 of the evolution points he had saved up to increase his height by 2 meters. Baze watched the instant transformation, fascinated by how he could regenerate so quickly despite losing his life essence. When he thanked Baze, the Lord told him he should actually be thanking the bird. He was confused until he remembered the price for a wish. Baze explained that on Abyss Island, the price for such a request is usually one's life essence. He felt like he'd been struck by lightning, realizing the Deathlark had offered her own life for him. He remembered how the pterosaur had turned into a mummy and asked what would happen to her. Baze explained that while he only shrunk, other monsters would age rapidly or pass away instantly. He was horrified and told her she was acting foolish, insisting he should pay for his own problems. She turned her head away, saying it was her choice and claiming it would only make her look more mature. He didn't believe her and begged Baze to revoke the deal and take his essence instead, but Baze shook his head, explaining he never makes deals with humans. The Deathlark was surprised to hear confirmation that he really was human, though she noted his bond with Wolverine made more sense now. He clasped his hands and pleaded with Baze, saying he wouldn't let a companion suffer for his benefit. Baze fell into thought for a moment before noting that their spirit of self-sacrifice and Ape Girl's perseverance were commendable. Baze agreed to cancel the deal with the Deathlark. Relieved, he thanked the Lord repeatedly, telling him he could take his life essence whenever he needed. The Deathlark hurriedly begged Lord Baze not to cancel their deal, offering her life essence once more. However, Baze raised a hand to stop her, stating that no one would have to give up their life essence as long as they could complete a trial. Naturally, the three of them were confused about what kind of trial he meant. Baze led them out of the cave and back to the lake where they had fought the walrus. He and Ape Girl broke into a cold sweat, wondering why they were back at the scene of the ambush. Baze reassured them that the walrus wouldn't attack again and used his power to freeze the entire lake, reinforcing the surface so it wouldn't break. Since he was human, Baze decided to conduct the trial in a human way. Suddenly, a hockey jersey appeared on him. Baze suggested a friendly game of hockey. He was baffled that a monster lord knew about human sports, but Baze simply claimed to know everything. With a stomp of his foot, Baze transformed the ice into a massive hockey rink, specially designed for giant monsters with oversized goals and a huge puck. The rules were simple. No skates or sticks were needed. They could use any skills to get the puck into the goal, but they had to stay in monster form. The team with the most goals would win. Looking at the giant puck, he complained that it was too small for them and that Baze was making things intentionally difficult. Baze reminded him that a trial is supposed to be a challenge. He asked who the other players would be since they were a team of 3. Baze explained it would be a 2-on-2 match. He and the Deathlark would be one team, while Baze would team up with Ape Girl. He was secretly thrilled. Ape Girl was his loyal friend, so he figured he could win this with his eyes closed. As Ape Girl joined Baze, the Lord whispered in her ear. He told her she had to use all her strength to stop the Deathlark from scoring, and that he would handle the dragon. He threatened to let the Deathlark perish, or let the dragon suffer from the poison if she went easy. Ape Girl was furious but had to nod in agreement to save her friends. Baze then walked to a high platform, explaining that it would be unfair for him to play directly. Instead, he sent a representative, a little girl who was nearly 2 meters tall. He joked that she looked more like a macho queen than a vulnerable girl, but she put on a pitiful face that made him chuckle. The game started and the girl immediately went into berserk mode. She whizzed past him with the puck while he was distracted. He tried to chase her but slipped and slammed face first into the ice. He shouted for the Deathlark to stop her, but Ape Girl grabbed the bird by the claw and slammed her to the ground. The girl scored easily, putting Team Baze up 1-0. The Deathlark scolded Ape Girl for stopping her, but our friend just kept apologizing. In the second round, he tried using his tail to control the puck. The girl snatched it away again and teased him for being a silly dragon. He lost his balance and fell again, allowing her to score a second goal. They were completely dominated as the score climbed to 5-0. By the 6th game, he finally started to get the hang of running on the ice. The Deathlark managed to block the girl and blew the puck toward him. He saw a wide open chance to score and grew smug, telling the bird it was time to turn the tables. He swung his tail for a stylish shot, but he hit it so hard the puck flew straight into outer space. The Deathlark slapped the back of his head for wasting the chance, but he sheepishly promised to score next time. In the 7th round, he gained control and coordinated with the Deathlark. He swept the puck to her, and she gracefully dodged Ape Girl's attack. She passed it back to him, and he was ready to celebrate his first goal. Suddenly, a hockey stick appeared under his feet, tripping him. He tumbled across the ice and landed right in the goal. He shouted that it was a foul, but Baze replied that in this game, anything goes as long as they stay in monster form. The girl mocked him, calling the move a fair check. While he was upset, the girl gave some advice to Ape Girl. She told her she was being too clumsy and should use the trial to learn how to balance and leverage force instead of relying on brute strength. Ape Girl was moved, realizing the girl was actually training her. She decided to treat the match as a way to catch up to the others. As the match resumed, The girl took the puck again with Ape Girl following close behind. Ape Girl accidentally fell but kept her focus, determined not to be a drag on the group. She practiced her balance until she finally felt like she had the hang of it. Just as she stabilized, he managed to whip the puck away from the girl with his tail. The Deathlark was just about to grab the puck when Ape Girl suddenly pounced from behind. The bird had to take off quickly to avoid the collision, wondering how the silly monkey had gotten so fast all of a sudden. In the scramble, Ape Girl lost her balance, but instead of crashing, she performed a perfect handspring and landed steadily on her feet. The Deathlark was stunned by her new agility. She'd finally mastered the movement, and seeing the puck right in front of the goal, she flicked it right in. The little girl cheered for Ape Girl's goal, but he and the Deathlark were fuming. He shouted at Ape Girl, asking whose side she was on, while the bird called her a traitor. Ape Girl just scratched her head and kept apologizing. He started to wonder if Baze and the girl had threatened her into helping them, knowing how innocent and trusting she could be. The game resumed, and having found his rhythm, he used a dragon dash to charge at the little girl, sending her flying. She started crying to Baze that he was being a bully, but he just told her that was called reasonable interference. This made her angry, and she warned him not to blame her for what came next. Suddenly, she cloned herself. He complained to Baze that this was supposed to be a 2-on-2 game and asked why she was allowed to bring in more hands, especially one carrying a giant hammer. Baze just smiled and explained that self-splitting was her skill, so it wasn't a foul. He decided that if skills were allowed, he had plenty to show off. He told the Deathlark to use her wind to blow them away. As the clones flew up like paper, they shattered into pieces of ice. He realized they were just snow dolls and planned to melt them with his heat beams. However, he realized too late that the clone with the hammer was missing. The girl appeared behind him and slammed the hammer down. He saw stars from the impact, and while he was dazed, the other clones tripped him with their sticks and scored easily. Team Baze was now winning 10-0. The pain and the unfairness finally pushed him over the edge. He yelled at Baze, calling him an old geezer and telling him to take his healing back. He declared he was done with the game and would rather let the poison take him than deal with this anymore. The Deathlark and Ape Girl tried to calm him down, but Baze wasn't even angry. He told him not to be so hot-tempered, explaining that it wouldn't be a trial if it weren't difficult. Baze then offered a deal. If they could score just one goal, they would pass the trial. He immediately agreed to those better odds. He and the bird discussed a quick strategy, and as soon as the match started, he fired a burst shot at the puck and chased after it. The girl called for her girls to stop him, and they surrounded him, landing blows from all sides. He took a massive hammer strike to the stomach that sent him flying hundreds of meters. Furious, he gathered heat in his mouth, determined to melt the ice beneath them since he couldn't hit the girls. The ice began to crack and shatter. He flicked the puck forward with his tail just as Ape Girl and the Deathlark fell into the freezing water. He was still running across the breaking surface when he felt himself start to sink as well. With one last effort, he fired a burst shot at the puck. It zoomed forward and landed straight in the goal. Baze announced that his team had scored and the game was over. He and the bird celebrated in the water, thrilled that they had turned the tide at the very last second. The girl snorted and used her cold energy to freeze them in the ice again, but Baze jumped down and stopped her. He praised their cooperation and confirmed they had won the trial. He promised not to take anyone's life essence and said their previous agreements stood. Baze melted the ice to free them, and the group thanked him. Baze then pulled out an orb of light and apologized to Ape Girl for forcing her to play against her friends. He explained that the orb contained the life essence of her parents. Ape Girl was shocked, realizing her parents had also come to Baze for help. Baze told her that their wish was for her to grow up safely. As Ape Girl held the orb, she saw visions of her parents smiling at her. Baze helped her integrate the energy into her body, causing a massive transformation. She grew much taller and stronger, reaching 57 meters in height. He and the bird were so happy for her, seeing her finally gain the power she deserved. Ape Girl bowed deeply to Baze, full of gratitude for the gift. Baze smiled and told them not to mention it, saying that now that their wishes were fulfilled, they could leave the mountain. Bird Girl and Ape Girl both politely agreed to take their leave, but he stood his ground. He spoke up, telling Baze that the king of the dead rotten reptiles was a pest to the entire island, and asked if the guardian of Abyss Island would join them in the fight. His friends were shocked. Bird Girl even slapped him, asking if his brain had frozen, and reminding him that Baze was like a god to the monsters. How could he join a fight against such a filthy creature? He rubbed his head and argued that it was only natural for the god of the island to protect it. Baze replied that he was too old for the journey, and couldn't help even if they offered their life essence. But he offered to send Bai Sitong in his place. He looked at the little girl with doubt, questioning what a little one like her could actually do. She sneered back, reminding him which ugly dragon she had just finished pummeling in their game. Bird Girl and Ape Girl tried to get him to accept her help, but he crossed his arms and ignored them. Baze then infused Bai Sitang with his own life essence, explaining it would make her several times stronger. Bird Girl forced his head down in a bow, thanking Baze for being so considerate while whispering for him to stop pushing his luck. He still muttered that the girl was unreliable and a schemer. The scene shifted to Ape Girl carrying them down the mountain. Along the way, Bai Sitang kept urging her to go faster, saying she couldn't wait to go beat up the king. He and the bird were getting annoyed, reminding her they were going to war, not on a holiday. Bai Sitang ignored them and jumped into the carrying basket, asking Ape Girl if she wanted to speed things up. She snapped her fingers, and a snowboard made of ice appeared under Ape Girl's feet. They started rushing down the mountain at terrifying speeds. Ape Girl lost control while Bai Sitong shouted about how thrilling it was. He was terrified, screaming for her to slow down with tears and snot running down his face. Bird Girl yelled a warning about a tree ahead, and Ape Girl panicked, shouting that she didn't know how to stop the thing. After they finally made it back to Wolverine's territory, they found the area in utter chaos and filled with bodies. The little girl asked what had happened, and he replied through gritted teeth that the damned reptiles were responsible for destroying everything. He noticed the pit where the cave used to be, and realized the enemies must have broken through the bottom, dragging the remains and weapons down with them. He saw a red blood stain near the edge and panicked. Knowing that reptile blood is green, the red blood meant Wolverine was seriously injured. Just then, Wolverine's pack emerged from the forest. He anxiously asked where their leader was, but they only responded with howls. Ape Girl translated, crying as she told him that Wolverine had been taken by the reptiles. He was shocked, remembering that Wolverine had claimed he had a way to escape. The wolves explained that after they left, the cave and the graveyard were destroyed. Wolverine had lost his mind with grief and fought desperately, but he was ambushed from behind and dragged into the pit while unconscious. He grew angry and declared they had to go down and save him immediately. Bird Girl stopped him, saying that going down there now would be suicide, and that after so many days, it might already be too late for Wolverine. He interrupted her, insisting that it hadn't happened yet. He believed the king took Wolverine as a ploy to draw him out and wouldn't finish him until they met. Bird Girl tried to persuade him to wait so they could unite the other monsters and give him time to gain strength by devouring. He retorted that every minute they delayed put Wolverine in more danger. He summoned Little Kun and used all his evolution points to grow another 5 meters. Bai Sitong was fascinated by how he could grow so quickly, but Bird Girl still blocked his path, saying he was still nothing compared to the king. He picked up a reptile corpse and started eating it, telling her not to worry because there were plenty of them underground and he would just eat his way through. His friends turned pale with disgust, calling him hardcore for eating the remains. He didn't care and asked Bird Girl how many flying creatures she could summon to help with her plan to unite the monster. Bird Girl covered her mouth in thought and estimated she could summon about 100 or 200 followers. He asked her to call them all together immediately. He then turned to Ape Girl, asking her to check with the spiny jackal about how many of Wolverine's pack could be gathered. After a quick talk with the wolves, Ape Girl reported they could bring in about 100 more. He slapped his thigh in excitement, noting that they now had a force of about 300 monsters. He decided that while he and Ape Girl went down into the pit to scout the way, Bird Girl and Bai Sitong would gather the rest of the island's monsters. The two of them looked at him like he was crazy. He explained that Bird Girl could fly fast and take Bai Sitong along, and since the girl was Bai's representative, she should have no trouble convincing the others to join. They both flatly rejected the plan. Bird Girl thought it was suicide for him to go alone, and Bai Sitong pointed out she was new to the area and didn't know anyone to convince. Just then, Little Tangerine scurried over, squeaking loudly. He was happy to see the little guy, but shook his head when he realized the squirrel wanted to take on the task of gathering monsters. He told Little Tangerine it was too dangerous, and he'd get finished out there. However, seeing the squirrel's persistence and determination, he finally gave in, telling him not to force it and to run away if things got dangerous. He turned back to Bird Girl and pointed out that even Little Tangerine was volunteering to face monsters 10 times his size for Wolverine's sake. He argued that even though he was only 20 meters tall, he had to try. This time, Bird Girl didn't stop him. She said she couldn't watch them go to their deaths alone and decided to join the mission. He jumped into the pit first, followed by the rest of the group, landing firmly on the ground. As he was trying to strike a cool pose, Bai Sitong smacked him on the head. He shouted at her for always stepping on people's heads, but she just told him to move. A second later, a giant foot came down right where he had been standing. He narrowly dodged being crushed by Ape Girl. Ape Girl scratched her head, embarrassed, and apologized, saying she was coming down too fast to help it. Bird Girl landed gracefully and muttered to herself about being surrounded by idiots. They looked around and realized they were in a massive cave system. He gestured for everyone to follow as they went to save Wolverine. As they moved deeper, the smell of decay got worse, and they saw more and more skeletons. They spotted a few reptiles resting ahead. Hiding behind some bones, he whispered that they had officially entered enemy territory. He suggested they sneak in quietly to find Wolverine and get him out without causing a scene. Everyone agreed. Ape Girl quickly finished the first reptile they saw with a kick, and Bai Sitong took down another. He kept up his fine tradition by eating the fallen enemies, so their evolution points wouldn't go to waste. He even picked one up from under Ape Girl's foot. She frowned, reminding him she had just stepped on that one, but he told her to move aside because he was busy eating. Bird Girl and Bai Sitong looked completely nauseated as he went into gluttony mode, eating everything his friends took down. After a while, he let out a satisfied burp. Bai Sitong teased him, asking if he was going to explode from overeating. He picked his teeth and boasted he could eat 100 more. Just then, a large huge creature emerged from the shadows and spotted them. To their shock, it was Blade, one of the king's sons. Unexpectedly, Blade turned and started running away. He was confused, wondering if the monster was being cowardly because they outnumbered him. He quickly snapped out of it and yelled for the others to catch him. Bai Sitong shot energy from her hands that turned into hammer-wielding clones, smashing into Blade and knocking him back. As soon as he tried to stand, Ape Girl charged in. Blade tried to swipe at her, but she used the force dissipation technique she'd learned to dodge and land a powerful counterpunch to his head. He rushed in and used his burst bite to start devouring the stunned leader. The system confirmed he gained 22,000 evolution points in total from the meal. They continued the group attack until Blade was finished for good. They felt a rush of satisfaction from the victory. Little Kun appeared to congratulate him on devouring a leader, awarding him a new A-level skill, the Dragon Scale Wheel. It allowed him to curl up and spin his dorsal fins like a high-speed chainsaw. Suddenly, a massive roar echoed through the cave, making them all tense up. He worried the king had discovered them, perhaps through a blood connection with his son. A moment later, a huge new leader named Poison appeared, standing nearly 90 meters tall. He wondered what the monster had been eating to get so big. Then a green mist began to roll in. Mist was there too. He told the group that they had already taken out 2 of the 6 sons, so the remaining 4 must be close. He told everyone to get ready for a real battle. Poison roared and charged, and Ape Girl roared right back, telling him she would handle the big guy herself before charging forward. At that moment, the Deathlark took to the air and told him she would handle the mist while he focused on finding the 2 enemies hiding in the fog. He gave her a nod and warned Bai Satang to stay alert, since she hadn't fought these creatures before. Almost immediately, several reptiles rushed out of the mist toward him, but he swept them aside with his tail. Bai Satang teased him, noting that his tail accuracy had improved and asking why he wasn't eating the worms like he usually did. Before he could answer, the creatures he had swept away began to explode, revealing that Bomb was nearby. He explained that since Bomb could turn other reptiles into living explosives, he couldn't risk them going off in his stomach. Suddenly, 2 poison spikes pierced Bai Sitang's body. He was horrified, shouting that the assistant to Lord Bays couldn't perish that quickly. However, her voice came from behind a rock, telling him she wasn't that easy to finish. He realized with a shock that the one hit was just a clone, and that her real body had been hiding the whole time. She walked out, claiming she was simply being prepared, but another spike hit her, turning her into a puddle of snow. His jaw dropped. It was another fake. Meanwhile, her real self appeared above Venom Shadow with a giant hammer, promising to smash the monster for trying to ambush her. He couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for the creature for offending such a macho girl. The Deathlark yelled for them to take the chance to finish Shadow and Bomb while she kept the mist busy. He felt the electricity surge through him. Even though he already had a skill from Bomb, he knew a bite would still earn him evolution points. He charged at Bomb, who broke into a cold sweat. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, little Tangerine arrived in the territory of the hyenas. He trembled as a hyena sneered at him, mocking the idea of a little rat asking for help against the king. The hyena swatted him away, telling him to leave before it decided to eat him. Little Tangerine got up, covered in wounds. This was the 3rd pack he had approached, and he felt discouraged because no one believed a creature so small. But then, he hardened his resolve. Remembering how his friends were fighting a desperate battle for the island, he refused to flinch and sprinted off to keep trying. A flying creature spotted him, and was shocked to see he was heading toward the territory of the Miaxis, his natural predators. The creature flew back to the wolf leader to report the news. The wolf leader was stunned, wondering if the squirrel had a death wish. When he realized that even the small and weak little Tangerine was willing to risk everything for the island and Lord Wolverine, he felt they couldn't stay behind. He ordered the pack to set out for the Miaxis territory, declaring that if they touched a single hair on the squirrel, they would destroy them. In the Miaxis territory, little Tangerine was running for his life when a predator pounced on him. The creature pinned him down, mocking him for trying to drag others into a fight with the king. Despite being terrified, little Tangerine shouted for the predator to let him go so he could keep gathering allies. The predator laughed, but suddenly, a giant white claw struck its chin, sending it flying. The predator looked up to see the great white wolf and a swarm of winged dragons looking down with disdain. The wolf leader ignored the predator and bowed slightly to little Tangerine, asking the squirrel to lead them to the dragon's side. He placed little Tangerine on his head and gave the Miaxis a choice: join the war or perish right there. Terrified, they immediately agreed to fight. Back in the cavern, Poison charged at Ape Girl, but she dodged easily and used a mysterious palm technique to send the massive creature flying. On the other side, Bai Sitong was relentlessly hammering Shadow, and the Deathlark was successfully keeping the mist scattered. Not wanting to be left behind, he spat out several explosive bombs and sent them toward Bomb. He mocked the enemy, asking if it thought it was the only one who could explode. With a snap of his fingers, he blew Bomb away and cleared out the surrounding reptiles. He taunted the monster, asking what it would use for explosives now that its minions were gone, and jokingly suggested it use its own body. Enraged, Bomb began to swell up for a massive self-destruction. He was startled, telling the monster he was only kidding and that it should choose to live, but then his eyes lit up and he decided to grant its wish. He curled his body, straightened his dorsal fins, and started spinning rapidly, using his new Dragon Scale Wheel skill. He sliced right through Bomb like a chainsaw man. He was thrilled, realizing this new ability was absolutely awesome. Ape Girl was thrilled, shouting that she hadn't expected him to have such a move. The Deathlark and Bai Sitang were just as shocked, noting that he usually got handled in fights and wondering if he had just learned this skill. Bai Sitang found him more and more fascinating, realizing he could actually gain powers by devouring his enemies. Just then, the ground began to shake again, and the king's roar echoed through the cave. It seemed the king could sense the passing of his sons and was now completely losing his patience. The earth collapsed as the king emerged, calling them crickets and swearing to make them rot. He spewed a thick green fog that quickly surrounded the group, mocking them for invading his territory and promising they would end up just like Wolverine. Panicked, he asked what had been done to his friend, but the fog thickened and the world around him changed. As the mist cleared, he saw Wolverine's great sword impaled in the ground ahead. To his horror, he saw Wolverine's remains stuck to the blade, clearly long gone. He screamed in denial, refusing to believe it was real. Suddenly, Wolverine's body turned into a golden light and transformed into Lord Baze, who yelled for the dragon to wake up. He snapped out of the vision, drenched in cold sweat. He looked over and saw that the others were still trapped in the illusion, staring blankly at the king. He wondered why he was the only one awake until Bai Sitang's voice echoed in his mind. She explained that she was using Baze's power to purify the fog and told him to keep pretending to be trapped so they could launch a surprise attack. He smirked, thinking his friends were doing a great job acting like leading actresses before Bai Sitang reminded him that she'd only purified him so far. The others really were still dreaming. The king ordered Poison to bring the dragon to him. Poison approached with a laugh, telling him to enjoy the nightmare, and bit down on his body. Instantly, he activated his thorn armor. Electric arcs surged into Poison's mouth, causing the creature to scream and spit him out. The king was baffled that he had escaped the illusion so quickly. Mist and Shadow tried to attack, but he dodged them easily just as the two girls snapped out of their trance and rushed in. While the enemies were confused, the girls pinned Mist and Shadow to the ground. Seeing his opening, he gathered energy and leaped toward Poison, aiming to split the monster in two while it was weak. He used his dragon scale wheel, and Poison was bisected before it could even let out a sound. The king roared in a total rage, realizing he had now lost 4 of his sons. He tried to ram the dragon with his head, but he dodged every strike. Frustrated, the king gathered venomous breath and fired it at the Deathlark. He shouted a warning and jumped in front of her, taking the hit for his friend. As his body began to shrink, he frantically asked Bai Sitang if she could purify him. A golden light enveloped them, and the venom was instantly cleansed. He was relieved that it worked before he reset to factory settings, though he figured he had still lost about 2 or 3 meters in height. The king stared at the girl, realizing she was the one neutralizing the poison. He turned his attention to Poison's remains, deciding that since the king wanted his life essence, he would just take it back from the son's body. He went into a feeding frenzy, gaining 33,000 evolution points from devouring the leader. Little Kun appeared to congratulate him on obtaining a new S-tier skill, Thunder Rage. Little Kun explained that the skill would massively boost his attack and defense for 1 minute, but it could only be used once every 3 days. The downside was a 1-hour exhaustion period afterward, though eating could shorten it. He was annoyed by the side effect, but Little Kun told him not to underestimate it, saying the pretend weak, strike strong tactic was perfect for his usually underwhelming appearance. He took offense to the vulnerable comment, but decided to focus on his 1 million evolution points. He gave a loud shout and let the golden light wrap around him, growing 10 meters taller in an instant. The king was startled, and suddenly a glowing spot appeared on his neck. The king began to scream in agony, and he wondered if he had actually scared the monster that badly. Little Kun scanned the area and realized the king was storing the dragon's stolen life essence in his neck instead of absorbing it. The energy was resonating with his own body as he grew, which was causing the king's pain. He quickly asked Little Kun if he could reclaim his life essence by biting that glowing spot. Little Kun agreed that it was worth a shot. He immediately shouted to Ape Girl and the others that the king hadn't fully digested the stolen life essence yet. He realized he could reclaim it and restore his true strength. Ape Girl was overjoyed, knowing that if the dragon regained his power, their chances would skyrocket. He took charge, directing Ape Girl and the others to distract the 2 side heads while he targeted the middle one. Bai Sitang and her clones handled the left, while Ape Girl and the Deathlark took the right. The king roared in fury, calling them losers and striking out with all 3 heads, but the group met him head-on as planned. Bai Sitang's clones relentlessly pounded the left head with their hammers. On the other side, Ape Girl landed a heavy punch, while the Deathlark pecked at the king's scalp. He dodged the main attacks and leaped toward the glowing spot on the neck. He roared, sinking his teeth into the essence-storing crystal with a burst bite. However, a sickening crack echoed as his teeth broke against the king's thick, rough skin. He spun around in excruciating pain, clutching his mouth and cursing the monster's hide. The king glared at him and snapped his jaws, barely missing. Bai Sitang yelled that she couldn't hold on much longer, and the Deathlark echoed the sentiment, telling him to hurry up. He promised to finish it in a minute, but suddenly, poison spikes shot from the fog, hitting him. Mist then appeared behind him and slashed his back, drawing blood. His friends cried out in shock. The king approached him with a sinister chuckle, mocking his inability to bounce around anymore. The king opened its massive mouth and bit down on him, making him scream in agony as his life force splattered. Ape Girl was enraged and charged the king, but then a loud shout startled everyone. Suddenly, a blade shadow sliced across the king's neck, causing the monster to break into a cold sweat. The crystal storing the life essence shattered. As the king roared in frustration, the dragon's essence burst out and flowed back into his body. His claws grew, and he instantly reverted to his true 100-meter giant beast form. He roared at the king, asking how long it planned to keep biting him before threatening to tear it apart. The other heads tried to attack, but he dodged easily and ran toward his friends. The king's remaining sons, Poison and the smaller reptiles, quickly moved to shield their father, visibly intimidated by his restored power. Ape Girl was incredibly excited to see him back at full strength. He looked around for the person who had just struck the king, knowing it had to be Wolverine. He shouted for his friend, and soon Wolverine appeared on a high platform before leaping down. Wolverine noted that it looked like they had found Lord Baze, but questioned why they came back down here after being cured. The Deathlark was happy to see him, but retorted that it was only because of the stupid dragon that they had come to save him at all. Ape Girl introduced Bai Satong as the representative sent by Lord Baze to help. He curiously asked Wolverine how he had ended up trapped when he'd said he had a way to escape. Wolverine explained that he had been severely injured and taken to an underground cavern while unconscious. Once he woke up, he escaped and spent the last few days dodging reptiles while searching for his master's remains. Sadly, he had only found the master's blade. He looked at the dejected wolf and then toward the enemies, suggesting they wipe out the crawlers once and for all so they could search the area in peace. The king roared at them, calling them crickets, and the group charged. He told the others to handle the three heads while he dealt with the leaders and the minions. The smaller reptiles swarmed him, but he used his dragon dominance path to plow through them, sending mist and shadow flying. He began devouring the minions to fuel his strength, though he found the evolution points a bit meager. Meanwhile, Bai Sitang smashed one of the king's heads with her hammer, and Wolverine blocked another. Ape Girl clung to the third head while the Deathlark provided hit-and-run support. He turned his cold gaze toward Mist and Shadow, telling them their flesh was much more valuable than the minions. He pounced on Shadow with a burst bite, devouring the leader for over 34,000 evolution points. Ape Girl and the Deathlark were forced back by the king's power, and the king turned its focus toward him. The king seemed to realize that the dragon was intentionally devouring its children to get stronger. As the king lunged, Ape Girl shouted a warning. He leaped away just in time, but the king ended up catching and swallowing the remains of Shadow himself, followed quickly by Mist. His friends were dumbfounded that the king would eat his own sons. He realized the king was trying to prevent him from gaining more evolution points. He felt a bit of regret that he didn't get any skills from Mist, but he was glad for the points he'd already gained. The remaining small reptiles retreated, signaling that the king wanted a one-on-one duel. He laughed and called to his friends, telling them they were going to gang up on the old thing instead. Everyone unleashed their strongest moves at once. Wolverine used his gold slash to sever one head, while the dragon's burst breath pierced another. Ape Girl and Bai Satang slammed their massive strength into the king's body, sending the giant monster crashing to the ground. Just as he and Wolverine were preparing the final blow, the entire cavern began to shake violently. He wondered if an even bigger creature was about to appear, hoping the minions hadn't called for reinforcements. At that moment, the Deathlark suddenly flapped her wings frantically and shouted for him to get out of the way. She shoved him aside just as a massive mouth emerged from the ground right where he had been standing. A giant creature with glowing green eyes rose from the earth. The system alerted him that this was the true body of the king of the dead rotten reptiles, Shanglu. It was a massive entity, 150 meters long and weighing over 1,100 tons. He was completely stunned, realizing they had been fighting nothing but the monster's tail this entire time. The king had been hiding its true strength and giving orders from its tail all along. The king spoke, noting that it hadn't shown its true form to humans in centuries, and that they should feel honored to perish before such an entity. The king unleashed a deadly venom smoke, enveloping them in a poisonous fog. Bai Sitang was shocked, realizing this poison was much stronger than before and was combined with a terrifying illusion. She noted her current form was too weak to fight back, so her body burst into light as she transformed back into the beast Lord Baze. Baze easily broke the illusion, which shocked the king. The king asked if Baze had finally found the courage to fight after thousands of years. Baze replied that he had previously promised not to interfere, allowing the king to occupy the secret realm, but things had changed. Baze explained he had found young ones qualified to inherit a great legacy and used a holy light to wake them from the illusion. The king tried to use a death's breath on Baze, but the lord blocked it with a sacred protection while finishing the group's purification. He snapped back to reality and saw Baze confronting the king. He and Wolverine were both amazed to see the lord in person. The Deathlark noticed Bai Satang was gone, and Baze solemnly told them there was no time for questions. He explained he could restrain the king's venom, but the rest of the fight was up to them. He promised Baze they wouldn't disappoint him and led the charge. The king laughed, swearing to turn them into a pool of blood. He sprayed a death's mist that severely restricted their movements, making their bodies itch and causing them to cough. Wolverine struggled to hold his blade as his body began to show signs of corrosion. He worried they would all rot to death before the king even struck. The Deathlark, refusing to have such an ugly end, used her hurricane form to blow the fog away so they could attack. However, as they got close, an unknown force repelled them. When they steadied themselves, they saw the king's true face. He now had a pair of wings. The king mocked them, calling them ants and promising to torture them slowly. Then, the monster stuck one of its tails tentacles down its own throat. He was baffled, wondering if the king was trying some kind of stomach acid trick. But the tail pulled out a great sword instead. He warned everyone that the blade was likely coated in deadly poison. The king swung the sword, and the corrosive power of the blade forced him and Ape Girl to jump back. As the king flapped its wings, the group made a clumsy retreat. He quickly organized a plan. Wolverine would handle the poisonous sword, Ape Girl would target the body, and he would go for the head. Wolverine charged first, clashing his blade against the king's toxic sword. While the king was distracted, Ape Girl landed a punch that clearly pained the beast. The king roared in anger and tried to rip her apart, but she dodged. He was already positioned behind her with his burst breath fully charged. He fired at the king's head, but the monster shielded itself with its wings, using a skill called Death Defense. The blast did no damage and was redirected toward the ceiling. Meanwhile, Little Tangerine and the Wolf Chief arrived at the rotting grounds with their army. The squirrel noted that the entrance had been sealed, likely to trap the others inside. The Wolf Chief worried about the delay, but suddenly, a beam of light burst through the ground. They recognized it as the dragon's signature Burst Breath and realized the fight was directly beneath them. Inside the cave, Wolverine used his ultimate Golden Slash, but the king's wings blocked that too, sending the energy flying through the ceiling. Above ground, the wolves saw the Golden Slash pierce through the earth. The Wolf Chief told Little Tangerine they had to find a way down immediately to help, but the collapsed ground made it difficult to find a path. At that moment, Little Tangerine called over a team of creatures skilled in digging, confidently telling everyone to leave the tunnel work to them. Back in the cave, the rest of the group continued their assault on the king, but after a while the monster roared in annoyance and released a massive wave of deadly venom smoke. This sudden move even overwhelmed Lord Baze, who wondered how the old creature could keep releasing so much poison without running out of energy. He admitted he couldn't hold the line much longer. The Deathlark was also struggling, wondering how much mist the king could possibly have in his stomach. Suddenly, the king sent both him and Ape Girl flying with a powerful blow. Baze urgently warned that he and the bird were at their limit and told him they had to finish the fight immediately. Ape Girl was completely drained, gasping for air on the ground, and he was breathless himself. He couldn't believe the creature was still so vigorous after such a long battle. He noticed Wolverine was also hitting his limit and realized they were all going to perish if something didn't change. He suddenly had an idea. He told Wolverine that they needed to distract the king and force his wings open so he could target a weak spot. He took the left side while Wolverine took the right. Ape Girl asked what she should do, and he told her with a smile to use her batting skills, just like they did when they fought Venom. He unleashed a barrage of explosive orbs at the king, who simply shielded himself with his wings and mocked the attack as useless. As the king deflected the orbs, Wolverine charged from the other side with a gold slash, but the wings blocked that too. He fired an explosive breath from another angle, which was also blocked. The king laughed, thinking he was invincible, but he quickly flicked the nearby explosive orbs toward Ape Girl with his tail. She caught them and started batting them back toward the king. Distracted by her moves, the king forgot to block the orbs flying straight at him. He asked the king if he had ever learned about his son Venom's abilities before snapping his fingers. A series of explosions erupted right beneath the king. The monster roared in rage and swung his venomous sword, but he ignored the pain and gathered another burst breath. This time, the king couldn't get his wings up in time and took the full hit. He kept up the barrage, pushing the king's body against the ceiling until the monster's body split in two and crashed to the ground. He was visibly thinner and nearly drained of all energy, but he managed to stay standing. Ape Girl happily declared that they had defeated the king, and the Deathlark was just as excited. Relaxing at last, he fell backward. Ape Girl and the others rushed to his side while Lord Baze placed a paw on him, telling him to stay still because his wound was deep and poisoned. Baze promised he could heal him with a little time. Suddenly, the king's body began to sizzle. A second later, a blade aura swept toward them. Wolverine shouted a warning, but the corrosive energy still struck him. His friends rushed to support him, but then they heard laughter. The king's body, which had been split open, was slowly merging back together. Everyone was in shock, watching the eerie scene as the monster seemingly came back to life. The Deathlark tried to use her death hurricane, but the king easily deflected it with his wings, sending the storm back at her. She was hit by her own skill and crashed to the ground, unable to get up. Enraged, Ape Girl charged the king, who mockingly told her to go join her parents. He swung his wings at her, but she spun to deflect the blow and grabbed his chin, roaring that he was the one going down. She exerted so much force that her muscles expanded and her veins bulged, slowly lifting the king's face. The king felt a flash of dread as his newly fused wound burst open again. Baze was shocked to see the cut reopening. However, the king used his tail to swing his blade at Ape Girl. Unable to dodge, she was struck and fell back toward Baze. The corrosive poison knocked her unconscious instantly. As Baze treated her, he noticed that the king's wounds seemed to heal only when he was touching the ground. He realized the soil of the wasteland was providing the king with endless energy and healing. The king, now fully recovered, told Baze that even with 1,000 years of life essence, he couldn't stop someone who absorbed energy from the secret realm. He claimed that none of the three friends would survive the erosion from his blade, and noted that Baze was too drained from fighting the poison to save them. He then commanded his army of reptiles to devour the group. Just when he thought it was all over, large chunks of stone began falling from the cave ceiling. The king of the dead rotten reptiles was caught off guard as heavy stones fell from the ceiling, accurately striking the advancing swarm of reptiles. A beam of light broke into the cave, followed by the powerful howling of wolves. It turned out that little Tangerine and the others had successfully broken through the ground and jumped down to join the fight. Seeing them, he felt a surge of joy. Little Tangerine had actually done it. He had gathered the monsters of the island. With so many reinforcements arriving, the reptiles were forced to stop their advance. Little Tangerine shouted for everyone to finish the invaders, and the white wolf led the charge, easily knocking enemies aside. As the monster horde pushed the reptiles back, the king roared in a rage, swearing that none of them would see the sun rise again. At that same moment, Baze let out a roar of his own. 4 golden orbs appeared in front of him and were thrust into the bodies of the 4 friends. Instantly, he, Ancient Ape, Wolverine, and the Deathlark were fully revived. He realized that Baze had shared his very life essence with them. Baze's body began to glow and shrink until he transformed back into the form of Bai Sitong. She explained that she was the Beast Lord Baze and that by giving away her life essence, she had to stay in the form that consumed the least energy. They all stared at her in shock. She pointed at the king and told the little ones it was time to counterattack. She explained that the king was drawing energy from the soil, and if they could find a way to keep him off the ground, they could finally defeat him. The island monsters continued their collective attack, causing heavy losses to the reptile army. This infuriated the king, who began spewing venom breath at the horde. A mountain giant ox was hit and instantly withered as its life essence was drained. When a blast was fired toward the white wolf and Little Tangerine, he quickly stepped in to block it. Little Tangerine shouted a warning, but he stood his ground. To his relief, he didn't shrink this time. He realized that Baze's life essence had made him immune to the draining effects. He praised Little Tangerine for accomplishing the impossible and creating a miracle. Even though the king saw them as weak, these weak creatures were now successfully challenging his authority. The proud Deathlark was the first to strike the king again, but he blocked her and knocked her away with his wing. Her pterosaur followers rushed in to help, completely disregarding their own safety. Every animal there had the same goal, to finish the king and restore the life of Abyss Island. Wolverine was moved by the sight, realizing that these monsters were fighting fearlessly because of the dragon. He saw that, even though the dragon looked like a monster, he had a courageous soul. Wolverine recalled his master's words, that the strongest swordsmen aren't just those with power, but those with the courage and selflessness to fight for others. Finally understanding the true meaning of those words, Wolverine charged forward, declaring that his blade would now be used only to protect the island. He unleashed his gold slash, but the king mocked him, saying the sword was useless and telling him to save his energy. Wolverine didn't give up, stating that if one strike didn't work, he would use 100 more. He swung his blade repeatedly, pushing himself until blood seeped from his mouth. Suddenly, a crack sounded from his sword handle, and his body began to float as the blade emitted a golden light. A spirit emerged from the sword. It was his master. His master explained that he had asked Baze to seal half of his life essence in the blade, only to be unlocked once Wolverine understood the essence of being a true swordsman. Wolverine was moved to tears as his master's energy merged with his body. The spirit promised he was always by his side and told him to use the sword to clear their path. Wolverine charged with a massive human silhouette hovering behind him. With one flash of light, he finally severed the king's wings. He gasped for air, exhausted but proud that he had done it. However, he slipped and fell as his energy faded. The king's severed wings began to sizzle, and Ape Girl realized with horror that they were regenerating. She grabbed the king's face and roared that she wouldn't let him heal. With a massive burst of strength, she actually lifted the king's enormous body completely off the ground, leaving the monster in total shock. The king of the dead rotten reptiles tried to stay grounded by stabbing his massive sword tail into the earth, preventing Ape Girl from fully lifting him. Seeing the opening, he activated his dragon scale wheel and charged the tail, demanding the monster let go. With a clean swish, he severed the king's tail entirely. With no way left to anchor himself, the king was finally hoisted into the air. He shouted for Ape Girl to use the shot put technique he taught her. She roared, spinning her massive body with incredible force until the king was nothing but a blur of after images. At the same time, he activated his Thunder Rage mode. His eyes turned a deep crimson, electricity crackled across his skin, and his fins stood tall. Falling monster with a Thunder Rage enhanced burst breath. The explosion was absolute. Everything except the king's head was shredded into minced meat that rained down upon the cave floor. Exhausted from the effort, he sat on the ground and muttered that he'd like to see the beast try to regenerate from that. The surrounding monsters broke into cheers, hugging each other in celebration. Ape Girl wept with joy, telling her parents that they were finally avenged. However, Bai Satang pointed at the remains and shouted a warning. The king wasn't finished. The scattered meat began to wriggle and sprout tentacles, attempting to pull itself back together. Bai Satang ordered everyone to pick up the remains so they wouldn't touch the ground. But then something unexpected happened. The barren, ashy floor of the cave suddenly sprouted a lush carpet of grass. As the grass touched the king's remains, the meat lost its vitality and turned gray. He was puzzled by the sudden growth of greenery in an underground cave until he saw a familiar figure, the cannibal edible tree. The tree was using its hands to pump green energy into the earth, creating the life-giving grass. He thanked Brother Tree for showing up, and the tree laughed, noting that he too was a part of Abyss Island. He approached the king's remains, intending to devour them for power, but the sight of the monster's human-like face made him nauseous. He felt a bit frustrated that all his hard work might result in no reward, because he couldn't bring himself to eat something that looked human. Bai Sitang jumped onto the face and noted that deep down he still held onto his human principles and refused to devour anything that resembled his old self. She told him she admired his nature. As the Beast Lord, she decided his efforts wouldn't go to waste. She drew the golden life essence from the king's corpse and injected it directly into his body. His energy was instantly restored, and Little Kun reappeared to announce that he had gained a staggering 10 million evolution points. He gave Little Kun a thumbs up and spent the points immediately, causing his body to evolve again. New armor plating appeared on his thighs, chest, and shoulders, making him look incredibly formidable. He asked if any new skills had dropped, and Little Kun confirmed he'd gained an S-rank skill called Dragon's 9 Sons. The skill allowed him to release 9 wraiths that looked exactly like him once a day. He was skeptical, asking if he was basically spitting out his soul, but Little Kun insisted the clones were powerful and equipped with infrared scanning and smart targeting. He eventually gave up arguing, realizing the system always had a bit of a sense of humor. He noticed a few hyenas eyeing the king's remains for a snack and warned them away, telling them the meat was far too poisonous to eat. He then suggested they search for any remaining reptiles, as they were still a threat. Bai Sitang agreed and organized them into search parties. However, they found no living reptiles, only puddles of green liquid. Bai Sitang realized that the reptiles and their leaders were likely just extensions of the king created from his own blood. Now that the king was truly finished, his creations had simply dissolved. Ape Girl and he were relieved that the hard work was over. Just then, the White Wolf and Little Tangerine arrived with news that Wolverine had found his master's remains. They followed the squirrel to a hidden chamber filled with weapons, gold, and jewels. He looked at the treasure in wonder, seeing even a crown among the pile, and joked about whether the king of the dead rotten reptiles thought he was a legendary dragon guarding a horde. Bai Sitang explained that the jewels were likely left behind by human psychics, who used to visit the island to hunt monsters centuries ago. That came to an end when they disturbed a supreme being who not only finished the invaders, but also set up a barrier to keep Abyss Island peaceful and secluded. Looking at his master's remains, Wolverine blamed himself deeply, apologizing for his perceived incompetence and promising he would never let anything like this happen again. He was curious why the king of the dead rotten reptiles would even bother keeping the remains, and Wolverine explained through gritted teeth that the despicable monster likely wanted to use them as leverage to keep him under control. Suddenly, Ape Girl noticed something glowing in the pile of jewels, a golden bracelet. She was overwhelmed with emotion when she realized it was the strength wristband her father used to wear. As she put it on, a vision of her father appeared. He told her how proud he and her mother were of her for finding the heirloom and defeating the king. He explained that he had infused his final bit of life essence into the band for this very day, and he passed that energy into her as a final blessing to help her grow stronger for the long road ahead. Ape Girl wept with a mix of sadness and joy, grateful to have seen him one last time. Bai Sitang addressed the crowd, stating that since he was the one who led the mission to finish the king, all the items in the cave, except for Wolverine's weapons, rightfully belonged to him. The monsters didn't mind since they couldn't eat jewels anyway. The Deathlark joked that only a dummy like him would want such fancy trash. Bai Sitang then made a major announcement. She noted that while she usually stayed at the Snow Mountain, the island needed a leader who could unite everyone in times of danger. She nominated him to be the king of Abyss Island. All the monsters agreed, and Ape Girl cheered that his strength made him the perfect boss. Even the Deathlark gave her approval. As the crowd cheered "Long live the king," he walked to the treasure and shared a different perspective. He spoke of a diligent former king who had sacrificed his life to save the island from the reptiles, and a descendant who had carried on that will alone. He declared that it was her bravery that created the opportunity for victory, and insisted that Ape Girl deserved to be the queen of Abyss Island. Ape Girl was baffled, arguing that he had the brains and the strength to lead, but he just blushed and joked that he was destined to be the king of monsters and that the island was too small for him. The others rolled their eyes at his dramatics, but Bai Sitang agreed with his choice and officially nominated Ape Girl as queen. The monsters signaled their agreement, and he handed Ape Girl the crown, saying every coronation needed a bit of ceremony. She looked at the small crown awkwardly, wondering how it would fit her massive head, and he face-palmed, calling her a silly blockhead and reminding her she could take a human form. She realized he was right and transformed, gracefully placing the crown on her head. Wolverine and the Deathlark were confused by the transformation, viewing human ways as unnecessarily complicated. The other monsters were also puzzled, thinking the two leaders looked weak in that form. However, a giant Smilodon explained it was a clever hunting tactic to look vulnerable and lure in prey. He even suggested that another Smilodon could get the same ability by eating a fruit from the Deathlark's territory. A nearby pterosaur quickly warned them not to listen, as eating the Deathlark's fruit usually resulted in the bird eating the monster instead. Little Tangerine and the White Wolf finally silenced the chatter with a stern look. Ape Girl roared to the crowd, thanking them and promising to guard the island well. Most of the monsters roared back in support, support, but one bear stepped forward to protest. The bear argued that he could have lifted the king too and questioned why she should be queen when the dragon did the actual finishing move. He was secretly amused to see a coronation getting crashed. Ape Girl didn't back down. She rolled up her sleeves and accepted the bear's challenge to a duel. They transformed back into their monster forms and fought until the bear was beaten to a pulp and begging for mercy. Having firmly established her authority, all the monsters knelt and hailed her as the great ape queen. Bai Sitong finally called for an end to the fighting and suggested they let the monsters head home. She asked the pterosaurs to help carry the ones who couldn't climb out of the deep cave themselves. The Deathlark respectfully bowed and agreed to Lord Baze's request. Baze then transformed back into his monster form and suggested they check out the king's corroded greatsword. He asked Wolverine, who loved cold weapons, if he was interested in it. Wolverine was hesitant, noting that the blade had been sitting in the king's toxic body for so long that the corrosive poison likely made it unusable for him. Baze laughed and asked what he would think if the poison could be purified. Wolverine was overjoyed at the possibility and thanked him. Baze then used his power to cleanse the weapon. Once the purification was finished, the brownish-gray blade turned a vibrant, blood-red color. Wolverine gave it a test swing, sending out a bloody shadow of a blade. He praised it as a truly fine weapon. Baze explained that the sword was called Bloodblade, left behind by a human psychic a millennium ago. Its original owner had finished many people with it, filling it with a murderous aura that made it a perfect match for Wolverine. Wolverine thanked Baze repeatedly, and he was genuinely happy to see his friend so delighted. The Deathlark teased that Wolverine was just a fool who only cared about weapons. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the entire island, coming from the direction of Deathlark Peak. The flying creatures nearly got hit by falling debris, and the ground in the cave began to split. Confused and alarmed, they wondered if the king had a father who had come for revenge. As they tried to make sense of the shaking, a pterosaur flew in frantically with bad news. It knelt before the Deathlark and reported that the entire peak had collapsed. They were both shocked and demanded to know what had happened. The pterosaur explained that a black cylinder had hit the mountain, followed by flames and a massive blast that took many of their people's lives. He told the Deathlark they needed to go see it for themselves. With the help of the flock, they flew out and raced toward the mountain. When they arrived, the peak was completely gone, replaced by a massive crater that was filling with seawater. Two figures stood at the edge of the pit. An old man took a long sip from a wine gourd, complaining about being thirsty for months. A younger man looked at the crater and cursed the people from North Ploania, saying they had bombed the island just because they saw a flock of pterosaurs. The old man agreed, expressing his desire to punch a member of the Lester family. The young man asked if the old man had grown fond of the island during his stay. The old man sighed and admitted the monsters here were actually easy to get along with and quite interesting. He noted that if the monsters hadn't finished the king of the dead rotten reptiles, the humans would still be dealing with massive waves at sea. The young man thanked the elder for his hard work, noting that only a plant-based psychic like him could navigate the island's storms and electronics jamming energy. He wondered why the island's mysterious force was related to the king, but the old man told him not to overthink it, as everything would be clear once they entered the secret realm. The young man's face grew serious at the mention of the realm. He wanted to get inside before the people on the ships who belonged to various small clans found out and caused trouble. The old man scoffed, saying those groups were no threat, and that even the Nether Sin Palace wouldn't dare offend the Heaven Force from Cathay. As they talked, the dragon and the Deathlark arrived. He couldn't believe the destruction. Even his strongest breath couldn't have sunk a mountain. He remembered the black cylinder and realized with a shock that it must have been a missile. He knew only human weapons had that kind of power, though the cut seemed almost too clean for a standard blast. Ape Girl pointed out two figures below. He couldn't tell if they were humans or monsters in disguise, so he asked Little Kun to scan them. Little Kun identified the young man as Joji and the old man as Mu General, both powerful human psychics. He also sensed a familiar aura from the old man. As he was processing the fact that humans were on the island, the Deathlark dived down in an angry rush. He landed heavily beside her, shaking the earth. The young man was frozen in fear, amazed at the size of the monsters and their ability to command the flying creatures. He sternly asked if they were responsible for the explosion. The young man was shocked that a dragon could speak and that the beasts were equipped with gear. The Deathlark didn't want to talk. She wanted revenge for her destroyed home and attacked the young man. He dodged sideways with ease, finding her wind powers interesting. Joji then used his psychic abilities to control a dagger and fight back. He was impressed by how calmly the humans could handle monsters of their level. As things got heated, the old man started shouting for everyone to stop, claiming they were all on the same side. Wolverine approached with his new sword, sneering and asking who exactly was on their side. The old man, Mu General, looked startled, realizing there was a massive misunderstanding. Wolverine didn't buy the old man's story for a second and swung his sword right at him. Mu General narrowly dodged the blade and shouted for the giant wolf to stop, insisting again that they were on the same side. Meanwhile, Joji, who had evaded the Deathlark's attack, was impressed impressed. He noted that even though the wolf held the sword in its mouth, its skill was that of a master swordsman. He looked at the giant dragon and felt like he was staring at a human. He wondered if the monsters on the island had developed human-like intelligence, but then he chuckled to himself. He figured that even if they were smart, they were still just monsters who couldn't compare to humans with advanced technology and psychic powers. With that, he decided to finish things and unleashed his ultimate move, Lightning Wind. His blade turned into a blur of shadows that swarmed the Deathlark. It was impossible for her to dodge, and she hadn't expected this weak human to be so dangerous. He didn't hesitate. He dashed in front of her, taking the hits and ending up covered in wounds. The Deathlark looked at him with worry, but he made a joke to keep her spirits up, telling her he just didn't want her to lose any more of her precious feathers. She told him to shut up, though she was clearly moved. Joji was stunned. He hadn't realized a monster would sacrifice its own body to shield a comrade. While he was distracted, he charged at him, shouting that only jerks bully girls and promising to teach him a lesson. Joji realized the bird was female and grew serious. He used his tail to knock Joji into the air and followed up with a dragon kill. Joji realized the dragon was baiting him into the air to leave him with no way to dodge. The human was struck hard, spitting blood as he flew backward. Arrogant as ever, Joji claimed he could still handle the situation and launched his wind strings blade at high speed. He countered by shooting 3 explosive bombs. One knocked the blade away, while the other 2 flew straight at Joji. The young man mocked his aim as the projectiles whizzed past, but Mu General shouted a frantic warning. It was too late. He gave Joji a cold smile and snapped his fingers, engulfing the psychic in a massive explosion. Mu General rushed toward the blast, yelling for the ugly dragon to stop. He finally revealed the truth. He was the cannibal tree that had helped them against the king. Wolverine appeared behind him with a sneer, saying the old man didn't look much like a tree to him and prepared to strike. Mu General reacted quickly, using his plant powers to conjure 2 large wooden hands that caught Wolverine's sword mid-swing. Ape Girl, the Deathlark, and he were all shocked. They asked how a human could be the cannibal tree. Mu General, flustered and annoyed, explained that he was a plant-based psychic who could control and even transform into vegetation. He muttered that they were one to talk about appearances. He looked at Mu General and asked if he had brought this human and caused all the destruction. Joji spoke up, saying the destruction wasn't their doing. He explained that other, more brutal human forces had landed on the island. He didn't believe them, but Joji scoffed, calling him monstrously stupid for wasting time while the island was being torn apart. Mu General added that a warship full of psychics was stationed 60 kilometers away and that their gravity bomb was what had sunk the peak. He was stunned to hear about such advanced, terrifying technology. Meanwhile, on another part of the island, the white wolf was finished by a single punch. A blonde man stood over the fallen monsters with disdain, calling them fragile and useless. When a larger group of monsters arrived, the man Orvis pulled out a flare gun. He joked about how long it would take to finish them all and decided to call in another gravity bomb instead. He fired the flare, and his companions laughed as the red signal rocketed into the sky. On the warship, a soldier reported the new coordinates to a man named Mr. Lester. Lester didn't hesitate and ordered the strike, wanting to let Orvis have his fun. He checked with a mysterious man in black from the Nether Sin Palace, who confirmed they wouldn't interfere with Lester's business. A missile was launched, screaming toward the red signal on the island. Up in the air, Bai Satang spotted the incoming projectile and alerted him. He had the Deathlark fly him higher so he could intercept it. When he saw it was a missile, he gathered his energy and unleashed a burst breath. The beam hit the missile dead on, blowing it to pieces. On the ship, the crew panicked, reporting that a beam of light with S-grade power had destroyed their weapon. Lester was shocked, wondering if there was an S-grade light psychic on the island. He ordered Orvis and his team to investigate. Orvis saw the blue light from a distance and wondered what it was. A bald man with him noted that they might be facing a rare light-based psychic. Orvis wondered if the boy from Cathay was responsible, but a bearded man reminded him that the boy wasn't a light psychic and should still be on the ship. They received Lester's order to check the blast site, but first, they turned toward the monsters in front of them with malicious grins, ready to have some fun. Orvis drew his weapon and charged toward the monster group, and the other psychics followed suit, activating their abilities. He noted that since they couldn't use the gravity missile to wipe the beasts out all at once, they might as well use this as a warm-up. The scene shifts back to Deathlark Peak. Joji looked at him, completely astonished. He realized that the strength the dragon had displayed must be S-grade, noting that even if he and Mr. Mu combined their powers, they couldn't withstand a beam like that. He shouted up to the dragon, asking if he believed them now and warning that more missiles would come if those people weren't stopped. He jumped down to the ground and approached the humans, telling them he would trust them this once. He sternly reminded them that it was his island and they had better behave themselves. He then turned to the Deathlark and asked her to take them to the area with the red smoke. Just then, Baze approached Ancient Ape. He noted that since the monsters had elected her the Queen of Abyss Island, she and the Thunder Thunder Dragon should be the ones to handle this situation. Ape Girl immediately agreed, but he questioned why Baze wasn't joining them. The Deathlark quickly scolded him, reminding him that it was already a great honor that Lord Baze had descended the mountain to help with the king. Baze looked at him seriously and pointed out that these intruders were humans, his own kind. He asked if the dragon planned to help the humans or the monsters of the island. He felt a bit slighted by the question and told Baze not to doubt him. He declared himself a monster and promised to help Ape Girl protect the island, vowing to tear any ill-intentioned intruders to shreds. Baze smiled, feeling reassured, and gave them his blessing to go. As they headed toward the red smoke, Joji watched them go, calling them a bunch of simple-minded monsters for leaving the two of them there. Mr. Mu chuckled, saying the monsters simply didn't think two humans could cause much trouble, especially since he had helped them before. He then led the young master deeper into the island, explaining they still had to find the entrance to the secret realm and complete their assigned tasks. Meanwhile, back at the battlefield, the white wolf was struck by a human and spat blood as he fell. Just as the psychic was about to deliver the final blow, a furious roar echoed out. Bear appeared and swiped at the human, but the man easily dodged the attack. Bear roared again, promising to slap anyone to death who caused trouble in the queen's territory. A man with a beard laughed at the attempt, noting that while the giant bear had decent power, roughly on par with a C-grade psychic, he was nothing compared to a B-grade fighter. The bearded man landed a direct punch on Bear's face. As Bear tried to regain his stance, a blade shadow suddenly sliced across the air, decapitating the bear instantly. Orvis stood over the corpse with a giant sword, sneering. He told his teammates to stop playing around and finish the job. He had no sense of honor and had launched a sneak attack to end the fight. The white wolf let out a cry of pain and tried to rush in, but the bearded man aimed a fist at him that he couldn't dodge. Suddenly, a golden slash flashed by, and the bearded man was sliced in half. The human psychics were frozen in shock. When they saw who had unleashed the strike, they were even more astonished. Wolverine landed with a grim expression, staring them down. Then, more shadows descended from the sky. They were stunned to see giant wolves holding swords and giant birds helping other monsters fly into battle. They couldn't believe the creatures were smart enough to use teamwork. Seeing the fallen monsters everywhere, he felt a deep sense of guilt. He realized these creatures had only gathered to help him against the king, and if he hadn't asked Little Tangerine to summon them, they wouldn't have been in harm's way. When he and Ape Girl saw that Bear had been finished so tragically, their eyes turned bloodshot with rage. He roared at the humans, calling them damned and vowing that not one of them would leave the island alive. The psychics were terrified to hear the monster speak with such a powerful aura. Suddenly, several drones flew in and began spraying bullets from their Gatling guns. While the bullets didn't do much damage, the constant noise and stinging was infuriating. Wolverine used a Gullwind and the Deathlark used a Whirlwind to destroy another. The last drone was smashed by their sheer brute force, leaving the psychics stunned. They wondered if these were really monsters or perhaps beast-type psychics who could transform. Back on the warship, everyone watched the drone footage in horror. Lester stared at the screen, baffled by monsters using swords and wind powers. The man in black wondered if they were beast-type psychics. Just then, a crew member shouted that Hans, a B-grade power psychic, had lost his life signs. Lester's face darkened. Rumors spread among the crew about how a B-grade psychic could have been finished by monsters. Since the drones were gone, they were blind to the situation, so Lester ordered a second team and 10 more drones to the area immediately. Meanwhile, on Abyss Island, Wolverine's body began to shrink rapidly. A second later, he shifted into his werewolf form. He had always wanted to test his skills against humans in this shape, telling the group that he dreamed of fighting like this. He confidently told the Thunder Dragon, Ape Girl, and the Deathlark to stay back, claiming he could handle the situation on his own. Seeing the transformation, Orvis realized his suspicions were correct. The creatures could take human form. Though he found it strange, he was convinced they were psychics. He demanded to know which clan they belonged to and how they had reached the island first. He warned them that the Lester family had already claimed the territory and told them to leave immediately. Wolverine didn't care for the talk. He charged with his sword, scoffing that the man was full of nonsense. As he closed in to finish the job, a figure jumped in front of Orvis to block the strike, telling Wolverine he'd have to go through him first. Wolverine didn't hesitate, swinging his blade and promising to grant the man's death wish. Little Kun updated the panel with new info. Orvis and Mike were B-grade psychics, specializing in lightning and rock. Hester was an A-grade lightning user, and the one blocking Wolverine was Geo, a B-grade speed psychic. He asked Little Kun if the scanning function had been upgraded, and the guide confirmed it happened during the fight with Joji. He worried if Wolverine was at a disadvantage in human form, but Little Kun explained that while his raw strength dropped from S-grade to A-grade, his master-level swordsmanship kept him in the fight. He asked about the levels for the rest of them. In monster form, the Deathlark was S-grade, Ape Girl was A-grade, and he was ranked as S+. Their human forms, however, were much weaker, likely not even reaching B-grade. He joked that only someone like Wolverine would actually want to fight as a human. He also teased Little Kun about the S+ rank, but the guy just timidly explained it meant he was stronger than a boss and had an awesome system. He sarcastically sarcastically noted that a joking system was a better name for it. Just then, Wolverine broke through Geo's defense. Geo tried to use his speed to retreat, but Wolverine stayed right on him. With one clean slash, he took Geo's head. On the warship, the crew panicked. They had been easily clearing monsters, but now 2 of their battle-hardened mercenaries had been finished in less than a minute. They started to fear there really was an S-grade monster on the island. The man in black chuckled, noting that such strong guardians only proved the secret realm was high level. Lester was less amused, worried about his son, and demanded to know where the reinforcements and drones were. The captain reported the second squad was 5 minutes out, but many drones had been lost to the island's lightning storms. Lester was furious and ordered even more drones to be sent. Back on the island, Orvis was trembling after seeing Geo fall. The bald psychic, Hester, stepped forward to take over, noting that while the werewolf was only A grade, his experience made him dangerous. Hester introduced himself as an elder of the Lester family, but Wolverine cut him off, sneering that dead men didn't need to know names. Hester fired a lightning sphere that struck Wolverine's blade, paralyzing him and sending him flying. To Hester's shock, Wolverine recovered almost instantly. As Wolverine leaped for a downward strike, Hester mocked him, thinking the metal sword would only conduct more electricity. To everyone's surprise, Wolverine bit down on the weapon instead of holding it with his hands. Using his mouth to guide the blade, he unleashed a gold slash that split the lightning sphere in 2. The energy continued downward and struck Hester, drawing blood. Seeing Hester injured, Orvis and Mike charged Wolverine together. The Deathlark intervened, firing gusts of wind at them and calling them despicable scoundrels for trying to ambush her friend. Orvis dodged, but Mike took the hit and was sent flying into a deep pit. Mike climbed out, bragging that his rock-type defense made him immune to such small attacks. Suddenly, a massive shadow loomed over him. Ape Girl roared, telling the noisy human to taste her mountain crush, before slamming her giant hands down on him. The arrogant Mike was smashed into the dirt. As he tried to stand, Ape Girl began a brutal pummeling, asking if his defense was really harder than her fists. She pounded him like raindrops until his stony head was shattered. He watched the scene, thinking it was a bit too brutal even for a monster. When she finally finished, she turned a cold, indifferent gaze toward Orvis and Hester, telling them they were next. On the warship, Lester was in a full panic after hearing about Mike's death. Convinced there were S-grade monsters everywhere, he prepared to head to the island personally to save his son. The mysterious man stepped in to calm him down, pointing out that Hester was currently with Orvis. He reminded Lester that Hester was a peak A-grade psychic on the verge of reaching S-grade. With the second squad and more drones arriving soon, he insisted there was no need to worry. Lester finally settled down, but immediately issued new orders. He told a subordinate to grab several A-grade and S-grade psychics and head to the island on a speedboat. He specifically chose an S-grade crystal psychic named Jing, noting that Jing's defense against the offshore thunderstorms would be much better than Mike's. Jing accepted the mission, while Lester watched the screen, silently pleading for Hester to hold on. However, things were looking grim for Hester on the island. He was struggling under Wolverine's relentless assault, only staying on his feet to protect Orvis. He realized the monsters were terrifyingly strong, noting that the T-Rex hadn't even joined the fight yet, and decided he had to sacrifice himself to give Orvis a chance to escape. Hester threw 2 lightning spheres at Wolverine, successfully paralyzing him. He followed up by binding Wolverine's hands with thunder chains, sending continuous shocks through his body to keep him pinned. Hester shouted for Orvis to run, and the young man didn't hesitate, fleeing for his life while crying out for someone to save him. But Wolverine wasn't finished. Despite being electrocuted and bound by chains, he threw the sword from his mouth with perfect accuracy. The blade pierced right through Hester. The psychic fell, his consciousness fading as he wondered how the werewolf could still strike back while being stunned. With his last protector gone, Orvis was in a total panic. He ran frantically, screaming that he didn't want to die. He watched him coldly, telling him there was no escape. He decided it was the perfect time to test his new skill. He spat out a blue orb, and the dragon's 9 sons appeared, 9 ghostly clones of himself. He sent them after the fleeing psychic. Orvis was terrified, thinking he had walked into a horror movie. Suddenly, more drones arrived. Orvis was ecstatic, waving at them and thinking he was saved. Back on the warship, the crew saw Orvis was still alive just as the second squad reached the battlefield. Everyone started to relax, but then a crew member pointed out the blue T-Rex ghost army right behind the young master. Orvis reached the rescue squad leader, feeling like he'd found his savior, but before the leader could even finish a sentence of comfort, the clones charged. A massive explosion hit them both, followed by an even more violent blast that completely engulfed the area. When the dust settled, Orvis and the entire rescue squad were gone. The remaining crew members didn't even have time to grieve before they felt the ground shake. He and his friends surrounded them. He looked at them with a cold gaze, telling Ape Girl that more fools had arrived to perish. The psychics were stunned to see giant monsters that could talk, and realized these were the creatures that had wiped out their team. The drones started firing their Gatling guns again, holding the monsters back with a hail of bullets. The psychics saw an opening and launched a desperate assault. The Deathlark let out a cry, and a swarm of her followers dived in to help, tearing the drones into scrap metal in seconds. Back on the warship, Lester exploded in a fury of lightning when he heard his son was gone. He swore to personally wipe out the beasts and soared off toward the island, ordering his best men to follow on landing boats. Sensing the chaos, the man in black reported Lester's plan to the head of the sinful sanctuary. The Temple Lord sneered, realizing Lester was just using his son's death as an excuse to get to the secret realm first. He ordered a man named Bartle to join Lester and report back the moment the realm was found. Out in the storm, Jing was struggling to hold up a crystal shield against the lightning. Lester suddenly flew into the shield, his face dark with grief. He told Jing he was there to personally finish the beasts who finished his son. The crew vowed revenge, but Lester noticed Bartle following them. He knew the sanctuary didn't trust him and had sent a spy. However, he figured having an S-class soul manipulator on his side would make finishing the monsters even easier. Lester told Jing to have the other teams land from different directions to find the secret realm while his team focused on skinning the beasts alive. When Bartle caught up, Lester called him out for spying. Bartle candidly admitted he was following orders, but added that he was fascinated by the four monsters. He wanted to know if they were psychics or intelligent giants born from the island's energy. Bartle told Lester that once the man had finished his revenge, he wanted the monsters' souls to turn them into necro-behemoths. He hoped to use these undead giants to get back at the necro-sanctum that had exiled him. Lester, feeling his guard relax, agreed to help Bartle get the souls in exchange for help finding the secret realm. They planned to split the gains and finally break free from the sinful sanctuary's control. Meanwhile, on Abyss Island, he looked at the neatly arranged remains of the human psychics, and his heart felt heavy with conflict. After seeing the human-like face of the king of the dead rotten reptiles earlier, he hadn't been able to bring himself to eat it, and he felt the same way about these real humans. He just couldn't do it. However, he worried that if he didn't devour them, he would lose out on valuable skill points, which felt like a waste of all their hard work. While he was agonizing over this, a group of monsters with bloodshot eyes approached. They respectfully told the lords that since these humans had finished so many of their monster kin, they wanted to tear into the remains. He quickly intervened, telling them that he still had a use for the bodies, and joking that they were too small to even fill the gaps in the monster's teeth. Watching this, Wolverine realized that while he could defeat his human enemies without hesitation, he refused to eat them. He noted that monsters had no psychological burden when it came to devouring their own kind, which he saw as a major difference between humans and beasts. Just then, Little Kun appeared and started talking to himself, sounding very proud of a new discovery. He was confused and asked why the guide had suddenly appeared and was babbling. Little Kun explained that he knew he was reluctant to devour human remains, so he had analyzed the method bays used to extract life essence from the king. He told him he could now extract the life essence from the psychics just like Bays did. By consuming these essences, he could get the same benefits as eating monster flesh without the discomfort. He was thrilled and told Little Kun he was brilliant and that he loved him for the idea. He then asked if Ape Girl and Wolverine could also use these essences to get stronger. Little Kun replied arrogantly, reminding him that since he was the only one with the system, only he could see and use the extracted essence. He snickered to himself, feeling a bit sorry for his friends but happy that the benefits were all his. He jokingly asked if he should eat the essence or apply it like a lotion. Little Kun was speechless and told him it had to be ingested, complaining about how much effort he had to put in for such a useless master. He retorted that his unreliable system shouldn't be calling him useless while he started the process. The system notification confirmed he had successfully devoured the life essence of a B-grade rock-type psychic, rewarding him with 150,000 evolution points. He was surprised, noting that it was about as much as the king had provided, even though the humans were so much smaller. Then, a new notification congratulated him on his first time devouring human essence, granting him a passive skill called Double the Joy, which doubled all evolution points obtained from humans. His eyes lit up at the news, and he couldn't wait to finish the rest. He successfully devoured a B-grade speed-type essence for 260,000 points, a B-grade lightning type for another 260,000, and a firearms type for 280,000. Finally, he devoured an A-grade lightning type essence and earned a special skill called Thorned Thunder Spikes. This was an upgrade to his existing spikes, adding lightning properties that could damage and temporarily paralyze enemies. He was overjoyed, thinking the skill was perfect and thrilled that he had finally unlocked a new ability. After finishing, he looked at the gathered monsters and noted that 2 human squads had already fallen. He knew the humans wouldn't let it go, and didn't know how many more were waiting on the warship. He told Wolverine to have the monsters head back to their own territories, since it wasn't safe for everyone to stay in one spot. Wolverine agreed, saying they didn't know if other psychics were lurking nearby and offered to have his pack escort everyone home. He then told the Deathlark to have her clan scout from the air for any signs of humans. He warned her not to attack if they found anyone but to notify him immediately. Ape Girl rushed over and asked what her task was. He face-palmed and reminded her that since she was now the queen, she was supposed to be the one giving the orders. He sighed and told her they should bury the remains first and then search the area. Ape Girl gave him an okay gesture and started picking up the bodies as if she were cleaning up small snacks. He looked toward the sea and declared loudly that everyone had just survived a major conflict with the king, and they still faced an unknown number of humans. He told them them to go back, recover their strength, and be ready to fight at any moment. He wanted the humans to understand that Abyss Island was not a place they could just enter and leave whenever they wanted. While he was sending the monsters home, Bartle was on the ship using his soul power to gather information. After a moment, he opened his eyes wide, having sensed the soul energy of Orvis. He also felt Joji's presence nearby on the island. Lester was surprised and asked if he meant Joji from the Heavens Marshal Division. Noting that the young man was supposed to be on the warship, Bartle confirmed that not only was Joji not on the ship, but he had also landed on the island before Orvis's team did. After hearing Bartle's explanation, Lester became absolutely furious, gritting his teeth in a rage. He assumed that Joji had been the first to land on the island, and that the monsters were his doing. He believed the boy had finished Orvis and the other team members just to keep the secret realm all to himself. However, Bartle didn't agree with that theory. He pointed out that if Joji could bypass the island's energy field, he wouldn't have bothered taking the warship with them. Bartle suspected the monsters were native to the island and had developed intelligence thanks to the energy from the secret realm. While they were talking, Jing received word that Haas and his team had successfully landed somewhere else. Hearing this, Lester immediately ordered Haas to start looking for the entrance to the secret realm and told him to finish Joji on sight if they ran into him. Shortly after, Lester's group reached the island and found the spot where Orvis and his team had been buried. Lester signaled his team, and a B-grade Earth psychic stepped forward, using his powers to quickly dig up the remains. Looking at his son's body, Lester vowed that none of the monsters responsible would get away and promised to get revenge. Meanwhile, Bartle was looking at the monster remains on the ground and found the situation strange. He noted that these monsters devoured other beasts, but not humans, and they even took the time to bury the bodies. He wondered if they really were just beast-type psychics. Lester, still burning with anger, unleashed his lightning power and growled that it didn't matter if they were human or monster, he was going to tear them to pieces. Just then, Jing pointed to the sky and urgently warned Lester that a pterosaur was watching them. As soon as the creature saw the humans, it let out a loud screech, and other pterosaurs nearby began to follow suit. Jing felt uneasy, realizing they were passing messages and had truly evolved. He quickly created ice arrows and threw them at the pterosaurs. One arrow pierced a creature's neck, and it crashed to the ground after a final cry. However, as soon as they dealt with one, a massive flock appeared in the distance, heading straight for them. The psychics were skeptical, amazed that the creatures were actually calling for reinforcements. Lester shouted that the timing was perfect and told them to all come and meet their end. He gritted his teeth, promising to finish every monster on the island. As the swarm got closer, the psychics launched a combined attack. But just as their powers were about to hit, the flock split apart to reveal the Deathlark hiding behind them. She flapped her wings and reflected the humans' attacks right back at them. The psychics scrambled to put up defenses, barely blocking the rebounded strikes. Jing shouted a warning, identifying her as the monster bird with wind powers. A red-haired fire psychic foolishly challenged her, claiming he would burn her feathers, and launched a huge column of flame. The Deathlark swiped her wings and instantly dispersed the fire. She was furious, telling the kid that she would take him down first for trying to touch her precious feathers. Jing was shocked to hear the bird speak, which convinced him even more that she was a beast-type psychic. The red-haired man ignored the danger and acted foolishly again, taking a deep breath to spit another fireball. The Deathlark lost her patience and used her wind blade skill. The fireball was shredded instantly, and the blades raced down toward the man. Since he had jumped out of the defensive circle, he was decapitated in the blink of an eye. Jing and the others quickly reinforced their shields to survive the rest of her attack, amazed by how strong her power was. Once her attack ended, the Deathlark flew high into the sky. She planned to keep them busy until the ugly dragon and the others arrived for a joint assault. Jing realized something was wrong and warned the group that the bird was stalling for time and waiting for reinforcements. Hearing this, Lester trembled with rage. He roared that she wouldn't be allowed to leave after finishing his people. He raised his hand and fired a lightning orb that hit the Deathlark's wings, turning them black. Paralyzed, she fell straight toward the ground. Her followers panicked as she crashed, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Nearby, Ape Girl and the dragon heard the commotion and knew something was wrong. He realized the Deathlark must have run into the psychics and cursed her under his breath for not waiting until the group was together like he'd instructed. Jing and his team were excited to see her fall and shouted for the ugly bird to die as they launched their powers at her. She quickly used a whirlwind to block the incoming attacks. Just then, her pterosaurs dove down to distract the humans. Jing was surprised to see her controlling a whole flock, noting that beast-type psychics usually couldn't do that. Lester ascended into the air and coldly told the creatures that if they were so eager to die, he would obliterate them. He unleashed his lightning, paralyzing the pterosaurs and sending them falling. The Deathlark was hit again by the shock. Suddenly, the ground began to shake. Jing warned everyone that more monsters were coming. Countless blue spheres bounced out of the forest. The Deathlark looked annoyed, wondering what took the dragon and the stupid monkey so long, complaining that her feathers were already scorched. While the psychics were still confused, the Deathlark and her team moved all at once, launching the spheres at them. He snapped his fingers and the explosive bombs went off, blowing the psychics off their feet. He accelerated out of the forest, asking if they enjoyed his bombs and promising that the best was yet to come. He charged into the crowd with a tail whip to break their formation. He whipped a chubby psychic into the air, bit into him, and then spat him back onto the ground. The man was out for the count before he could even realize what happened. Next, he used his Dragon Roar skill, a psychic attack that stunned the remaining humans. Most of of them were left like lambs to the slaughter, but the move didn't work on Bartle, who specialized in soul powers. Bartle was shocked, realizing it was a psychic shock, and shouted for everyone to wake up. As the humans started to snap out of it, another rustling sound came from the forest. The next second, Ancient Ape burst from the woods, roaring that no one would bully her friend and get away with it. She slammed her fists down at a man with a rooster comb hairstyle, creating a massive crater in the ground and letting out a triumphant roar. At the same time, the dragon launched a burst breath at Lester. Jing reacted instantly, rushing in front of his leader and conjuring a crystal shield. The force was so intense that Jing spat out a mouthful of blood upon impact. However, the shield held, and the dragon was shocked to see his beam reflected back, completely leveling a distant mountain peak. Wolverine, who was still escorting the other monsters, saw the beam and knew immediately that his friends had run into the human psychics. He told the others to continue back to their territory while he sprinted off to provide backup. Lester and Jing were equally stunned as they stared at the flattened mountain. They realized the beam had to be at least S-grade and was definitely the same power that had destroyed their gravity missile earlier. The dragon, meanwhile, realized the crystal psychic was no ordinary opponent since he could reflect such a powerful attack. He quickly called for Little Kun to scan the group. The scan revealed a dangerously overpowered lineup. Lester, S-grade lightning, Bartle, S-grade soul, Jing, S-grade crystal, Nana, A-grade flying, Alec, A-grade beastman, and Babcho. He quickly warned the Deathlark and Ancient Ape to be careful, noting that these people were far stronger than the ones they had faced before. Suddenly, Alec's body began to change. His tongue forked, a green glow wrapped around him, and he grew into a massive lizard man. The transformation reminded the dragon of the king of the dead rotten reptile's human face, which immediately annoyed him. The lizard man roared and charged, and the two began to fight. Ancient Ape tried to help, but Jing appeared behind her to cut her off. As the Deathlark tried to attack the others, a flying psychic named Nana leaped into the air. She sprouted black wings and told the bird she wasn't the only one who could fly before drawing a weapon. While they clashed, Bartle noticed something strange about the dragon. He told Lester that the creature had Orvis's spirit essence on it, explaining that the dragon seemed to have the ability to devour the souls of those he defeated. Lester's eyes turned red with rage as lightning surged around him. He roared that the monster had not only finished his son but had also devoured his soul, vowing to reduce the dragon to ashes with a thunder punishment. On the other side of the island, Joji and Mu General found the entrance to the secret realm, but a purple light barrier blocked their path. Mu General noted that only the thunder dragon would be able to pass through. When Joji asked why, Mu General pointed to the green liquid from the dissolved reptiles inside the barrier. He explained that since the dragon had devoured the king's energy, he should be able to enter freely. Joji was amazed that the dragon could absorb the power of other creatures. Just then, a violent tremor shook the cave. Joji looked up, realizing Lester's group must be in a serious conflict with the dragon. Mu General grinned, suggesting that since they couldn't get into the realm yet, they should go out and watch the show. High above the island, Nana found she couldn't quite catch the Deathlark, so she threw her scimitar. The bird dodged it, but the distraction allowed Nana to close the distance. The Deathlark fired a whirlwind, but Nana evaded it easily. Suddenly, the scimitar she had dodged reversed direction and sliced the bird's wing from behind. Nana laughed, explaining her blade could change direction at her command. She then launched her deadly scimitar skill, throwing both blades. Below them, the firearm psychic fired 2 shots, not at the bird but at the scimitars themselves. The impact caused the blades to bank sharply. Before the Deathlark could react, her wing was slashed again. Nana boasted that she would slice the bird apart, piece by piece. Meanwhile, Ancient Ape tried to punch Jing, but he dodged and countered with his crystal assassination skill, hurling a crystal spear at her. At that exact moment, Bartle launched a psychic soul shock at her to leave her defenseless. Ancient Ape immediately fell into a brief daze as the scenery around her shifted rapidly. When she snapped out of it, she found herself back in the cave with the long-dead reptile king standing right in front of her. Before she could figure out what was going on, the king bit her arm. The intense pain pulled her back to reality. Looking at the crystal spear embedded in her arm, she realized she had been trapped in an illusion. Seeing that both Ancient Ape and the Deathlark were in trouble, he realized they were being outmatched. The humans were using a classic strategy with one person attacking and another supporting, showing they had plenty of experience and great teamwork. He knew he had to find a way to break their coordination. However, he didn't have much time to think before the lizard man charged at him, mocking him for being distracted during a fight. At the same time, Lester rushed over and told the lizard to stop talking and just finish the dragon. Lester unleashed a bolt of lightning that paralyzed him. The lizard man tried to pounce, but in the blink of an eye, the dragon recovered and gave the lizard a mocking look. He told the man to see how he liked being struck by lightning and used his dragon's supreme path to charge right back. Lester was shocked that his lightning only worked for a second and that the dragon could still attack while being electrocuted. Just as the dragon was about to hit the lizard man, the creature jumped to dodge, falling right into his trap. The dragon's dorsal fins began to glow with electricity. He told the lizard he'd fallen for it and unleashed his thorned thunder spikes. The spikes pierced through the lizard man's body. Lester was furious, finally realizing the dragon could resist his attacks because it also had lightning-based skills. He flung the lizard man aside and prepared to bite his head off, telling him that his reptile face was was disgusting, and it was time for him to die. But just then, Lester pulled out a massive hammer and smashed it into the dragon's head. The force was so strong it knocked him off balance, saving the lizard man. He roared at Lester for the sneak attack and threw a powerful uppercut that sent the man flying like a cannonball. However, he was surprised to see Lester pull out a shield, looking like a certain superhero. Lester arrogantly said that since the dragon could resist lightning, he would just have to use the hammer to smash him instead. Lester leaped up and swung the hammer. He leaned back to dodge, but the man ended up smashing the hammer directly onto his foot. The pain was so bad his eyes nearly popped out, and a huge bump swelled up instantly. He tried to reach for it but couldn't, and he started to tear up from frustration. He yelled at Lester for not fighting fair, asking if he thought he was doing a pedicure for a boss in some video game. Lester didn't stop, focusing all his energy on attacking the dragon's lower body. After a few more hits, the dragon's legs were covered in bumps, causing him to lose his balance and fall over. Ancient Ape rushed toward him, and the Deathlark, having just dodged another blade, noticed he was in trouble. She teased him for getting beaten even worse than she was and dived down to help. Lester gave a sly smile, saying he was waiting for them to get close. He slammed his hammer against his shield, unleashing a thunderbolt skill. In an instant, all three of them were struck by a massive surge of electricity. Ancient Ape was left smoking on the ground, and the Deathlark fell straight out of the sky. Suddenly, a loud shout of Gold Slash echoed from the forest, and a blade shadow came flying out. Before the lizard man could even react, his head was severed from his body. The psychics were terrified, realizing the werewolf had returned. Wolverine burst from the trees with his large sword, jumped onto the falling lizard's body to get a boost, and launched himself into the air toward Lester. Wolverine swung his sword at Lester, but the guy managed to block it with his shield. Lester was actually pretty shook by how much power the werewolf had, and the force of the clash sent both of them flying back. Lin stood up with a serious look on his face, muttering that since they had the nerve to step on his handsome face, he was going to finish them all. Now that the whole squad was back together, it was time to show off their team coordination. Ape Girl moved to grab the crystal psychic, Jing, while Lin fired off a bunch of explosive shots at him. Jing tried to hide behind a shield, but Lin detonated the shots early, blasting him away. Ape Girl took the chance to snag him, and Lin told her to hold on tight so he could blow the guy up. Jing's body suddenly started glowing as he shouted that he wouldn't be caught that easily. Spikes grew out of his skin, piercing Ape Girl's palm, but she didn't let go. Meanwhile, Lin started charging up a major blast. Jing started to panic and tried to generate more crystal shields, calling Lin a madman for being willing to sacrifice his partner's hand just to take him out. When Lin's blast hit the shield, Jing started laughing, thinking Lin had forgotten his shield could reflect the beam back. He was acting all triumphant until Ape Girl's leg muscles bulged and she let out a roar. She shifted her arm, changing the direction of the reflected beam. Jing was terrified when he realized the blast was now heading straight for his teammate, Nana. She didn't have time to move, and the blast finished her instantly. Jing was absolutely fuming that they used his own crystal effect to take out Nana. Ape Girl let go of him and tried to slap him, but he had already turned his whole body into crystal. He bragged that his defense was the best on the planet, but Lin just placed his hand on Ape Girl's palm and asked how many seconds that strongest defense would actually last. They both pushed with all their might, and Jing's crystal body started to warp as he screamed for help. The other psychics were too busy dealing with the Deathlark and Wolverine to save him. With a loud crack, Jing's crystal form shattered into dust. Lester and the others were stunned that even an S-grade like Jing was gone, wondering just how strong these monsters really were. Lin and Ape Girl looked at them and basically said that finishing them off was as easy as swatting flies before charging at the rest of the crew. One of the psychics with a gun pulled out a weird-looking weapon and asked Bartle to trap the monsters for a few seconds. Lin saw the gun and warned Ape Girl to watch out because it looked sketchy. Bartle started chanting a spell, and suddenly blue orbs and rune chains surrounded them, pinning them down. Then the guy with the gun, Babcho, fired into the sky, telling them to enjoy a taste of a gravity field. Suddenly, Lin and Ape Girl felt like they weighed a ton, and the ground beneath them started to sink. Lin realized the humans had portable gravity weapons now too. Babcho turned up the intensity, bragging that he was going to crush them since the bigger the body, the worse the gravity felt. Lester was loving it, flashing over to the edge of the field and swinging his hammer at them. The combo of high gravity and lightning paralysis left them collapsed on the ground. Lin knew they couldn't stay like that, so he told Ape Girl to transform into her human form on the count of 3 to break the field's hold. She turned into a human and felt the gravity disappear, but when she looked up, she saw Lin was still in his monster form, gritting his teeth to protect her. She asked why he hadn't switched back, and he told her that if they both transformed, there'd be nobody left to shield her from the pressure. He fired a small explosion at her back to push her out of the danger zone. Lester was livid when he realized they were beast-type psychic, shouting about who gave them the right to finish his son. He told Lin that since he wanted to play hero, he could deal with his rage alone. He unleashed a massive thunderstrike, and the energy was so intense, it made made Lin scream. Ape Girl and Wolverine charged at Lester in a total rage. She accelerated and shifted back into her ape form to land a punch, but Lester dodged it easily and hammered her down, calling her a mindless brute. That's when Wolverine darted past her and got right in Lester's face with his sword in his mouth. The shadow of his master appeared behind him as he used a gold slash. Lester tried to block with his shield, but the force was so insane it split the shield in two. Lester screamed as he fell, and the Deathlark swooped in to catch Wolverine, telling him not to give the guy a chance to recover. Wolverine took a big leap and chased after Lester with his sword, but then Bartle reached out to stop him. Ape Girl saw he was about to use his chain skill again and tried to interrupt him, but Bartle hit her with his power, wrapping chains around her legs and making her trip. He then hit the Deathlark and Wolverine with the same move, surrounding them with light orbs and chains. They couldn't dodge and ended up tied up like holiday roasts, crashing into the ground. Lin realized things were looking bad and they needed to take out the Thunder God first. He noticed that when he saved Ape Girl earlier, his explosive bombs didn't slow down, meaning his skills might not be affected by the gravity. He summoned his 9 ghost sons and told them to go wreck the 3 humans. To his annoyance, they just stood there in a line and started counting off. He yelled at them to actually go fight, and one of them saluted, calling him Dad and explaining they were just assigning targets. They split up to attack the guy with the white beard, the one with dead eyes, and the electric man. Lin was just left speechless by how official they were trying to make it look. Lester and Bartle looked at the scene in total confusion, wondering what these things were. The battlefield had been going so well, and suddenly it felt like they'd been dropped into a kindergarten. Once Lin's ghost sons finished assigning their targets, they charged out. The first squad reached Babcho, who was the closest. Babcho shouted a warning to the others, recognizing them as the little guys who had finished Master Orvis. He fired a shot at a little Godzilla, but the bullet didn't do anything. It actually seemed to get the little guy excited. They rushed forward with mischievous grins, and Babcho's jaw dropped when he realized he couldn't hit them. The team leader was the first to attack. Babcho managed a perfect duck and a jump to avoid the first two, but as he tried a weird little dance move to evade the third, his back gave out with a loud crack. He felt a moment of relief, thinking that as long as they didn't touch him, he wouldn't explode. But a second later, he realized the little Godzillas he dodged had circled back around. A small blue hand landed on his shoulder, and a voice asked what he was looking at. He turned around, terrified, and asked why they were there when they were supposed to be in groups of 3. The ghost son looked at him like he was an idiot and explained they were just pretending. It was a military deception. Another little Godzilla started complaining, calling his brother a coward for trying to trick them, and asking if they weren't supposed to gang up on the electric man together. The first ghost son sheepishly admitted that he just wanted to deal with Babcho first because he was the weakest. Then, his body burst into a bright light. With a massive boom, Babcho was finished right there. With him gone, the gravity field vanished, and Lin finally regained his freedom. He cheered for his sons, relieved that he wasn't going to be squashed into a pancake after all. The 3 little ghosts whose target had been stolen were pretty salty. They decided that, since their brother stole their target, they'd steal the other team's target and charge toward Lester. Meanwhile, Bartle was watching 3 ghost sons move effortlessly through his soul chains. He was shook, wondering how his chains, which were supposed to trap both soul and body, couldn't hold these things. He wondered if they were a bug in the system. Before he could say another word, the 3 ghosts exploded, finishing him instantly. Lester couldn't believe it. He wondered how Bartle, an S-grade psychic, could be taken out so easily, questioning if all soul types were that fragile. He unleashed his lightning, and a ghost sun that touched the bolts exploded immediately. Lester was hyped, realizing his lightning actually worked against them. He took out another one with a strike and laughed. The last 3 ghosts decided to bail, not wanting to be destroyed, but Lester hit them with a thunderbolt, and they all went up in a bang. He laughed at Lin, bragging that his moves were useless, but before he could finish his victory lap, Lin appeared above him and used a dragon thorn slash to chop him down. Lester was slammed into the ground, and as the dust cleared, he looked like a mess. He growled that no one had ever beaten him that badly, and vowed that even if it cost him his life, he would turn them all to ashes. He jumped into the air, surging with so much electricity that even rocks started to float. He turned his lightning into hundreds of long spears that covered the sky and sent them flying toward the group. Ape Girl was worried, saying they couldn't dodge that many attacks. Wolverine was also stunned by the S-grade power. Deathlark didn't want to go out like that, but Lin stayed calm. He told them he could lash out at Death's Door too and started firing countless explosive bombs into the sky. The bombs intercepted the spears, but there were still way too many coming at them. Lin felt like he was being drained of life. He decided a man should never admit defeat and asked Little Kun for some life fruits immediately. He wasn't about to save his evolution points while everyone was in danger. He stuffed the fruits into his mouth and started frantically spitting bombs into the sky again. Wolverine joined in with his gold slash, Deathlark used her whirlwinds, and Ape Girl, who didn't have range, started hurling boulders and trees into the air. Eventually, Lin had to stop his barrage. They had blocked most of the spears, but they had to endure the rest. Lin stepped in front of the others to protect them, telling them to stay back because his skin was thick enough to take the hit. He was impaled by the remaining lightning spears and fell backward, rapidly shrinking until he returned to his human form. Ape Girl was confused, but Deathlark guessed it was from total physical exhaustion. Lester laughed, thinking he had finally won. Wolverine told him not to be so proud, noting that the last move had clearly drained him too. Lester pulled out a vial of life essence, bragging that he'd be back in top form and would turn them to dust. But Lin suddenly stood up, holding the gravity gun. gun. He told Lester that he didn't turn back into a human because of the attack. He just thought this form was better for handling the gun. He pulled the trigger, and the shell exploded over Lester's head, pinning him to the ground with a gravity field. Lester even dropped his life essence. Lin kept firing the cannon, loving how powerful it was. Lester roared in frustration, refusing to accept defeat, and his body started to sizzle and glow. Deathlark realized he was going to self-destruct. As the others panicked, Lin transformed back into his monster form and gathered a burst breath. He told the bird girl not to worry and fired the blast right at Lester. Since Lester was trapped in the gravity field, he couldn't move a muscle to dodge. With a final scream, Lin's burst breath hit him head-on, not only vaporizing his upper body but carving a massive trench into the earth where the beam passed. Ape Girl started dancing with joy, shouting that they had finally won. While Lin ate a life fruit to get his energy back, he warned the others not to get too comfortable since there was still a whole battleship of human psychics waiting out at sea. He noted that, if the rest were as strong as the crew they just faced, they were in for a serious challenge. He tossed a few life fruits to his friends, telling them to recover quickly because the conflict was far from over. Meanwhile, Little Kun had already finished extracting the life essence from the fallen psychics. He told Lin that the energy orbs were ready to be devoured. Looking at the 8 orbs, Lin was confused as to why there were only 8 when there had been 9 enemies. Little Kun claimed he didn't know and suggested that maybe Lin had completely annihilated Bartle's body and soul together. Lin told the system to stop reading so many fantasy novels and sighed, deciding to see what new skills he could unlock. He started popping the life essences like they were peanuts. The first one, from the S-grade crystal psychic, only increased his scale and fin defense. Lin was annoyed, thinking all that effort deserved a better reward. The rest in one go. The essences from the firearms, fire, and winged psychics only gave him a massive amount of evolution points. He felt a bit let down, thinking the winged psychic might have actually given him the ability to fly. But then, he devoured the essence of the S-grade electric psychic and unlocked a special reward, the nuclear ion cannon. Lin's eyes lit up when he realized this skill launched high-speed charged particles that could destroy practically anything. Lin picked up the gravity gun he had used earlier and jokingly asked Little Kun if he should swallow that too to get a gravity skill. Little Kun was unimpressed, asking if he wasn't afraid of a stomachache. Lin told him to analyze the weapon anyway, as he was already dreaming up a training method for Ape Girl and the Deathlark. While they were talking, a black mist slipped into the body of a fallen pterosaur. The creature's head stayed slumped, but it eerily stood back up. That mist was actually Bartle's soul, which the system had missed. Bartle thought to himself how lucky he was that his soul could possess other creatures. Otherwise, he would have been finished. He was fuming about Lester's defeat and planned to hurry back to report everything to his boss, swearing that the monsters would pay. Lin saw the creature leaving and shouted that the Deathlark's subordinate was being unreliable by faking its passing. She snapped back that she didn't have a subordinate like that. Wolverine also felt something was wrong, noting the creature's neck was twisted and it shouldn't be moving. Lin decided to let it go so they could meet up with their other friend. He called out to the forest, telling the 2 humans hiding there to stop watching and come out. Mu General and Joji walked out of the woods with big smiles, claiming they just wanted to see if they could help. They admitted they were impressed that the monsters had taken down S-grade psychics. Lin acted smug, saying it was just basic for them, but he admitted he was curious why humans had suddenly appeared on the island. He told them he wanted a real answer. Joji looked at him seriously and said that out of respect for his friendship with Mu General, he would explain everything. But first, he asked if they really weren't human psychics. The group was stunned. He asked why Joji would think that, insisting they were born and bred monsters. Joji was doubtful, asking how they could be so smart and take on human forms if they weren't human. Lin countered by saying that if humans could awaken and act like monsters, it only made sense that smart monsters could take on human form. Joji realized Lin had a point. He explained that 2 centuries ago, people on Earth started awakening superpowers and strengthening themselves. As they got stronger, they started looking for mystical sanctuaries hidden in forbidden zones. These places were full of energy that helped people cultivation, along with rare creatures and riches. Psychics from around the world began fighting over these spots, and Abyss Island was one of the most recent discoveries. Because electronic devices fail near the island due to the storms, it had remained unexplored until now. The Lester family had organized this massive expedition, even bringing in the Nether Sin Palace for backup. Lin pointed to the bodies and asked if their big shot was among them. Joji explained that the electric psychic was the head of the Lester family and the man in black was just an envoy. He warned that if the true powerhouse had shown up, the battle wouldn't have ended so easily. This made the group grow very serious. Lin asked if there were even more dangerous people on the ship. Joji explained that the Nether Sin Palace had a master and 6 elders known as the 7 Deadly Sins. The elder on the ship was Envy, an SS-grade psychic who had reached her rank after fusing with a super metal material she found in another sanctuary. Lin immediately pictured a macho queen type of fighter. Wolverine asked about her combat style, but Joji admitted she rarely fought, so her exact abilities were a mystery. Lin then asked how many psychics and gravity missiles were still left on the battleship. Joji pointed out that while the battleship was mostly full of ordinary people, the Lester family and the Nether Sin Palace still had plenty of A-grade and S-grade experts left. This worried the Deathlark, who noted that if all those psychics landed at once, the consequences for the island would be unimaginable. Lin wasn't as worried about a landing. His biggest fear was that once they found out Lester and Bartle were gone, they'd get angry and just start leveling the island with gravity missiles. He asked Joji how they were even able to use drones and missiles now, since a month ago some mysterious force was destroying anything electronic that got close. Joji admitted he wasn't sure why, but he noted that the force had mysteriously vanished that very day. Lin realized that the timing lined up perfectly with them finishing off the king of the dead rotten reptiles. He figured the internal threat they eliminated was actually the thing providing the island's external defense. Joji then explained that he and Mu General were from the Heaven Force of Cathay. Since the island was so close to their home, they had been interested in it for a long time. Because tech didn't work, they sent Mu General to investigate using his S-grade wood powers. Hearing the name Cathay gave Lin a surge of excitement. He realized he was meeting people from a parallel version of his own home, which explained why he felt so comfortable around them. Mu General let out a belch and added that after half a year of digging around, he'd discovered the island's protective energy actually came from the king. Lin felt like an unlucky dragon, realizing that by saving the island from the rotting king, he'd accidentally invited human invaders. He decided they had to deal with the battleship first, and then find the secret realm to see if they could restart the protection. Wolverine suggested they strike first and destroy the ship while the humans were still clueless. Ape Girl thought it was a solid plan, but the Deathlark pointed out that the currents and storms made swimming out there impossible for them. She also refused to fly them, noting she'd just be an easy target for missiles. Lin confidently reminded her that he was born in the deep sea and was a top-tier swimmer. He proposed diving out there first to create a distraction, while the others dropped in from the sky to catch the crew off guard. He asked if the pterosaurs could handle the flight, which made the Deathlark snap at him. She told him her subordinates could fly through the clouds but weren't built for long distances, otherwise she would have left a long time ago. Insisted he was just worried about her being a lone target and thought the extra flyers would help divert attention. Joji and Mu General were amazed to see monsters using military tactics. Mu General joked that Lin was especially cunning and knew all sorts of fair and foul tricks. Joji smiled wryly, noting that a strong monster was scary, but an educated one was even worse. Meanwhile, the dead pterosaur was flying toward the battleship. A man in red felt something was off, and a long-haired man decided to take a shot, bringing the creature down easily. But as it fell toward the water, Bartle's soul floated out with a sinister laugh. He decided to take the long-haired man's body as his own. The man couldn't even scream before Bartle took control. He looked at his new C-grade body with disdain, complaining about the terrible taste of the soul, before heading inside to find Elder Envy. On the ship, a Lester family elder was panicking and wanted Envy to check on the island. Bartle, in his new body, told him not to bother because everyone who landed was already finished. The elder was furious that Bartle had possessed one of his men, but Bartle didn't care, calling the soldier a weakling. When the elder asked how the S-grade family head could be gone while Bartle was still alive, Bartle sneered. He told the elder it was harder to finish a soul type than to reach the heavens and mocked the man's intelligence. The elder called him a coward, but the doorman told the elder to watch his tone when speaking to a Nether Sin Palace envoy. Envy stepped out to see them, and Bartle continued to taunt the elder, telling him he should worry more about his family's heavy losses than Bartle's survival. Back on the island, Lin wanted to dive out to the ship alone for a surprise attack, but the Deathlark rejected the plan as too risky. She wanted a massive, coordinated strike. Lin pointed out that she and Ape Girl couldn't swim or dive quietly, but the Deathlark suggested they just hide in his mouth like Wolverine had done before. She joked that they wouldn't even mind his bad breath. Lin was offended, insisting he flossed every day and realized that women, even monster ones, never forgot a grudge. Mu General cut in, saying he had a better way to help them dive. He offered to craft a watertight, pressure-resistant sphere with a 30-minute air supply that Lin could wear around his neck like a pendant. The Deathlark loved the idea. Lin asked Mu General why he was being so helpful, suspecting he was after the secret realm. Mu General acted hurt, claiming they were comrades and he had no hidden motives. Joji added that the Heaven Force wouldn't plunder the island since it already had masters. Lin didn't quite believe the noble talk, but then Joji asked him for one condition, not to harm the ordinary workers on the ship. Lin immediately countered, asking why he should let them go just so they could return with more psychics to finish the monsters later. Joji quickly explained that he wasn't trying to be difficult. He just hoped Lin could spare the ordinary workers. He pointed out that they were low-status employees who couldn't possibly influence the powerful psychics to return. Plus, he mentioned he had a way to make them forget all about Abyss Island. Lin agreed to the request, but made it clear that once the conflict started, he couldn't be expected to hold back to save anyone. He said their fate would be entirely up to them. While they were talking, Mu General finished the sealed sphere and signaled for Ape Girl and the others to get inside. Both Ape Girl and the Deathlark began to glow, transforming into beautiful, fair-skinned women. They climbed into the sphere, and Mu General sealed the entrance. He lifted the sphere and hung it around Lin's neck. Lin felt a bit like a pet wearing a bell. He told Wolverine to head out 10 minutes later, then took the girls and jumped into the sea. Meanwhile, back in Envy's room, Bartle had given her a full report on the island. Hearing that the monsters could talk and transform into humans made Envy wonder if they had become spirits or if they were just beast-type psychics in disguise. Bartle insisted he had fought them and knew they weren't just humans in disguise. He urged the elder to take action personally, suggesting she just flatten the island so they could keep the secret realm for themselves. Envy gave him a cold look, asking if he was trying to tell her how to do her job. Bartle quickly bowed and apologized. Once he left, the space around Envy shifted. A woman appeared whose body below the neck was made of mechanical cylinders, with only her head visible. She muttered about how useless Lester had been and decided she had to take control. Even though she wanted to stay under the radar, she was ready to finish the giant beasts. Soon, her voice echoed across the entire battleship, ordering everyone to leave their stations because she was taking over. She activated the supercomputer to run the vessel personally. The crew was worried, figuring that since the head of the Lester family was gone, the mission had become a lot more dangerous if Envy herself had to step in. A confused strongman demanded to know what was going on, and an operator explained that the supercomputer could control the whole ship, though they usually did it manually because it drained so much energy. Suddenly, the battleship accelerated. Radar picked up a massive creature closing in fast. The crew wondered if the monsters from the island were coming for revenge, and were shocked by how fast the creature was moving through the water. Lin fired a burst breath at the ship, but it was blocked by a protective shield. The crew was relieved to see the super defense system hold up, and the operator told them not to worry because the shield could withstand even an SS-grade psychic attack. Envy watched the screen in a rage, furious that the beast dared to attack her first. She activated the torpedo system, determined to hit him even if he was hiding in the deep sea. Lin realized the ship's defense was surprisingly strong and noted that his burst breath was weaker underwater. He'd have to find another way to break the shield. When the torpedoes were launched, he scoffed at the junk and intercepted them all with explosive bombs. He decided to change tactics and used his Dragon Supreme path to ram the ship. The entire vessel shook violently from the impact. An elder tried to organize water-type psychics to fight back, but someone pointed out they couldn't even get out through their own shield. Lin leaped out of the water, and the crew was terrified by his sheer size. He swung his dorsal fin at the shield, creating sparks and a loud metallic clang. To everyone's horror, cracks started to appear in the impenetrable shield. The psychics panicked, realizing he was using his fin like a blade to slice through their defense. Lin felt a surge of joy, planning to shatter the shell with his next hit. He dove back into the deep sea to gain speed for another strike. Envy sneered, saying she wasn't just going to stand there and let him slice her. She performed a swift drift with the battleship, narrowly dodging his attack. Lin was stunned that a battleship could even drift. While he was caught off guard, Envy fired dozens of gravity missiles. Lin was about to shoot them down, but he realized they had changed direction and were heading for Abyss Island. The psychics cheered, calling it a brilliant move to flatten the island while he was busy. Lin was fuming, calling it a dishonorable move to raid his home while he was away. He quickly fired off bombs to chase the missiles, taking out a few, but the rest kept going. He urgently deployed his Dragon's 9 Suns skill, and the 9 clones raced after the missiles like streaks of light. The crew on the ship was baffled by the ferocious dinosaur-faced creatures, wondering if the beast could launch his own tracking missiles. The Ghost Suns managed to destroy almost all of them, but as the last missile sped away, it looked like they might not be fast enough to catch it. Seeing this, Lin anxiously shouted that Abyss Island must not be destroyed again, and urged his sons to catch the final missile. Just then, a streak of golden light split the clouds, slicing the missile in half and causing it to explode. It turned out to be Wolverine, who had arrived just in time riding a Dimorphodon, with dozens more following closely behind him. The people on the battleship couldn't believe their eyes as they watched the missiles go down. They recognized the wolf who used blades and was actually riding a dragon. Despite him being the enemy, some of the crew couldn't help but think he looked incredibly cool. In the next moment, the silhouette of Wolverine's master appeared behind him as he unleashed his Star Slash. Simultaneously, Lin accelerated from underwater and launched a Dragon Fin Slash from the other side. Under the combined pressure of both attacks, the battleship's protective shield finally shattered with a loud crack. The psychics on board were thrown into a total panic. Envy was furious, calling them shameless for teaming up against her. She vowed that being close wouldn't save them and aimed the ship's massive guns at the flying group, darting a relentless barrage. Wolverine dived to evade the fire, but the Dimorphodons behind him who weren't fast enough were hit. He shouted for the group to spread out as he continued his descent. At that moment, the Elder stepped forward and reminded everyone that these monsters had finished their family leader. He urged everyone to unite and take them out once and for all. He ordered the flying psychics to engage the group in the sky, the water types to surround Lin, and the lightning types to provide long-range fire from the deck. The airborne psychics immediately took off into a fierce dogfight, while the water types jumped into the sea to hurl weapons at Lin. Lin was fuming, noting that while the attacks weren't fatal, they still hurt. He maneuvered through the chaos and charged the psychics, knocking them over. He decided that if they were going to play dirty, he would too. He removed the necklace from his neck and tossed it toward the ship, shouting for his teammates to go. While the psychics were confused by the flying sphere, Ape Girl tore it open with her bare hands. She and the Deathlark jumped out, their bodies glowing with a brilliant golden light. A loud phoenix cry echoed across the sea as the Deathlark returned to her true form, finishing several flying psychics with a single wave of her wing. At the same time, Ape Girl landed on the deck with a massive thud that almost capsized the ship. The psychics and the Elder watched in horror as she let out a roar and effortlessly ripped a cannon from its mount. They couldn't understand how monsters had come out of a small ball, and the crew on deck began to scatter in terror. Lin was proud of his teammates, but the elder quickly regained his composure and ordered everyone to focus their fire on Ape Girl. However, Envy suddenly stopped them, screaming at the smelly monkey for having the nerve to step on her face. She ordered everyone to get to the lifeboats and abandon her ship immediately. The psychics were bewildered, wondering why she was ordering a retreat before the fight had even really started. They joked that her supercomputer brain must have burned out. One man tried to stop the evacuation, threatening to finish anyone who left, but the battleship's own cannons turned on him and blasted him instantly. Envy's voice boomed that anyone who disobeyed or hindered the retreat would be finished. The elder didn't dare argue after seeing the ship turn on its own crew, so he led his group to evacuate. Envy didn't even give them boats, ordering everyone to jump straight into the sea. Lin and the others were completely confused, wondering why the humans were abandoning ship without a fight. Suddenly, the battleship began to shake violently. Envy roared at Ape Girl, asking how much longer she planned to step on her face. As she spoke, the entire battleship flipped over, tossing Ape Girl into the water. Lin was puzzled, wondering how the ship could flip like that on its own. Ape Girl noticed the battleship was starting to move underwater, seemingly trying to escape. She swam underneath to try and push it back to the surface, but the ship began to transform. Sharp metal objects suddenly cut into her arm, and to avoid getting hurt any further, she quickly shifted into her human form to escape the danger. But at that moment, Ape Girl found herself trapped deep inside the belly of the battleship. Meanwhile, a bright pink light suddenly flashed over the ocean. A second later, a female version of a giant robot appeared, featuring a massive build and fiery red hair. The sword handle on her back was even decorated with a bear charm. It turned out the battleship wasn't just a ship, it was the SS-grade metal psychic herself. Lin couldn't help but wonder how she felt having all those people climbing all over her earlier. The other psychics were hyped, thinking the supercomputer could even control the ship's transformation, which would definitely give the monsters a hard time. Bartle scoffed at them, calling them idiots and explaining that it wasn't a computer at all. He revealed that the battleship was actually Lady Envy herself, and that she could transform into any metal form she wanted. Envy then shouted at the group, calling them a husky, a big lizard, and a bald bird, telling them to get ready for her rage. The Deathlark was fuming, calling Envy a hairless hunk of metal and shouting back that she was the one who was bald. Lin realized that since Ape Girl had fallen into the water, he hadn't seen her anywhere. Fearing she was in danger, he immediately dove under the surface to look for her. Envy thought he was trying to run away and was about to attack, but Wolverine, riding a Dimorphodon, charged at her. They clashed directly, but due to the massive size difference, Wolverine was knocked back instantly. Luckily, another Dimorphodon caught him. Wolverine gritted his teeth, admitting that the woman was physically way too strong for him. Since Wolverine was outmatched, the Deathlark quickly used her Windblade skill to attack Envy from every angle. Wolverine joined in with his gold slash, but Envy just sneered. She told them their little attacks wouldn't even tickle her and raised a pink protective screen that easily blocked everything they threw at her. She announced it was her turn and swung her massive sword, charging at them. At that critical second, a dark shadow burst from the water. It was Lin, who had returned just in time to use his Dragon Supreme power to ram into Envy, sending her flying back several meters. The Deathlark asked if he had found Ape Girl, but Lin helplessly admitted there was no trace of her. Wolverine grew worried, saying they needed to finish this fight quickly so they could all look for her together. Envy was furious that Lin had hit her from behind, calling him a dishonorable lizard. But before she could finish her insult, the squad launched a new round of attacks, forcing her to hide behind her shield again. Meanwhile, trapped inside the ship, Ape Girl heard the fighting outside and grew anxious. She frantically attacked the walls from the inside, but her strikes didn't seem to bother Envy at all. Envy sneered at the group, asking if that was really all they could do. Lin and the others stopped their assault, realizing her shield was just too insane to break. Envy mockingly asked if they were tired of fighting already and told them it was time to die. She swung her sword, but they easily dodged it. She then transformed her palm into a missile launcher and fired dozens of heat-seeking missiles. Lin warned everyone to be careful and spat out explosive bombs to intercept them. He managed to take down most of them, but because there were so many, he got hit by several and fell back. The Deathlark was also caught in the blasts, leaving only Wolverine to shatter the remaining missiles with his gold slash. Envy admitted the Husky had decent swordsmanship, but she reminded him that if his weapon was made of metal, it had to obey her. She used her magnetism to create a terrifying suction force, trying to rip the blade away. Wolverine gripped his sword tightly, refusing to let go. Lin realized what was happening and warned Wolverine that she was a super metal psychic who could manipulate his weapon. He told him to let go, but Wolverine stubbornly refused, saying the blade was a relic from his master and he wouldn't drop it even if it cost him his life. Envy smirked and decided he could die with his sword, firing more missiles at him. Lin swiftly appeared in front of Wolverine, using his own body to block the explosion. The Deathlark roared at the wolf, asking if he was trying to get them all killed over a piece of metal. Watching from lifeboats, the human psychics were thrilled to see Envy dominating the monsters. However, the elder on a nearby boat scoffed at them. He pointed out that Envy wasn't finishing them off fast enough and suggested they should all help her out. The other psychics were terrified, calling it a fight between gods and worrying they'd just get wiped out or annoy Lady Envy. The elder called them cowards, shaming them for not wanting to avenge their fallen leader. He gathered electricity and launched a massive lightning attack at Lin, hoping to finish him while he was down. Lin jumped back to dodge, but since he was in the water, the electricity conducted right through him. The smell of cooked meat filled the the air, and Lin realized there was no escaping the shock while he was swimming. However, he noticed Envy was also in bad shape, as her metal body had been scorched black by the same electricity. Lin laughed, teasing her that the old man's attack had hit her too. Envy glared at the elder and his crew, calling them good-for-nothing fools before firing several missiles directly at the lifeboats. The psychics panicked, shouting that Envy had short-circuited and was attacking her own people. They tried to run, but a loud boom followed as the boats were blown to pieces. Lin thought it was great that the mechanical woman was freaking out, noting that her finishing those guys saved them the trouble. At that moment, Wolverine rushed over to Lin and urgently pointed out that Envy's shield looked way weaker, meaning it was the perfect time to strike. Lin got hyped, realizing that since she was vulnerable to electricity, his next move would definitely do the job. He used his Dragon Supreme Power and Thorned Thunder Spike to charge straight at her. Envy saw him coming and scoffed at the idea of a sneak attack. She used her powers to grab the Elder's lifeboat and hurl it at Lin and his group, hitting the Elder and the rest of the struggling crew. Wolverine's blade sliced right through, finishing several psychics instantly. On the other side, Lin easily took out the remaining few, and his dorsal fin impaled the Elder through the stomach. It was pretty ironic. The Elder had spent his whole life controlling electricity only to end up getting electrocuted. After clearing out the trash, Lin looked coldly at Envy, impressed by how fast the mechanical woman had reacted. Meanwhile, inside Envy, Ape Girl was still going ham on the machinery. With a loud bang, she finally broke through a metal panel, exposing the wires inside. She was stoked to see smoke and decided to tear the room apart even more. As she went on a rampage, Envy suddenly felt a sharp pain in her stomach and wondered if there were still crew members inside defying her. Lin was totally confused, wondering what the dramatic mechanical lady was talking about. While he was puzzled, Wolverine rushed forward, telling Lin to hit her with everything he had since her shield was almost gone. Wolverine unleashed a star slash that sliced through Envy's arm, sending oil spraying everywhere. Lin cheered him on, ready to take out her other arm, when Envy suddenly doubled over in pain. A second later, she literally vomited out a bunch of parts along with Ape Girl. Ape Girl was thrilled to finally be out, and Lin was shocked, wondering when she had even managed to crawl into the woman's stomach. He figured that was definitely why Envy had been hurting so much. Once Envy realized Ape Girl was the one causing the internal chaos, she was livid and swung her sword at the damned monkey. Lin quickly lifted Ape Girl out of the way, making the attack miss. Ape Girl was blown away by the transformed warship, wondering how a ship could turn into a human. She jumped off Lin and shifted into her monster form, pouncing on Envy and declaring that anyone attacking Abyss Island was going to get flattened. She landed a punch right in Envy's face, knocking out her front teeth, then pinned her down and started pummeling her relentlessly. Envy yelled at her to get off since she had already stepped on her face and was now riding her. She managed to stand up and throw Ape Girl off, swinging her sword to try and slice her in half. The Deathlark swooped in just in time, grabbing Ape Girl by the shoulders and flying her to safety. Envy was fuming that she missed again. Jets flared to life behind her as she chased them into the sky, swearing they were all going to hell. That's when Wolverine flew in from the side and used his strongest star slash. Envy tried to block with her sword, but the blade shattered on impact and she was thrown backward. A wound opened on her chest, crackling with sparks. Envy threw away her broken sword in a rage, calling Wolverine a damn husky and vowing to cripple him, for Pull to lunge at her instead, transforming into a massive wolf. The psychics watching couldn't believe it, wondering if Lady Envy was actually about to lose to a fourth beast. Wolverine bit down hard on Envy's arm and wouldn't let go. Lin saw the opening and used his dragon fin to chop her arm clean off. Envy broke free and flew higher, staring at her sparking shoulder in total fury. She shouted that they were going to pay a painful price and launch several missiles toward Abyss Island. She laughed like a maniac, telling them to watch as their home was destroyed. Lin panicked and started charging his burst breath to intercept the missiles, but Envy suddenly appeared right in front of him. She called him a stinky lizard and told him he'd been fooled, guessing his open mouth was his weak point. She fired a missile directly into his mouth. The missile hit the unreleased energy and exploded instantly, knocking Lin unconscious and sending him crashing into the sea. Envy sneered, asking how he liked the mother of bombs she just fed him. Wolverine and the Deathlark screamed his name in a panic. Envy then used her metal powers to redirect the missiles meant for the island, turning them back toward the rest of the squad. Ape Girl, Deathlark, and Wolverine were all caught in the explosions and sent plunging into the sea. The human psychics were losing it, claiming Godzilla went berserk just to take Envy down and even purposely swallowed a bomb. They cheered for Lady Envy, calling her a true elder of the Nether Sin Palace for turning a total defeat into a victory. Meanwhile, deep underwater, an unconscious Lin was sinking toward the bottom. Suddenly, the system notified him that it detected non-living energy sources inside him. His devouring skill upgraded and started absorbing the bomb's energy, converting it into life essence to heal his body. Enveloped in a burst of light, Lin's eyes snapped open. He couldn't believe he was unharmed after swallowing a missile. Little Kun told him it was no big deal, joking that he was the type to bathe in magma and get massaged by missiles. He explained that since Lin had only been fighting monsters, his ability to devour non-living energy hadn't been activated until now. He told Lin he should actually thank the female Gundam for feeding him the missile that unlocked the power. Now he could absorb thermal, electrical, light, and even nuclear energy. Lin got excited at the thought of being invincible to high-tech weapons. He looked up, saw Ape Girl falling into the sea unconscious, and quickly swam toward her. Seeing the injuries on Ape Girl, Little Kun explained that she seemed to have been hit by a missile as well, but unfortunately, she didn't have Lin's self-healing powers. Lin looked up and saw that the Deathlark and Wolverine were also out cold. He was fuming, swearing that he was going to destroy Envy for this. He started dragging his unconscious friends back toward the surface. Up on the water, Envy was busy using her metal manipulation powers to patch herself up. Her severed arm grew back in no time, and she muttered to herself about how stupid it was for monsters to think they could oppose her. But just as she finished, the water in front of her exploded. Lin burst through the surface with the others, and Envy was completely shocked. She couldn't believe he had swallowed 50 tons of TNT and walked away like nothing happened. However, once she saw the other three shift back into their human forms, she calmed down. She mocked Lin, saying that the four of them couldn't beat her before, and now he was the only one left standing while the others were drained. She decided to stop playing around and told him that since 50 tons weren't enough, she was going to feed him a 1,000-ton micro-nuke. She warned him that if he dodged, Abyss Island would be leveled, and she challenged him to see if he could survive this time. Lin turned to the Deathlark and asked if she could still transform. She said she could, but was confused about what a micro-nuke even was. Lin told her not to worry about the details and just to take Ape Girl and Wolverine as far away as possible, realizing how serious he was. The Deathlark told him to be careful before shifting into her bird form and flying off with the others. Envy fired the nuke, and Lin cursed the crazy woman under his breath. He asked Little Kun if he could really absorb a nuclear bomb. Little Kun warned him that his new skill had just activated and might not be able to handle that much energy. It could actually be fatal. Lin gritted his teeth, realizing that even if he blew the bomb up with a burst breath, the shockwave would still hit the island and his friends. He decided that even if it killed him, he had to try. He told himself that as a rampaging beast of heaven and earth, he had nothing to fear. He caught the nuke in his mouth and dove straight into the deep sea. A blinding light flashed across the surface, followed by a massive pillar of water that shot thousands of meters into the air. The Deathlark screamed Lin's name in terror. In the distance, the human psychics were running for their lives, shocked that a monster would actually swallow a nuclear bomb and detonate it underwater. They were certain he'd been blown to pieces. The shockwave pushed Lin deep into the seabed. The system alerted him that it was detecting non-living energy and began the absorption process, but it immediately issued a warning. The energy was too much to handle, and Lin was at risk of exploding. His body began to glow brighter and expand like a balloon. Thinking he was too young to go out like this, and blamed the whole thing on Envy, he decided that if he was going to blow up, he was taking her with him, and started swimming back to the surface. Suddenly, Little Kun appeared and announced he was a genius for adjusting the system. He told Lin he could now release the energy he couldn't absorb through a burst breath so he wouldn't explode. Lin was relieved and started gathering the power. Little Kun told him to channel every bit of energy into his mouth. Lin growled that he was going to give the crazy woman a taste of her own energy. Back on the surface, the Deathlark was hovering over the water, refusing to leave. Ape Girl and Wolverine finally woke up and asked where Lin was. The Deathlark sadly explained that he had swallowed a nuke to save them in the island, and she feared the worst. Ape Girl started struggling to get free, refusing to believe he was gone and swearing to finish Envy. The Deathlark held on tight, reminding them that Lin had sacrificed himself to get them to safety. Wolverine suddenly began to glow with a golden light. He coldly asked if any place on the island would even be safe with Lin gone. He shifted into his giant wolf form, broke free, and lunged at Envy. Ape Girl did the same, roaring that she'd finish the woman even if she was smashed to pieces. Seeing them go, the Deathlark decided to join in for one last stand, saying they could all keep each other company in the afterlife. Envy saw the three monsters returning and set up her cannon, scoffing that she'd happily send them to join the big lizard. But just then, a huge red figure burst from the water, blocking all her attacks. Ape Girl was surprised, asking why Lin looked like a big fat man. Wolverine noticed his condition was weird and that he looked like he was about to burst. Lin gathered the last of the energy in his mouth and roared at the crazy woman, telling her he was giving back her nuke. He unleashed a nuclear explosion breath, a terrifying beam of energy that hit Envy before she could even react. Her body started to disintegrate instantly under the blast. Wolverine and Ape Girl were stunned by the sheer power of the move. As the red beam faded, Envy had completely vanished without a trace. Seeing this, the human psychics were thrown into total chaos, hastily fleeing by boat. After releasing all of his energy, Lin finally returned to his normal state, though he was completely drained. Wolverine and Ape Girl quickly approached him, with Ape Girl excitedly exclaiming that she knew he wouldn't go out that easily. She noted, however, that the attack he just used didn't seem like any of his old skills. Lin explained that with his current strength, he couldn't actually digest the nuclear energy, so as he was about to burst, he desperately used his burst breath to vent the indigestible power. Wolverine nodded, agreeing that releasing excess energy through another skill was a solid strategy. While they were talking, the Deathlark noticed the fleeing psychics and began chasing them with her minions. She declared that those who offended Abyss Island would be punished no matter how far they ran, and ordered her team to tear them to shreds. Numerous Dimorphodons dived from the sky, fiercely attacking the humans who fought back vigorously. Those without special abilities stayed on the boats, trying to provide cover with long-range weapons. Suddenly, one of the men spotted a head surfacing from the sea with eyes that turned to look directly at him. He was terrified, thinking he had seen a ghost. Envy sneered, calling them idiots for thinking such a beautiful head was a ghost. She told them they didn't deserve to be on her lifeboat and ordered them to get off as she activated her ability to absorb all the surrounding metal. Lifeboats and weapons weapons began to disintegrate, with the metal flying toward her. The crew realized they were facing Envy, the elder of the Nether Sin Palace, and began to plead for their lives. Envy ignored them, increasing the speed of the absorption until the boats deformed and merged into her. Lin told the Deathlark to call back her minions, reminding her that they had promised Joji and Mu General not to harm the ordinary people. Just then, the Deathlark noticed something strange ahead and asked what it was. Lin was surprised to see just a head left and realized it was still very much alive. He figured out she was merging with the metal and realized this was her true form. He noted that anyone else would be finished by now, but since she was still standing, they couldn't let her escape. Lin dived into the water and rushed toward her with the Deathlark. Watching his dorsal fin approach like a moving mountain, the psychic screamed in terror, begging Envy to save them from being swallowed. However, Envy had already transformed herself into a rocket, completely ignoring their fate. She laughed uproariously, telling them they could stay there as monster snacks while she activated her thrusters and accelerated into the sky. She taunted Lin, calling him a big lizard and challenging him to catch her. Lin sped up to chase her, but he could only watch helplessly as she hit Mach 5 and disappeared into the horizon. He was fuming, annoyed that he couldn't catch her and calling her a cunning Lolita brain. Afterward, he and Ape Girl looked down at the remaining humans with displeasure. Ape Girl asked how they should deal with these people, and the survivors began to plead desperately for mercy. They claimed they had families to return to and insisted they had been deceived by Lester into coming to their territory. Lin roared at them, asking why they expected mercy after violating Abyss Island. Just then, Mu General and Joji arrived, asking Lin to show some mercy. Joji explained that the Lester family was the main culprit and that these people were insignificant. Some of the psychics recognized Joji from the battleship and wondered if the whole thing had been orchestrated by Cathay's Heaven Force, questioning if Cathay wanted to become enemies with the West. Their comrades quickly silenced them, whispering that their lives depended on the monster's decision. Joji explained that Envy had abandoned these people, thinking they were gone. He offered to take them back to the Heaven Force, where experts could hypnotize them to make sure they didn't reveal anything. Lin waved his hand in agreement. Now that Envy had escaped, he knew Abyss Island was in even greater peril and wanted to consult with Bai Sitong on how to handle the coming challenges. Joji then mentioned that he needed to talk to Lin alone. They walked off to a private spot, and Lin asked what was so important that it required discretion. Joji thanked him for keeping his promise and, as a reward, offered to tell him the location of the secret realm that Mu General had spent 6 months locating. Lin was excited to confirm there really was a secret realm and asked for the location. Joji revealed it was located beneath the cave where Lin had finished the King of the Dead Rotten Reptiles. Lin had a hunch it was there but hadn't had time to search. Joji explained that the cave system was intricate, but Mu General had carefully marked the way so Lin could find the entrance easily. Lin thanked him, noting that Mu General had thought of everything. He then asked if Joji had explored it himself. Joji laughed and reassured him that Cathay only claimed unclaimed sanctuaries. He explained that these places weren't easy to access anyway. Some were full of deadly traps, others were sealed by mysterious formations that abilities couldn't breach, and some were guarded by powerful ancient beasts. He noted that the secret realm under Abyss Island was isolated by a mystical force that repelled all external efforts. He mentioned that it once took 3 seconds level masters 2 weeks of constant bombardment just to barely breach a similar barrier. Lin felt dejected, thinking that if it took that much power to get in, he would probably be kicked out immediately. However, Joji suggested he give it a try. He mentioned Mu General's theory that since Lin had absorbed the king's energy, the barrier shouldn't reject him. Lin was overjoyed and promised to always remember the kindness if he could enter the realm smoothly, offering to help them in the future if they ever needed it. He told them he needed to clean up the battlefield, but he was actually just eager to find the realm. When he returned to the group, Mu General had crafted a large vine ball for the surviving humans to enter. Lin approached and thanked him for his hard work, which left Mu General feeling surprised, wondering when Lin had started showing respect to his elders. Just then, Little Kun popped up and warned Lin that there was trouble. He said a group of sharks was heading over to feed on the remains of the psychics, and if they cleared everything out, he wouldn't be able to refine any life essence for Lin. Hearing that some fish had the nerve to steal his meal, Lin got heated and dove straight into the water. The splash soaked Ape Girl and the others, leaving them totally confused. Ape Girl scratched her head and wondered why Lin was in such a rush, while the Deathlark helplessly replied that who knew what that ugly dragon was up to now. Lin asked Little Kun how many bodies the sharks had already finished, noting that if they ate everything and he had to deal with the leftovers later, it would be totally gross. Little Kun told him not to worry because they had just arrived, having stayed back during the fight because they were too scared to get close. Hearing this, Lin surged forward, thinking those cowards should think again if they thought they could just scavenge right after the conflict. Meanwhile, the remains were sinking to the ocean floor as a school of sharks closed in. One shark told its crew to charge because it was feeding time, but it suddenly sensed danger. A second later, Lin rushed in and swallowed the shark whole. The rest of the school stopped in their tracks and stared at him. Lin thought to himself that they really couldn't go a few days without causing drama and had gotten way too cocky while he was away. Suddenly, one of the sharks remembered him and screamed that it was the plague and wondered how he had gotten so big. It told everyone to run because the plague was back. The sharks descended into total chaos and tried to flee, but Lin opened his mouth and lunged, telling them to get into his bowl. As he went on a feeding frenzy, the sharks begged him to stay away, calling it a fish slaughter. Before long, the sea was stained red. Back on the surface, someone asked in horror if Lin had actually eaten the humans. Another person and mentioned they didn't know since he used to avoid eating people and even buried them. The psychics hiding in the vine ball were panicking, worried the giant beast would go crazy and eat them too, and they just wanted to go home. The Deathlark snorted and explained that the ugly dragon was seriously injured in the battle, so he had to eat to replenish his energy and heal. She didn't see why they were so surprised. Mu General and Joji looked at each other, unable to find a reason to argue, so they just stayed quiet. Suddenly the water splashed and Lin burst out. His eyes were bloodshot and he was covered in stained seawater, looking absolutely terrifying. The psychics huddled together in fear, crying out for help and thinking the monster was going to eat them. Lin was actually just gritting his teeth and feeling annoyed because after devouring the essence of dozens of psychics, he hadn't unlocked a single new skill, only evolution points. He noticed everyone staring at him like he was a nightmare and roared at them, asking why they were looking at him that way. He asked if he really looked that scary and if they actually thought he had been eating the humans. He spat out a few shark bones and complained that he had just taken out a group of sharks that were about to steal the remains and had even dug a hole at the bottom of the sea to bury everyone. He asked if they really thought finishing the job and burying the evidence was easy. Seeing the shark bones, the people realized they had totally misunderstood him. But then Lin pointed at them and roared for Mu General to pack them up and get them out of there fast because he was sick of looking at them. After saying their goodbyes, Joji and Mu General left the area with the survivors. The Deathlark asked if he was really just letting them go. Lin threw 3 life fruits over and explained that since Envy had already fled, finishing these people was pointless. He said the real priority was dealing with the stronger enemies heading their way. He told the crew to eat the fruits to recover their strength and promised to take them mining afterward. They were all baffled by the idea of mining, but as Lin led them back to the island, he explained that Joji told him the secret realm was inside the old cave of the king of the dead rotten reptiles. He joked that he was a miner now. And with that, this video ends. Hit 5,000 likes and 300